Thanks. Okay, good morning, everyone. I think everybody who is here checked in and is now finding their way to their seats. So I'll ask people to wrap up their conversations. And if you are willing and able, would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. For an annual town meeting, we have 4 pieces that we need to have in play. I am your moderator, John Arnold, 251 West Main Street, elected by the voters. We have our Deborah Ledoux, our town clerk, also elected by the voters. Our bylaws state for an annual town meeting, we have a quorum of 0, and there are obviously more than 0 of us here. And the final thing we need is a warrant that is properly signed by the select board and posted and sent a copy to me, of which I have. So with those 4 elements and us being here in the room called for in the warrant, it is now after the time on the warrant of 9 o'clock. I hereby declare the March 22nd, 2025 annual town meeting of the town of Westborough in session. I'd like to introduce the select board and various town staff down here, my right, your left. We have the town, that includes the town manager, the town council. We have other department heads ready to answer questions as needed. We have the planning board will be sitting down here for the planning articles later. We have the school committee and school administration, my left, your right, down in the front seats here. And we have the advisory finance committee that I appoint 9 citizens who review the entire warrant and who have produced the report and recommendations sitting at the large table down to my left, your right. I would advise everyone, there's still copies available. There's a QR code if you need one. The report and recommendations of the Finance Committee, they've met many, many times and done a deeper dive than we necessarily have time to do here today. And they have the report and recommendations, including some explanations for their decisions. They also have reported the select board recommendations. And it also has, I will point out, the first 4 pages are a brief guide to town meeting. So anyway, you may be pleased to know that to reduce the amount of time it takes to get to acting on the articles, I'm reducing my preamble speech that I usually give to move a lot of the details from what I say out loud onto this brief guide to town meeting. So it has the details about the basic rules of town meeting, though I'm sure if you're new, you'll figure it out very quickly. It has information about snacks, lunch, and dinner. And the too long didn't read part is we typically don't break for a formal lunch break. I'll let you take it on your own. The Women's Club has a fundraiser selling snacks and drinks. And the Westborough High School cafeteria staff will be having sandwiches, salads, hot dogs, and pizza on a cash-only basis in the Leduc Gymnasium from 11 till 2 p.m. So in terms of lunch, I'll ask you to make your own time and decide when's the best time for you to step out. And we usually do take a formal dinner break starting somewhere around 5 and we reconvene at 7, but we always see how it goes. And finally, there is volunteer childcare provided by members of the National Honor Society just down the hallway to the left as you came down the stairs here in room C115. So anyway, thanks to each of you for being here and taking time out of your day to participate in town meeting, Westborough's legislative body. It's great to see you here, and thanks for contributing to our own self-governance. So, to review, town meeting is a legislative body, and it's intentionally designed as a structured conversation for us to deliberate and decide on actions that are requested by formal motions. For the basic rules, as I've said, you'll see them in that brief guide that's in the Advisory Finance Committee report, and once you see it in action, I think you'll quickly understand how it works. I'll try to explain it, especially the voting as we go, but if any voter has any questions about the process, you can call out point of order and I'll answer your questions and try to help you out as much as I can. We may be using 2 rooms today if we get an overflow crowd, but I'm not going to go into too many of the details. Just know that for now we are meeting in this room. However, if enough voters show up that we need the other room, we are set up and ready to go. So if we get to that point, I'll go over some of the basic rules or what have you. My first duty, other than that preamble, is that our bylaws require that I nominate a deputy moderator who will preside in the event of my absence or disability, and also who will preside in the gymnasium or additional rooms if that becomes necessary. It is you, the meeting, that formally elects the deputy moderator. I recruit someone and nominate someone, and for today, I am nominating Benjamin Gold of 19 Blake Street. He has been briefed, he has done it before, and he was ready to serve. Mr. Gold, are you here? There you are. So we're going to do our first test of our electronic voting devices. For those of you who are new, when I say voting begins, this green light will go on, that one right there. And then your voting device, when I say we're going to vote, pressing 1 is a vote of yes or in favor, and pressing 2 is a vote of no or opposed. Typically, the light stays on for about 20 seconds or so while the network connects and everybody does this. And so my first test vote will be, I've nominated Benjamin Gold to serve as deputy moderator, and I will ask the meeting to see if they approve of that nomination. So when the light goes on, voting begins. Again, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. When you look at your voting device, you will know it's working because it may be that a large numeral 1 or 2 will appear. And once the system receives your vote, it'll either say yes received or no received. If you ever have any problems and it looks like your vote wasn't recorded, just holler out point of order or Mr. Moderator and we will deal with it. Okay, and when the green light goes off, that means voting is ended. So we have a vote of 246 in favor and 12 opposed. The motion carries. Mr. Gold is your deputy moderator. Mr. Gold, will you please rise again? Do you solemnly swear that having been elected deputy moderator that you will faithfully and impartially perform the duties of this office, so help you God? Thank you, Mr. Gold. You may be seated, and thank you for your willingness to serve. So as I've said now, I think this is the third time, the rules for town meeting are in that basic guide, but I'll just review a few of them, not the whole laundry list of them to save time. The rules relating to town meeting mean that all voters need to be present in voting. So as you can tell, we're using the electronic voting devices, and I expect to use it throughout the day. However, if either we have too many voters to use electronic voting devices in this room and have to use the gym, we will try to be fair, and I'm going to offer another process to make it fair that we can use electronic voting in this room where everyone doesn't have to disclose their vote, and also do that in the other room. So just in case we end up in that position, I'd just like to clear this up. I'm going to ask for a vote of the meeting for a rule of the meeting that says, I move that for the duration of this March 2025 annual town meeting, when electronic voting is used in the auditorium, then voters who cannot be accommodated in the auditorium but are in the gymnasium overflow room will have their votes taken by ballot in the gymnasium. This would allow everyone to have what essentially is a secret ballot, and if it turns out we have a complete failure of the system for electronic and whatever, we would hand out voting slips and count that way. But this would allow me to essentially, without having to pay for extra electronic voting, allow voting to still continue. So with that motion made, again, I will ask you to vote. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of that motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. It requires a majority vote and is a rule for this particular meeting. So voting has started. And voting has ended. We have a vote of 283 in favor and 8 opposed. The motion carries. That will be a rule for this meeting. So the rules relating to town meeting indicate votes of those present in voting. This means that only registered voters who have checked in with the town clerk staff are eligible to vote, and that when you leave the hall, you are no longer eligible to vote unless you return and are again checked in. If you leave the room momentarily, for instance, to stay on the building grounds, but to go to the bathroom, get a snack or lunch or what have you, please take your voting device with you, and then bring it back. That way no one will be voting in your place. Proxy voting is illegal and it's a violation of voting laws. If you are going to leave the building, that's okay. I understand that not everyone can commit their whole day here, but if you do leave the building, you must return your voting device to the check-in staff when you leave. But it's okay if you want to go out for lunch or if you have an errand to run. You may return. You don't have to be here for the whole meeting. However, when you return, you will have to check back in to get a potentially new or different voting device. So again, and if you come back and you haven't turned in your voting device, they won't give you a second one because you have to have checked it in. And I will also ask people to immediately report if they see someone who is trying to vote on 2 different voting devices so we can take care of it. In terms of speaking at the meeting, I must recognize you in order to speak, and only one person may speak at a time. Interrupting a speaker is not allowed. As usual, using standing microphones back sort of in the middle on the left and right. And if anyone who wishes to speak, when recognized, you may go to one of those standing microphones, or alternately, if you either do not want to go to a standing microphone or if you are unable to, you may, when I ask if anyone would like to speak, you may raise your voting device, and we'll have one of the scouts who volunteered today bring a roving microphone to you. Whenever you're recognized to speak, you should always start by giving your name and your street address at which you're registered to vote. That way the record of the meeting can indicate who is speaking. And I expect, as usual, to cycle through the various microphones to keep the pace going. So it could be that I stage a microphone for somebody to speak while I acknowledge someone else, and that's okay. We'll just keep things in as few gaps as possible. And also, based on feedback and a couple of experiments we've done, I'm going to ask people and tell them you don't need to make a line around the microphone if you're interested in speaking and just want to get close by so you're ready at hand to speak. You just have to stand near the microphone, and I will choose from the people who are standing who will speak next. There isn't any sort of implicit ordering of people to speak, and I will choose as fairly as I can. And for people who are interested, the rationale for this is that some people who are new to town meeting are a little bit reluctant, don't know the process, and don't always hop up to the microphones. And I think we've all found it useful to hear from some new voices as well as the traditional voices that we hear from. In terms of the time limits, we're continuing to use the traffic light, as you see over here. The rules are, the limits of each speech are listed in the brief guide, but just so you know, the light is green until you have 90 seconds left. When there are 30 seconds left, it will turn to yellow. And when it's red, that means you have 30 seconds, sorry, when there's 90 but more than 30 seconds left, it will be yellow. When you have 30 seconds left to wrap up your marks, it will turn red. And when the lights all go off or back on, that means you should wrap up and stop speaking as quickly as you can. I have asked Gail Arnold and Allison Lindsay to serve as the timers, and they've been sworn in to keep the time as impartially and as accurately as they can, and I thank them for serving town meeting. Finally, you may have noticed that, like last year, there are a number of petitioned articles that appear at the end of the warrant. These 6 petitioned articles are non-binding resolutions for which the petitioners have asked us, the town meeting attendees, to vote. The articles and the petitioners have a right to be heard on these non-binding articles, and as a deliberative legislative body, there should be some deliberation on the articles. However, the town meeting may feel that they do not need to require the same amount of time of deliberation on these articles as it does on topics where the town meeting does have authority to act, such as passing budgets, appropriating funds, passing bylaws, etc. Therefore, on behalf of the voters who have asked me about the options that are available to them for these articles, I'm going to make the following motion that I made last year. I move that debate on any article whose subject is a non-binding action of the town meeting may be limited to 15 minutes, with the 15 minutes allocated such that voters in favor of the main motion and voters opposed to the main motion are each allocated a maximum of 7.5 minutes of time. If you accept this motion, which requires a 2/3 vote, I'll follow the following rules in terms of implementing this rule of the meeting. So any and all articles that are non-binding actions, each of those 7.5-minute blocks may be used as either one, the lead petitioner may make a 3.5-minute presentation representing the group in favor, followed by 2-minute speeches up until the 7.5 minutes are done. Or if there's no formal presentation or if there are additional remarks do not exceed 3.5 minutes, we will just have 2-minute speeches by proponents and opponents, and I would alternate each side so there's a balance in that 7.5 minutes. So I would alternate that, and then I also want to note, as was mentioned last time, this limit is an upper limit on the amount of debate. There's no need to fill the 15 minutes. When people no longer want to speak, we can go directly to a vote on the non-binding resolution. We can do that. So I have made that motion. If you, the voters, would like me to implement that rule of the meeting, when the light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion and pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 298 in favor and 17 opposed. The motion carries. We will implement that rule of the meeting. Couple last things. I've been asked to have you vote on admitting some non-voters to be on the floor, and if it's appropriate to allow them to speak at the town meeting. So I have received requests from the library trustees and building committee to allow Mike Williams and Christina Basilmans from LPM Architects to address any questions if they arise regarding Article 9, and also Brian Fors, the owner project manager from Vertex, to also address questions. Note that this provides a possible opportunity to speak and does not guarantee that they will speak. It just allows them to speak based on the rules of our meeting. Are there any objections? Seeing none, by unanimous consent, we will say that that those 3 people, if the time comes to address questions on behalf of the library article, Article 9, we will say that by unanimous consent, they will be allowed to speak at the meeting. Any non-voters here? I'm going to ask you to sit in the back 2 or 3 rows to my left, your right. They've been set aside for you, and I just want to remind you, if there are registered voters there, since we're using electronic voting, that's okay. However, if you want to speak and don't want to go to a microphone, I'm not going to call anyone there because I'm going to assume you're a non-voter. So now, a little bit shorter than last year, please turn off or mute your cell phones. I won't make the joke about the pagers like I usually do. And if you have them or need to answer them, please don't answer or make phone calls from the floor. You may quietly leave the room and then come back. My time to be a flight attendant. Our emergency exits are to the back of the hall, to the sides here. If in that we have to leave, please look for the exit closest to you, remembering it may be behind you. There's also some at the back up at the stairs. And if a fire or evacuation alarm rings, please safely evacuate the building until the public safety officials who are here will give the all clear. And if you see someone near you who needs assistance and you feel comfortable offering them assistance, please do. Please help them and do that. We hope we don't need it, and again, we do have police, EMT, fire staff here on duty if you need anything. So anyway, let's get started. I now move to Article 1. Of course, the voters, including people who aren't here, took care of Article 1, and the election was held on March 11th. To my knowledge, 16 people ran organized campaigns for 11 positions, and 2,310 people voted. So on behalf of the town meeting, Westborough's legislature, we'd like to thank everyone who ran for their commitment to the town of Westborough. And I'd also like to thank Alan Edinburgh and Stephen Batchelor, who completed their terms and did not run for re-election, to thank them for their commitment to the town of Westborough. So for all those who participated in any way in the town elections, thank you for participating in Westborough's self-government. Thank you. One of the few times we allow clapping. When it's other things, we try to not do that. But anyway, any first-time town meeting attendees here? There are a few. Thank you for coming. I know this process may seem odd and weird at first. Hopefully you get the hang of it. But I'd like to welcome you. And if you have any questions about town meeting that aren't immediately need to be addressed, feel free to contact me, and I'll gladly speak with anyone about how town meeting works, why it works, where it came from, and all that. Anyone here who attended a Westborough town meeting 50 years or more ago? There we go, we got a couple. I got one more year. Thank you, Chief Carter. I got one more year, or in October I can say it. What about 25 years or more ago? Thank you. Nice to see some familiar faces and nice to see new faces and new things. Thank you everyone for taking time out to participate in the town meeting, Westborough's legislative body. We now move to Article 2. Mr. Leslie.
Good morning. Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I move that the town vote to receive the reports of the various officers and committees and that the report of the Advisory Finance Committee be acted upon item by item under the various articles of the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Any discussion on this article before we get into receiving the reports? Seeing none, when the light goes on, voting will begin. A vote again, as usual. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Leslie's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 333 in favor, 8 opposed. The motion carries. So the reports that are referred to, the written reports, I think there are still copies at the back, are this town report of 2024. This report covers reports from the various town departments for January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024. As is our tradition, we now offer some time to hear some reports orally that reflect on our past and help prepare us for deliberations at this town meeting. So first, Mark, you put the slide up. First, I'd like to acknowledge a unique event is that today's town meeting is happening at pretty much the same time that people are gathering for the funeral of Earl Hutt, a former chair of the Finance Committee and a man who contributed significantly to many aspects of life in Westborough. I'm sure some of us who are here would be at his funeral if it weren't conflicting with town meeting, and I'd like to offer the following words. Many of you know that Earl Hutt died last week and his funeral is today. Earl's lifetime and legacy of giving to those in need will not be forgotten by Westborough. Please join us in offering condolences to his wife Connie and to all of the Hutt family and their friends. And the family has requested that in lieu of flowers, please consider a gift to the Westborough Food Pantry. So, thank you to all. Thank you those who would otherwise be at Mr. Hutt's funeral for being here today. I attended the calling hours and gave the regards on behalf of the voters to the family last night. And thank you all for thinking of him. I'd also like to note that during the preparations for this town meeting, 3 others who made significant contributions have died. Mike Beretti Sr., Earl Story Jr., and Jane Harvey. I appointed Mike Beretti to the Advisory Finance Committee in 2019, and he served as its chair for 2 years. Mike provided leadership, knowledge, and a steady hand during his time on the committee, which included the difficult times we had while the town and town meeting navigated its way through the first years of the COVID pandemic. Earl Story was a force behind many projects around town, especially for our parks, field, and recreations departments. He had a hand in many of the public spaces in Westborough, and it's fitting to remember him when we see these places around town. And Jane Harvey was a guidance counselor right here at Westborough High School. In fact, she was the guidance counselor of some of my friends when I attended Westborough High. She helped shape positive futures for many students with her thoughtful insight. I'm sure all 4 of these people, Mr. Hutt, Mr. Beretti, Mr. Story, and Mrs. Harvey, will be mentioned in the 2025 annual town report, but I think it's fitting to remember them today too. And finally, as is our custom, I'd like to draw your attention to the in memoriam pages of the annual town report right inside the cover. So if you are ready and able, and will you please rise and join me in a moment of silence to remember their service to the town of Westborough. So while we use this moment to recognize and honor those who have, though we use this time to recognize those, including those whose names may have been omitted from the list of those who served Westborough, we can also use this moment to recognize and honor those who have been affected by medical or financial hardship and any ongoing conflicts at home or abroad, in hope that we as a people can effectively settle our differences, and as we said in the Pledge of Allegiance, with liberty and justice for all. So now may we also remember John Amoroso, Howard Ayotte, Betty Barkley, Barbara Barnes, Eleanor Barney, Irene Bellarose, Lynn Caldwell, Lucy DeChico, David Farah, Joyce Gallinaw, Jane Hodgden, Robert Markert, Paul McNulty, who was the town's first director of public health, Barbara Muse, Daniel Pavolis, Peter Rossi, Winifred Sears, Ludwig Jerry Stepanian, John Jack Strauss, Robert Bobby Sylvester, and H. Clifford Watts. We thank them, one and all. Please be seated. And thank you to the town clerk and her staff and everyone involved in creating this list so diligently each year. So the remaining oral reports that we now hear are essentially to prepare us for the deliberations on the rest of the articles. We will begin with a brief summary of the Finance Committee report from Mr. Leslie. Mr. Leslie.
Good morning, Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street, Chair of your Advisory Finance Committee. I'm honored to give you a brief presentation based on the AFC report and recommendation booklet available here in print and online at the town's website. We have 3 housekeeping items to start. Oh, I have a slide. I have my own clicker. Okay, I'm dangerous. After our book went out for printing, the clerical union and the town settled their contract this week. The town budget printed in our booklet held a 2% holder for the cost of living adjustment, or COLA, for unions for the unions that were not yet settled. The settlement has a 2.5% COLA for fiscal 26, which leaves a gap of 0.5% for those employees. The clerical union changes affected 14 salary and wage lines in the budget tables on pages 25 to 27 of your booklet. The total impact spread over the 12 general fund budgets that affect the tax levy is $15,077. Total impact spread over the 2 enterprise funds that affect the water and sewer ratepayers is $1,438. When the town budgets increased, a few lines on our financial revenue and expenditures estimate on page 14 also needed to be changed. Please see our additional 4-page handout provided the updated numbers for those budgets and the revenue and expenditure estimate. The impact of this settlement was a $1.66 increase for a revised increase of $662.84 in the average single-family tax bill, now estimated to be $12,976.67. At our meeting earlier this morning, the AFC voted in favor of recommending these budget adjustments. The vote for the DPW salary and wages was 6-0-0 with 1 recusal, and for all the rest, 8-0-0. Therefore, the amended table will be what the moderator reads as the fiscal 2026 AFC recommended budget when we get to Article 7 later this morning. Second, I point to you to page 21 of the summary index of article sections, where there is a typographical error on Article 27, limit on annual increase of property tax. The Select Board recommendation needs to be corrected to the Select Board recommends that the town vote to defeat this Article 500. Further this morning, I learned of a error in our page 14 or in the new supplement on our booklet. The excess levy capacity estimate of $12,415,457 is correct, but there was a percentage next to it that said it was 10.44% of the levy, and the correct percent is it's 11.66% of the levy. Okay, on to new stuff. Our town meeting warrant has 31 articles, with 3 articles having multiple parts, that makes 47. Further, Article 7, the operating budget, has about 68 lines to be considered. Your AFC has reviewed all these articles in detail, and after deliberation have voted a majority opinion as a recommendation to you. The voter recommendation from the Select Board and the AFC are presented after each article and article information. We have included brief reasons for our recommendations by the majority in the committee comments, and when not unanimous, the dissenting ideas as minority opinions. You will see in our report a range of opinions, ranging from when we recommend it is important to repair our downtown library now, versus the pool work at the community center, which we recommended against doing now. We reviewed and prepared recommendations for all articles, including those without financial impact and citizen petitions. Please take some time to read through our message and financial tables in our report and recommendations booklet for additional details and thoughts. If you are interested in borrowing cost estimates, please see page 11. We hope after you read our book, hear presentations and discussions today, that you will be prepared to vote. Earlier this month, I saw an angry post on Facebook asking, who's in charge of the town budget? There were many interesting responses. The correct answer is town meeting. Those of you gathered here today as town meeting members are our town legislators and approve the budgets with your votes. The Advisory Finance Committee reached our recommended budgets presented for your vote today by a process that begins for us with a September tri-board meeting jointly with the school committee and select board. After the department heads provide input on needs and priorities, the town manager and school superintendent make their recommendations to the select board and school committee. The capital planning committee meets and provides a list of recommended capital purchases. We hold an all-day budget review in January of the major budgets and capital projects. This year, when reviewing the proposed level services budget at the end of January, we were taken aback by the resulting early estimate of an increase of $969. We requested, through the school committee and select board, that they present what level of services would be cut if we had a 1% reduction in the operational budgets of the town and school. We appreciate the efforts of the town manager, the school superintendent, their leadership teams to return with recommendation in a matter of weeks. This reduced service exercise is the basis of the proposed budget. The reductions include reducing the health insurance budget estimated increase by changing providers and negotiating an increase of about 8%, which is about half of what the current provider had offered. Combined, the reductions removed about $111 from the average single-family tax bill increases. Good news, Westborough maintained its top rating for its bond borrow in early March, and from that came in a $1 million lower borrowing cost that took an additional $128 reduction from the initial estimates. The result is our debt budget is almost $500,000 less than last year. The importance of this low interest rate is multiplied by the 20-year term of the loan. I suggest to you that our rating and resulting savings points to the importance of following our fiscal policies, having appropriate reserves, and levy capacity. This slide shows the projected revenue growth for fiscal 26. It's really early. We're still a ways from fiscal 26 starting, which is next July, but these are the estimates. Note the school aid grows and offsets $41 of the impact of the tax bill from the school budget. However, unfortunately, the 2.7% increase of aid does not keep pace with the 5.18% growth in the school budget. Local receipts are estimated to be up by 4.3%. These include items such as vehicle excise tax, hotel room tax, fees, and permits. All combined with additional decreases to the landfill budget and increased revenue projects that have, and the increased revenue project amounts have cut the January projected increase by about $306, or 32%, down to $663 at the March town meeting. This chart shows a summary of changes the FY26 taxes up or down, schools and insurance followed by town departments, and a combination of retirement added to state assessments are the main increases. Reductions to the tax came in our debt service, waste management, and increases in the non-tax levy revenues. This year, the average single-family house value is $801,000 due to a 6% equal to $45,000 increase. The estimated tax rate per thousand is down 9 cents to $16.20. The actual tax rate will be set 8 months from now in November after votes at this town meeting, adjustments made in the October town meeting, the tax classification hearing, increased knowledge of revenue projections, and FY25 actuals are included. The Advisory Finance Committee reviews in detail these budgets, capital, and other articles, and made our recommendations to you for the town meeting. We can assure you we've done our due diligence. Today is our 27th meeting during this fiscal year, which started in July. We have made the recommendations, but ultimately it is up to town meeting to decide what is spent. We give our thanks to our town employees that allowed us to complete our recommendations, ranging from doing logistics behind the scenes to attending our meetings to provide information. As Mr. Arnold said, sadly, in the past 2 months, our town lost 2 former chairs, AFC chairs, Michael Beretti Sr. and Earl Hutt, and both gentlemen who volunteered their time to our community. In their honor, and with your help today, I hope we can deliberate respectively and have a great town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. So now, after the last oral report, we were here before we get to Article 3, the Select Board, on behalf of the Select Board, Town Manager Christy Williams will give a state of the town, and I just want to explain something ahead of time. Right now, we're hearing reports that are reports acted on Article 2. We're not hearing proponents or opponents of particular articles. After this was pointed out to me, and given that there's been some complications and for more education with the town budget, I'm giving Ms. Williams 15 minutes rather than the usual 10. So this isn't breaking the rules for anyone who wants to think that that's what we're doing, but this is actually presenting a report and not making a proponent or opponent to a particular motion presentation. So if anybody should take the heat for the fact that this presentation will be longer than last year's, it's me, and you can talk to me about it. But anyway, that's the rationale, and I think both Mr. Leslie's and Ms. Williams' presentations will give us all more information so we can make decisions later today. So that said, Ms. Williams, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Christy Williams. I serve as your town manager. This presentation, as was just stated by the moderator, is really intended to offer a state of the town. Starting off looking at the local economy, we're looking at population growth. So this slide goes from 1930 to the recent 2020 census, showing the growth of our population in Westborough coming to just over 21,500 in current day. This slide shows the population breakdown. So 60% of our population is between the ages of 18 and 64 years old, with a median average of about 40 years old. This goes back to pre-1910 as we look at our real estate development over the years. We had a spike in development of properties in the 80s, and then it brings us to today between 2020 and 2025. In looking at economics, you can see that 63% of Westborough has a median household income of over $100,000 at about $133,000. That's 1.5 times Worcester County and 1.4 times Massachusetts, with a higher per capita income of both as well. This slide shows the top 10 taxpayers. So you can see here that they're commercial taxpayers. Most of them are commercial taxpayers, and they pay just over 16% of the levy. This slide breaks down town property value by use. And so you can see that the highest use is for residential, and then the green is commercial, along with industrial and then personal property. And then this shows the commercial residential value tax split, with residential valued at $4.7 billion, with commercial, industrial, and personal property valued at just under $2 billion. And then this is the average single family value. So you can see that as the average single family home value has increased, and along with that, the average single family home tax bill, which is the orange line along the top of the slide. In looking at Westborough's financial health, and I know Mr. Leslie spoke to that earlier, but in looking at our reserves, this actually comes right out of the Finance Committee handbook that you have. And you can see, if you look towards the middle of the slide, that we have a goal of keeping our free cash and stabilization at between 10 and 15%, equal to 10 and 15% of our general fund operating budget. And we are right in the middle of that at 12.56, so our reserves are strong. This slide is a graphical representation of that information, so you can see the growth and then the use of our stabilization and free cash in recent years. Our individual goal for free cash is 5 to 7.5% of our general fund operating budget. We're a little bit higher than that. This is reflective of if all of the articles pass at this town meeting. I do want to point out that when we were preparing the warrant, we were using more free cash, but because we're passing over some articles and some have been withdrawn, we expect they would come back in October. One specifically is the pool article that you'll see on the capital plan that we'll be passing over. And then stabilization, we're a little bit low at 4.5%. If you look at our free cash compared to our data dashboard communities, we're that green bar at just under $14 million available for use in fiscal '25. And then this shows that Westborough's use of free cash in recent history. So you can see that over the past couple of years, we've used about 25% of our free cash. We had a spike in 2024, and that was really because we moved free cash into our stabilization fund. As I mentioned on the previous slide, we're a little bit low on our goal in stabilization, so that's something we should consider in an upcoming town meeting, and that does require a town meeting vote to move that free cash into stabilization to meet that 5 to 7.5% goal. Also in our comprehensive fiscal management policies, we have a goal related to debt service, and that goal is to be between 7 and 10% of our general fund operating budget. So here you can see a comparison from this current fiscal year to what we estimate for fiscal 26. The blue bar represents the 10% of the general fund, and the green, the 7%, so the purple is actual. So you can see that we're within our goal for our debt. And then at the bottom, I just want to note that we are using that capital improvement fund. We hear a lot about, what do we do with the Pulte money? And that's the money that we receive in taxes and other fees from the development at Pulte. And that money goes into the capital improvement fund. And just as a reminder, that money is used to pay down debt. And then this just shows our debt service payments over the next 20 years. So the orange bars represent the debt that's already authorized. And then the red represents the 7%, which is estimating an increase in the budget of 3% per year. The blue line is what we would expect to see, assuming that the library project is approved today. So we would still be within that 7 to 10%, even with the approval of the library. And all of the reserves and the way that we use and apply our comprehensive financial management policies has attributed to our maintenance of the AAA bond rating. We're rated every year, and we maintain the AAA bond rating, meaning that we have extremely strong capacity to meet financial commitments. When they issue the bond rating, they also issue a report. So this year, they have said that Westborough has well-embedded financial management, incorporates realistic assumptions into the annual budget with a clear focus on structural balance, and our outlook is stable with solid financial performance and healthy reserves. I will be giving another presentation at Article 7 specific to the budget, but in looking at what's upcoming, this shows our revenues. So the largest portion of our revenues is the tax levy, which is the blue, and then it's the state aid that we receive, which is that green slice of the pie. Some of the other large areas that we receive revenue is hotel motel taxes, ambulance receipts, and licenses and permits. We also try to offset the cost to the taxpayer by seeking grant funds. So in fiscal 24, we obtained just under $15 million in grant funds, able to put towards projects that we did not have to ask the taxpayer to pay for through local taxes. And then other financial resources. So we have several accounts where there's other financial resources that we've used at previous town meetings, largely, most recently, to acquire property. Some of those are restricted for very specific purposes, but they're available funds for those purposes. Here we're comparing our average single-family tax bill in this current year, fiscal 25, to our dashboard communities. And you can see Westborough here at the green bar in the middle. And then this shows Westborough's increase of the average single-family tax bill over time since 2017. And then the orange line represents the percentage increase. So we're estimating that $663 increase currently for fiscal 26, which is about just under 5.4% increase in last year's tax bill. And then excess levy capacity. So excess levy capacity represents the taxes that the town could raise under Prop 2.5, but has not. And so as you see growth in our excess levy capacity, you see that if we were up against the levy limit, in those years we would not need an override. Where you see us using our excess levy capacity, that's where we're against the levy limit and are able to use our excess levy capacity. But this contributes to the financial strength of the community. One thing I just wanted to note as I wrap up is some projects and accomplishments of the departments that have happened over this year. And looking at these departments in community development, we've completed the Flanders Road and West Park Drive intersection, which connects West Park Drive with Flanders Road. That was completed in the fall. We also were able to build a portion of trail, and that was with a MassWorks grant and in partnership with Caruth Capital. Our planning departments received a grant for preliminary design work for the downtown to create a safer downtown for everyone. Our conservation department came to town meeting last year and asked for approval to acquire 34 acres of open space known as the Ellis Walker Farm. At the time, our conservation director talked about a grant that they were applying for. They were successful in receiving that grant. So in partnership with the grant, the Walkup Robinson Trust, as well as Sudbury Valley trustees, they will be able to obtain this property at no cost. In the Economic Development Department, they're working on a branding and wayfinding project for the town, so really keying into the town's identity and what we want to see on the signage downtown. That project is ongoing with many opportunities for engagement, so I would encourage any of you to attend those meetings. Our Sustainability Department has received grants for EV charging station feasibility and green communities, and then our IT department has successfully completed cybersecurity training and installed infrastructure in the community center, and also installed access control and security in Town Hall. In Public Works, as a result of town meeting, we've installed chlorine boosters. We're progressing with installation of the PFAS treatment at Oak Street Water Plant, and they've also launched an Adopt a Tree program, which if you're interested in, I'd encourage you to reach out. The fire department received approval at the 2022 town meeting for an engine, which they have just received. And so they are able to put that into service in the fall. And then they've also replaced the station's diesel exhaust system, which again was approved at town meeting. The police department continues to maintain its accreditation and can maintain adherence to accreditation standards. And also as a result of a town meeting a couple years ago, we changed the seal. And so they've updated all of their patches, which you can see in the lower right-hand corner. And then this is the last slide of accomplishments, but in the recreation department, you can see in the upper left-hand corner that we've lined the gym at the community center for pickleball. So it's a very busy space now with pickleball and basketball. We also have started construction on the dog park, which started in the fall, and you can see that in the lower right-hand corner. The library, in addition to doing all the good work you'll hear about under the library construction article, they have done outreach to the extended stay and SHARP buildings in order to help folks understand the library services, and they've started conversation circles for English language learners. The health department, in collaboration with the Boroughs Partnership, has created a lot of opportunities for folks to receive training. The Council on Aging has been working hard on the design for the community center, for a new senior center portion. And Youth and Family Services, as you remember, last year we talked about adding creating a new service delivery model that began on July 1st, where we contract with Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services to provide clinical services, and we are able to, under this new model, serve many more individuals, so it is working very well. This is my last slide. This slide just is intended to show all the good work that we just showed you and how your tax dollars are distributed among different departments. This slide is also available to be picked up if it's at the door, if that's something that you want to take a look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. So we now, having heard those reports, we now move on to the rest of the work of the meeting. Now here, Article 3, Mr. Welch.
Mr. Moderator, Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $360 for the purposes of paying a prior year bill for the legal department. Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Welch.
After the close of the FY 2024, the town became aware of costs incurred in the prior fiscal year that had not been paid. A vote of the town meeting is required for a bill from a prior fiscal year to be paid in the current fiscal year. Approval of this article will allow the town to pay a legal bill associated with the Cable TV Advisory Committee's ongoing negotiations with cable providers in the amount of $360. This is proposed to be paid out of free cash.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Any questions, comments, deliberation? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Welch's motion. It's up on the screen. Since this is a prior year bill, it requires a 4/5 vote. So when the green light goes on, voting will begin. As usual, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Welch's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 389 in favor and 15 opposed. That is more than a 4/5 vote. The motion carries. We now move on to Article 4, the fiscal year 2025 reserve funds. Mr. Leslie.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I move the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $135,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Leslie.
Oh, sorry. Got to get to the slide first. Okay. Great. Article 4 proposes refreshing the AFC reserve fund. $114,958 currently remain there. We recommend adding the reserve fund to, allows us to cover unexpected fiscal year 2025 or through June 30th expenses. The DPW has already notified us that they will need additional snow and ice funding. We recommended using the AFC reserve once that number is finalized. That's not untypical. We don't over budget snow and ice, so that in years that we don't need it, we don't have to have already raised and appropriated for it. This gets us close to the $250,000 we started with. Free cash use will not impact the tax rate. Reserve amounts not spent revert to free cash in July, and your support will reduce the risk of calling a costly and inconvenient special town meeting should a need arise. This slide just shows what the money was spent on year to date in January and February. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Questions, comments, deliberation? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Leslie's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. As voting has begun, as always, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Leslie's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Pardon me while I walk. I'm trying to get my steps in while I stand at the podium all day. Got a 207-day streak at 10,000 steps. Don't want to break it here. That's what happens when you're retired. You get to walk all day. Voting is ended. We have 376 in favor, 40 opposed. The motion carries. We now go to Article 5, dealing with the fiscal year 2025 legal expenses budget. Mr. Johnson.
It's going to be Mr. Keogh, Sean Keogh.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Keogh.
That's okay. Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $80,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Keogh.
Fiscal year 2025 has included a number of legal expenses, including several lawsuits that are outside of the typical costs associated with the legal budget. Of note, one case concerning the residences of Westborough Station Northland TPLP LLC at 100 Charlestown Meadows Drive recently concluded on March 12th after a multi-day trial, with the land court entering final judgment in favor of the town after finding that Northland's proposed conversion of the affordable units to market rate units ran afoul of the Supreme Judicial Court's decision in Ardmore, which requires affordable housing projects to remain affordable if they are in violation of local zoning bylaws. The fiscal year 2025 budget for legal expenses was $132,500. The Advisory Finance Committee transferred $120,000 into this budget earlier, reason for Article 4. the town has expended approximately $227,244 for legal expenses through January. Approval of this article would increase the legal budget to fund anticipated legal expenses through the remainder of this fiscal year. While the town needs these funds in fiscal 2025, at this time, the legal budget proposed to be funded at $145,000 in fiscal year 2026. This represents an increase of $12,500 over the current year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Questions, comments, deliberation? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Keough's motion. This requires a majority vote. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. As always, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 382 in favor and 44 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. Next, Article 6, pertaining to a waste management enterprise fund. This time it is Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Remarks?
Yes, please. On July 1st, 2024, as many of you know, the town instituted a new waste management program, including pay-as-you-throw. This article seeks to establish an enterprise fund for this program, wherein the fees collected will be used to directly pay the expenses regarding waste management. The revenues collected through this program are user fees, including the transfer station permit fees and the pay-as-you-throw bags. The landfill budget, fully funded through taxation, previously covered these expenses in fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $809,080. The current program is estimated to generate $291,000 in revenues to offset expenses. The town will be asked to continue to fund a portion through taxation due to the revenues not currently covering all expenses, and this amount for fiscal year 26 is $430,730 as compared to last year's $809,080. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Questions, comments, deliberation? Down front. Yes, Mr. Savoy. Scout, finally get to use you. Can you bring your microphone down here, my left, your right, please?
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. Although enterprise funds do segregate expenditures, make them more visible, the one thing that it doesn't do is provide that revenue that comes in to offset the taxes that we paid for the operation of that. So my preference is that we do not create these enterprise funds so that the revenue is used to offset the tax costs. Thank you.
Response. Ms. Williams.
That is correct. So currently, the revenue that we get is used to offset taxation or offset the levy. We have, by removing the expenses out of the budget into the enterprise and also removing the revenue, there's no loss of revenue because let me start over. The revenue that we get right now to the general fund already offsets the landfill budget. By moving both the expenses and the revenue into the enterprise fund, there's no negative impact to the general fund budget. If we do receive additional revenues that would further cover what's intended to be raised and appropriated, we could make that adjustment in October.
Follow up, Mr. Savoy. Scout, please. Down here again. Down here. Thank you.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. Did I hear Mr. Keough say that there was a tax appropriation made? there was an appropriation from taxes that would go to this operation.
Yes, there will be in the following article, in the budget articles.
Okay, so I'm just saying that we are contributing to this cost through, by taxation, through taxation. So I do feel that any revenues that come in should offset those taxes.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Yeah, Ms. Williams, thank you.
So if we don't approve the Waste Management Enterprise Fund, the full expenses of this budget remain in the budget. So that means that the full cost of the landfill program, the waste management program, would remain in the budget as it does in this fiscal year under landfill. So I think the budget is just under $800,000 or just over $700,000. We would receive the revenue, as Mr. Savoy said, that would reduce the overall taxation. By moving this into an enterprise fund, it would create that clear accounting, and it would just put that revenue with it to offset the enterprise fund. So we have a history. So the Country Club Enterprise Fund is a good example, where one year we didn't think we would have enough revenue to cover the cost of running the golf course. And so at town meeting, there was an approval of an article, or there was an approval of a raise and appropriate that would supplement the enterprise fund revenue. By October, we had received enough revenue to cover the cost of the expenses at the country club, and so we were able to adjust it in October and fully cover that cost. To be very clear, we do not anticipate the revenue being able to fully cover the cost of this program, but if the revenues come in higher than that $291,000, we can make that adjustment in October to reduce the tax burden before we set the tax rate.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Savoy, I'll assume the last one was a follow-up. This will count as your second time speaking. Scout, once again down here to Mr. Savoy.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. Bottom line, I would prefer that town meeting vote on expenses for the waste management as opposed to putting this in a fund which virtually guarantees that this money will be spent. I prefer to reduce the tax rate and then make the appropriate expenditures on an individual basis outside of the enterprise fund, without an enterprise fund.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Ms. Williams, or Mr. Welch.
Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I'll just let everyone know that the town meeting does vote on enterprise expense funds, so just to be clear on that.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Mr. Conklin, Scout down here, straight ahead of me.
Hi, I think we're setting a precedent.
Name and address, please.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street.
Thank you.
I think we're setting a precedent here as far as enterprise funds. We've had one for the DPW for the stormwater, and now we're looking for one for the for this here. And I've heard the schools, they're looking at an enterprise fund for perhaps the busing, and so I think we should keep all of this stuff in the budget. And the amount of paperwork and the amount of people that have to shuffle these bills around and make these payments, I think it's ridiculous what has started to be done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, sorry. Whereabouts? Oh, didn't see you there. Thank you. Mr. Caprioli. Oh, wait a second. Mr. Masciarelli, microphone down here, he's working on it.
This doesn't work?
Hang on. Try again, Mr. Caprioli.
Is the mic working?
Now it is, yes.
Thank you. Caprioli, 9 Crown Ridge Road. Let me explain what's going on here. The enterprise fund is really merely an accounting scheme, i.e. maneuver, in order to suggest in the budget article that the waste management expenditure is less than it really is, because the enterprise fund will allocate money from the enterprise fund, and it won't show up as money's being spent in the budget. The reality is, we should really keep each expenditure in the budget so that we actually know what it is, what its changes are, and what it is and what the amount is in relation to other departments. We don't have an enterprise fund for the police department or the fire department or the DPW. They have or the school department even for that matter. They have their they have their budget in the articles itself, the expenditures articles. This is totally unnecessary. Let the money go into the general fund and then be spent in the budgets of each department, the waste management also being a department. There is a desire on my part, and I hope on the residents of this community's part, that we have a true, accurate, transparent, oh my God, is that word valuable today? Transparent awareness of the spending that occurs in the town of Westborough, who's doing it, and why. This is an attempt to mask that for waste management. There should be no attempt to mask any spending because it's already too manipulated to begin with. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bain.
Yes, Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive. I'm in favor of setting up an enterprise fund for this. Enterprise funds are designed for fee-based services. Not everyone in the town uses the landfill. It's easily segregated out. You pay for your pay-as-you-throw bags, for your stickers, et cetera. Not everybody uses the transfer station directly. Some use, curbside pickup, et cetera. What this does is like we do for water and sewer and other enterprise funds, separates out the fee-based system. So, and I know what I'm talking about.
Thank you. All right. I think we can all leave that out for the rest of the day. Yeah, Ms. Marshall.
Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. Just to clarify a couple points. One is the state is specific when an enterprise fund can be established. This is one of those areas that they allow, number one. And number two, I would propose that the enterprise fund actually creates much greater transparency, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Seeing no one else, our action comes on Mr. Johnson's motion, as you'll see there, which is to create a waste management enterprise fund. This motion requires a majority vote. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting is begun. Voting is ended. Oh, no, it hasn't, sorry. Projection went off. I thought it was the green light. Got to work in my peripheral vision. Now voting is ended. We have a vote of 361 in favor and 106 opposed. The motion carries. We now turn our attention to Article 7. However, you've been sitting there for many of you for like an hour and a half. I want to point out, as Mr. Leslie said before, there is a separate 4-page handout if there are copies left that we're going to be doing when we read through the budget. So if you don't have one, please get one now. And why don't we just take a quick stretch break? Just stand up for like a minute and just introduce yourself to your neighbor. Maybe you'll meet somebody new in town. And so don't talk too much. I'm going to start again. So just stand up. All right. Yeah. Somebody suggested it. So. All right. All right, thank you very much. Also, sit back down, please. Also, for those of you, okay. Okay, let's get started again. We want to get this done. All right, I won't do more stretch breaks if you don't get that seated back down. That'll make me be the bad cop. It seemed like a good idea that was suggested to me. All right, I'm going to start. Also, for those of you who are new and in the building, there are empty seats down front. There are some in the back. If you look around, there are empty seats. Okay, stretch break over, back to work. All right. Mr. Leslie, will you please take your position and we're ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay. Don't make me sorry we did that. Sit back down, everyone, please.
I don't think he's going to do this one again.
Quiet, please. I'm calling the meeting back to order. Thank you. As I said, if you're entering the building anew and don't have a seat, there still are. It doesn't look like there are many seats left, but if you look, there are plenty of seats left. Okay, please be ready. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, maybe we won't be doing that anymore. Sounded like a good idea. We'll see. All right. May I now please have you direct your attention as we turn our attention to Article 7, the budget. Mr. Leslie.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate such sums of money as may be necessary to defray the expenses of the several town departments for the ensuing fiscal year, and that each total read by the moderator be considered a separate motion made for each of the line items making up the total in the column marked Fiscal 2026 AFC Recommended Budget. I further move that the sum of $450,000 be transferred and appropriated from free cash to lower the tax rate. I further move that the sum of $194,970 be transferred and appropriated from free cash, $7,360 be transferred and appropriated from water retained earnings, $7,760 be transferred and appropriated from sewer retained earnings, and $5,000 be transferred and appropriated from country club retained earnings for the purpose of funding the OPEB trust fund. I further move that the sum of $3,001,280 be appropriated from the capital improvement fund towards the costs of FY 2026 debt. And I further move that the sum of $291,000 be raised from the fiscal 2026 waste management enterprise receipts, and $430,730 be raised from taxation for funding the fiscal 2026 waste management enterprise salaries and expenses. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Any other remarks? Any additional remarks?
Just want to reiterate the budget that we will be going through line by line is in the 4-page handout as mentioned before.
Thank you. I just want to mention, maybe over the hubbub you didn't hear, for those of you entering the room, there actually are plenty of available seats. I know not everyone's anxious to sit down front, but if you come in and come down the aisle and look, you'll see there are plenty of seats. And also, if your party needs some, maybe people can squish together. We're desperately trying to just use this room, and we're going to use it till it hits capacity so we don't have to go to an overflow room. So if you can just quietly look for a seat. So at this time, we have Mr. Leslie's main motion, and now on behalf of the Select Board, Ms. Williams is going to give a presentation about the budget as a whole, and then at that point, I will do the traditional reading of the line items where people can question individual line items, which we can then either act on as a block or take up separately. So with that said, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Start at the beginning. That's okay. So as the moderator just said, this presentation is a presentation just about the operating budget for Article 7. In our charter, we are charged with developing a budget that we put together and distribute to the Select Board, Advisory Finance Committee, and Capital Expenditures Committee not less than 10 days before the end of the calendar year, so December 21st. That's when it becomes fully available to the public and put online. And that except for the school budget, or as may be required by statute, the budget shall be in the form that the town manager deems desirable or the Select Board may require, and that's the GFOA budget that we put out every year. This year, going into fiscal '26, department heads were asked to prepare a level service budget. So that means providing all of the same services that we provided in fiscal '25. That does not mean no increases because, as we all know, different services increase in cost. We did also tell department heads that we would not support any new positions being added to the general fund. This budget comparison you have in your Finance Committee handbook. And this shows that the increase between fiscal '25 and fiscal '26 is just over 5%. Breaking that down, the town budgets are estimated to go up 3.46%, and then the school budget 5.18%, with fixed costs going up 2.72%, and then also increases in Worcester Regional Retirement and our Assabet Valley assessment. On the town side, salary and wages is 3.31%, represents $74 of the increase, and the expenses represent $23 of the increase. That asterisk is just showing that we do have one outstanding contract, which is with the Police Patrol Union, and so we put in a 2% placeholder in the budget for that unit. This is some personnel changes that we made in town departments. So one is that we've increased the program coordinator and the Council on Aging from 25 to 32 hours per week. This is something that we had anticipated increasing to 40 hours per week when we were talking about the addition of the community center. However, for fiscal '26, we're only increasing those 7 hours. That actually is zero net cost on the budget because we've offset it moving some of our handyman hours to the Elder Services Grant. In the planning department, in this fiscal year, we added an assistant town planner, which was funded for 6 months. We funded it for the full 12 months in fiscal '26. However, the Affordable Housing Trust has committed to paying 11 hours per week for that position because the position supports the Affordable Housing Trust. In the recreation department this year, we also added a second program coordinator, again, something that we had talked about with the addition of the community center. In fiscal '25, we funded that for 6 months, funding for a full 12 months in fiscal '26. But as one of our reductions, we've actually moved 3 months of that position onto the recreation revolving account. I think it's important to note that the revolving account pays for all of the expenses of the recreation department as well as all of the seasonal staff, and the general fund only pays for full-time employees. And then in the police department, back in 2022, we used ARPA funds to add 3 positions. This current fiscal year is the last year we can use those funds, and so they're fully funded on the budget in fiscal '26. This slide represents some of our larger increases in expenses. They look like smaller amounts, but some of our budgets are very small, so these represent a higher percentage. And then one I really want to point out is the Youth and Family Services. As I mentioned earlier, this year we have the new Youth and Family Services Clinical Services contract. The increase for '26 is about $4,000. When we projected out what the previous service delivery model would have cost in fiscal '26 and what is estimated to cost in fiscal '26 budget, it's about the same amount of money, and we are serving more people. These are our fixed costs, so we show the decrease in debt. The addition of Westborough TV, which we'll talk about under the next article, has also been included in our fixed costs. And here, I already showed this slide, but just wanting to show it again, showing our declining debt through 2045. Health insurance, it was mentioned by Mr. Leslie earlier, that this covers health insurance for all of our active employees as well as our retirees. And we had been told to estimate a 16.9% increase, and in working in partnership with our Insurance Advisory Committee and making some changes, including carrier, we would be able to go to an 8.4% increase. And then this is the landfill budget, which we just talked about. That's being moved to the enterprise fund. There are 2 pieces that would be retained in the general fund budget because they're general fund expenses, which is the waste removal in town buildings and the Sharps collection in the health department. This just shows how our revenues are applied. So we talk a lot about how we estimate revenues, and we talked a little bit about it under the other article. So all of the revenues that come in, as we estimate them, offset the levy. And so the blue is the tax levy, and then the other revenues, which make up the full bar, which is the total cost of the town services. We do use our free cash often. You'll see it throughout the warrant. What we did is we did a look back at all of our free cash articles, where if we didn't have free cash, how much it would have been as a raise and appropriate. So how much the impact would have been to the average single-family tax bill. So the orange represents what the RNA, the raise and appropriate, would have done to the tax bill, made it much higher than it was because we were able to use free cash for several expenses. And this is just an example of our comprehensive fiscal management policies. Just want to point out specifically on this slide that we are continuing to use $450,000 of free cash to lower the tax rate. The slide again I showed earlier, just showing our use of free cash. This is the 1% reduction that was mentioned earlier. So the Finance Committee did issue the memo after talking with the selectmen to both the school and the town departments. And so this represents the town reduction was about $300,000, and we were able to use an apportioned amount of the health insurance savings as part of that. So this slide here represents all the reductions. All the reductions are incorporated into the budget table you have in front of you, and these are the cuts that we've made, a lot of them in salary and wages, and recognizing $56,414 of the health insurance savings as part of that $300,000. This chart here again shows the average single-family increase. So with all of with the budget in front of you, we estimate $663 to the average single-family. This slide here shows comparative tax bill increases of our neighboring communities. So between 2020 and 2025, on average, Westborough and its neighbors have increased tax bills about 25%, with Northborough being slightly lower at 18%. And Shrewsbury being higher at 42%. And then this is my last slide, again, just a graphical representation of the apportionment of the increase. So when you look at that $663, where those percentages fall within the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. So for those of you who are new or who would like a reminder, as I said, this is our traditional reading of the line items. What Ms. Williams just presented was just an overview to set the stage based on Mr. Leslie's main motion. What I'm going to do now is read through each individual line item. And the way we do this here is that if line items are not questioned, we will vote on all the unquestioned line items as a bulk, just to save time. And then we will go back and address any questioned line item and have separate deliberations and separate votes on those. So in terms of efficiency, I would ask, you don't have to stand up at the microphone to question them, you just have to be ready to holler out question, and I will review and make sure I've got them all. And just in terms of efficiency, I would ask, only raise question if you want to talk about either getting more information to help you support your vote, or if you have alternate ideas. If you just have a question about how the money is used that's not going to affect your vote, I think there are better avenues for you to meet with people in, either at public meetings or whatever. So again, this is call out question if you would like to take the line item up separately in a separate vote. If it's not questioned, we will proceed and vote on all the unquestioned line items. So with that said, we now do the annual test to see if I have the right glasses prescription or not. Again, if you have the new copy of the 4-page handout that was there, or else there'll be a few changes if you only have the, we're going to put that up there, I guess. So it's the, I'm reading the middle column called FY 2026 AFC recommended. So town moderator, salaries and wages, 0. Town moderator expenses, 0. Board of Selectmen, Town Manager, salaries and wages elected, 0. Board of Selectmen, Town Manager, salaries and wages, $566,150. Expenses, $35,800. Finance Committee, salary and wages, $3,900. Finance Committee expenses, $2,300. Finance team, accounting, treasurer, collector, and assessors combined, salaries and wages, $942,338. Expenses, $135,608. Legal expenses, $145,000. Information technology and communications, salaries and wages, $375,202. Expenses, $644,000. Central purchasing, expenses, $103,600. Town clerk, elected, salaries and wages elected, $119,382. Town clerk, salaries and wages, $146,007. Town clerk expenses, $13,750. Planning department, salaries and wages, $217,078. Planning department expenses, $12,125. Board of Appeals, salaries and wages, $2,955. Board of Appeals expenses, $2,376. Insurance expenses, $19,578,564. Question on insurance expenses. Thank you. Police Department, salaries and wages, $4,639,002. Question on police salary and wages. Thank you. Police Department expenses, $320,295. Fire Department and ambulance, salaries and wages, $6,101,284. Fire Department ambulance expenses, $495,313. Community Development, which includes Building Inspector, Conservation Commission, and Economic Development Committee, salaries and wages, $802,458. Expenses for Community Development, $48,800. Weights and measures, expenses, $5,625. Animal control, salaries and wages, $94,113. Animal control expenses, $3,700. So on page 1, I heard two things questioned. I gotta make notes here. So far, I have heard insurance expenses and police salaries and wages. Carrying on, page 2, Department of Public Works, which includes building and grounds, salaries and wages, $2,547,054. Expenses, $1,479,980. Department of Public Works, snow and ice, salaries and wages, $189,636. Expenses, $484,000. Electricity expenses, $573,723. Sanitary landfill, salaries and wages, $0. Sanitary landfill expenses, $0. Health Department, salaries and wages, $300,741. Health Department expenses, $22,450. Council on Aging, salaries and wages, $420,402. Council on Aging expenses, $29,700. Youth Commission, salaries and wages, $68,411. Youth Commission expenses, $214,275. Veteran Services expenses, $111,122. Trustees of Soldiers Memorials, $3,500. Library salaries and wages, $1,056,911. Library expenses, $355,925. Recreation salaries and wages, $306,461. Cultural Council expenses, $4,500. Historical Commission salaries and wages, $10,000. Historical Commission expenses, $6,700. Debt expenses, $11,926,989. I heard no questions on that page. Okay, hearing none. For those of you who are entering, it may not look it from the back, but there are empty seats. If you could quietly walk up and down the aisles, you'll find there are places to sit. And if you could quietly take your look around, find a seat, that would be helpful. And also, if you need to have conversations, or if you have to make any noise that gets too excessive, there is an audio feed of the meeting out in the lobby where the voting staff is. You can always listen out there and come back in to vote. I do ask you to pay attention, but I also would prefer that we all be able to hear without interruption. Thank you. So now we turn to the third and final page of the budget. Country Club Enterprise, salaries and wages, $191,966. Expenses, $603,504. Sewer Enterprise, $1,069,538. Sewer Enterprise expenses, $622,715. Sewer Enterprise debt, $510,158. Wastewater treatment plant, salaries and wages, $34,219. Expenses, $6,549,400. Question on wastewater treatment plant expenses? Was that it? Okay, thank you. Okay, if the children really technically aren't supposed to be on the floor, but if they are and if they make noise, I would ask you to temporarily take them out so you can listen to the meeting. So I assume that anyone doing that isn't a voter, so you're welcome to stay quietly, but if the noise is going to continue, stay out in the lobby and then come in just to vote if you can. Thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being at town meeting, and I understand the difficulties with small children. Water Enterprise, salaries and wages, $859,335. Water Enterprise expenses, $2,783,763. Water Enterprise debt, $1,200,626. Stormwater Enterprise, salaries and wages, $126,058. Storm Enterprise expenses, $432,028. Stormwater Enterprise one-time capital, $96,000. Waste Management Enterprise, salaries and wages, $90,321. Waste Management expenses, $631,409. Question on Waste Management expenses? Thank you. Oop. Salaries and wages as well? Okay, thank you. Assabet Regional Vocational School expenses, $1,442,141. School Department, Westborough Public Schools, $70,466,789. Question, thank you.
Question, please.
Yeah, thank you, got it. All right, so on that page, I heard questions for wastewater treatment plant, expenses, waste management, salaries and wages and expenses, and then the school budget.
Town moderator, I also have a question on page 1. I didn't realize I had.
Okay, so is that a point of order? That's fine, all right.
Moderator,
Yeah.
I have a question on page 1.
Okay, could you get a microphone, state your name and address, and then tell me your question, please?
I just wanted to let you know I have a question on page 1.
Okay.
Regarding the finance and the IT budget, but I did get to note that.
Oh, page 1 of, okay, so you want me to go, oh, you're in page 1 of the budget, sorry.
I have questions.
Got
about
it,
page
that's
1.
all right. So you want me to also, was it salaries and wages or expenses?
Expenses under
Expenses.
finances and IT.
Okay, so it was IT and communications expenses.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Let me just get that down. Did you say something other than IT salaries and, sorry, IT expenses?
Yes, finances. Finance.
Oh, okay, which of that?
Finance, accounting, treasurer, collector.
Yeah, was it salaries and wages or
Expenses.
expenses?
Expenses.
It was
on
also
both.
expenses?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right. Hang on, just making my notes here so I know. So far, there are questions on finance team expenses, IT expenses, insurance expenses, police department salary and wages, wastewater treatment plant expenses, waste management salary and wages, waste management expenses, and schools.
Mr. Moderator, I have one more.
Who is, I'll let the person at the microphone go first.
Stormwater Enterprise,
Name and address, please.
Daniel Shore, 26 Haskell.
Yeah. What were you asking about?
Can I have that held? Stormwater Enterprise?
Stormwater Enterprise?
Yep, the whole category.
Both categories?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then was there one other person?
do.
Yes,
Bob
name and
Kristen.
address, please.
Bob Kristen, 16 Piccadilly Way. I have a question on the various expenses for sanitation, sanitary and landfill, why there are no expenditures for this year's budget.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me just, was that on page 2? Page 3, oh yes, there it is. Wait a second, where is sanitary landfill? Oh, there it is, it's on page 2, okay. All right, so hang on, so sanitary landfill. Fill, okay, so that's salaries, expenses. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So we are now going to act on Mr. Leslie's motion for the unquestioned items. So that means all the line items I read except for finance expenses, IT expenses, insurance expenses, police salaries and wages, sanitary landfill salary and wages, sanitary landfill expenses, wastewater treatment plant expenses, waste management salaries and wages, waste management expenses, and the school budget. So with that said, we are voting on all the unquestioned line items. That means all the line items read except the ones that I on that list that I just read. When the green light goes on, we will be voting for those. Voting has started. Again, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. The budget article requires a majority vote. Voting is ended. We have 483 in favor, 67 opposed. The vote carries. We now turn our attention to the questioned items. So the first of the questioned items, hang on, let me just get this. The first of the questioned items is finance expenses. Will the person who asked the question please state your name and address, and then your questions, please.
Yep. Saroja Hansoge, 105 West Main Street. My question is, I noticed that there's a 24.8% increase on the expense notation here under finance, accounting, treasurer, collector, and assessors. I would like to, if you can clarify what the key driver of such a significant increase in expense is, and what is that cost driver, and just give us a quick basis for why we're seeing such a big jump. And if you'd like me to ask, I'm pretty much going to ask the same question about the IT item as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steinberg, would you like to address that?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Steinberg, Finance Director. That increase is directly tied to a move within the budget. The audit was always previously in the Select Board Town Manager budget. We felt this year it'd be better to go to the Finance Department budget since we're involved with the audit. That's the increase. There was also a slight increase from the $30,000 that had been previously budgeted for that. Our audit has gone up, and this year it was split between two budgets to cover it, but it's going to be $42,000 next year. That's the driver of that budget increase.
So audit expenses were the driver of the increase
That's
for
exactly
the finance?
it. There's a line item that's been added to the finance of professional services that's an individual line item unto itself for the audit. Yes, the offset, there's a negative in the select board, and we did some other adjustments, attempted to offset that within the finance department.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone? Let's see.
Should I ask for the same regarding the IT since
No, not yet. So just so you know how the process works, we're going to vote on these each one at a time. You'll be right back up, so good thing you're close. Okay, we now have, I see no other votes, I see no other questions. We now will vote on the finance team expenses line, sorry, got to find that now, of $135,608. So when the green light goes on, we're voting on the finance team expenses. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 502 in favor and 72 opposed. The motion carries. Now we turn our attention to the questioned item of information technology and communication expenses. And again, just to go through the formality, name and address in your question, please.
Saroja Hansoge, 105 West Main Street, and asking a similar question. Basically, would like to understand what drove the 12% increase for the expenses line item that I'm seeing under information technology and communications. If you can explain the key cost driver and the basis for that increase.
Mr. Stockman.
Yeah, Mark Stockman, your IT director. We've kind of had a perfect storm this year where a lot of times we'll enter into 3-year contracts to reduce costs. 2 of them are due this year, and obviously we've seen a lot of inflation in the last 3 years. I can go down to the biggest ones item by item, but that's sort of an overall view.
So inflation, I'm hearing, was a key cost driver, or rather, contributor to the expense.
The most significant, yeah. But I can go through from the highest item and start working down.
Any other, just to get an idea, what if outside of inflation, was there any other big expenditure that occurred that drove that cost?
Well, why don't I go through the list and work our way down?
Okay.
So we have new hardware, which was supported at a previous town meeting for police and town hall. It's virtualization hardware, and it enabled us to consolidate a lot of our hardware onto one single platform. It had been under a 3-year warranty and initial support contract. So now that is over, we need to pay the licensing and the support services going forward. That's a $12,000 increase. The next one is our endpoint security, managed detection and response. That's a critical piece of our security infrastructure. Once again, 3-year contract is up, so we had the benefit of having locked into a very good rate, and now we have to redo that again. That's expected to go up $9,800. AmbiPro EMS, this was migrated to the cloud, but it was partially offset by eliminating hardware and licensing costs. That increase is expected to go up $9,600. Log aggregation, which is a requirement. Hold on one second. Log aggregation and audit platform was identified as a high-risk item from the 2022 NIST Cybersecurity Framework Risk Assessment. This is an essential tool used by most IT organizations. It's typically a cloud-based application which centralizes an organization's critical IT infrastructure monitoring. This allows for trend monitoring, reporting, and alerting, and the town has many of these functions spread across multiple applications. However, it's not centralized, and there are gaps in our existing coverage. That's $7,500. Cloud backups. We added police and dispatch backups to Amazon's GovCloud platform. That increased $4,700. Are we, at this point, the numbers are going to kind of go down.
Yeah, I think you're good, but it sounds like what you did was the virtualization seems to be your biggest expense, and then later you added in endpoint security and additional cybersecurity upgrades to hopefully increase Westborough's security posture.
Well, the security is not changing. It's just the cost is going up.
Okay. Sorry, it seemed like you were spending, and that's fine, but the costs have gone up as well, it sounds like. So, okay, I mean, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else, our action comes on the, well, now I gotta flip my page back. Our action comes on the IT expense budget, information technology communications. The amount I read was $644,000. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting is begun, As always, pressing 1 means you in favor, voting yes on the motion. Pressing 2 is a vote of no. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 557 in favor and 52 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. The next question line item was insurance expenses. May I ask whoever had questioned that to please identify themselves and get a microphone and ask their question. It's in the middle, Scout in the middle of, I think, about 4 rows down from the back. Can you raise your hand again, please, sir? Thank you. A microphone will be being passed in. Give us a second. So, right here. As always, once you get the microphone, make sure it's working, state your name and address, and then the nature of your question. Thank you.
John Metzger, 200s Road, Westborough here. I noticed that the insurance increase, I think, was 30% of the overall increases. There's really no detail on what is changing, what the insurance coverages are, what kinds of insurance we have under this item. Could we get some detail on both what kinds of coverages are and which parts are increasing in which ways? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Assistant Town Manager, thank you.
We have
name and title, please.
Kim Foster, Assistant Town Manager. Within the insurance budget, we have our employee health and medical insurance, and we are seeing, we're anticipating a significant cost increase there. Our premiums for our active employee plans are expected to go up 8.3%. We also carry our property liability, casualty, and workers' compensation insurances in that budget. And we did see a significant increase in our property insurance premiums, and that's due largely to our loss claims. That is expected to increase about $450,000.
Thank you. Yes, at the microphone.
Yes. Has the town considered...
Name and address, please.
Oh, Joseph Considine, 10 Smith Street. Have you considered less expensive alternative health insurance? We all pay health insurance, but many of us have to select plans that have co-pays, and we bear a lot of the expenses. So I expect the town employees to, reflect a similar expense.
Ms. Williams.
Christy Williams, Town Manager. The health plan we look at regularly. The employees and the retirees who are on the plans do pay co-pays. They also pay deductibles. That was actually part of the plan changes this year. So we do have those types of plan design changes that we look at routinely, and the employees do pay. They pay 25% of their insurance coverage, and then they also pay co-pays and deductibles.
But you didn't answer the question. The question is, did you consider less expensive alternatives?
Yeah, sorry. So yes, so we did consider other plans. So currently we're with Blue Cross. In fiscal 26, we hope to move to Harvard Pilgrim, which is much less expensive. Blue Cross had quoted us a 16.9% increase. We actually, across Massachusetts, municipalities are seeing double-digit increases, actually upwards of 20%, and that's really largely due to the semaglutide drugs, which are very expensive. And so we actually got a very favorable increase in making these changes at 8.4%.
So would you, in the spirit of disclosure, would you provide more details? It is unfair to make all the people sitting in this room pay for better insurance than many of us have.
Is that a question? Mr. Johnson.
I'm not sure what the question was there, sorry.
I want more details on what the previous speaker said. they give us all this detail on stuff that doesn't matter, but this is 30% of the budget, or what somebody just said, and she's not providing any details on what are the alternatives that could save the town money.
So do you want us to go through the details of what the insurance coverage is?
I want you to release the alternatives that you consider, and are there ways for the town to save money by just being on not as premium of a health insurance? It's not fair that many of the people sitting in here don't have as good insurance, and we're all paying for it.
I'm not sure how to answer it. So there was negotiations that happened to reduce that line item, which was going to be close to a 17% increase. So we basically are terminating our insurance coverage with Blue Cross and Blue Shield. We're switching providers. We had to negotiate that with all the various unions that are covered through the Insurance Advisory Committee. We have an insurance consultant that comes in and helps us look at all plan designs. This was the most reasonable plan design. We increased employee deductibles within these plans. So we have done work, and we do this every year, just like companies do as well. I think we've done a very good job in terms of negotiating that. I understand from your question, Mr. Constantine, you don't think we've done enough. I believe we have done that and got agreement through our employees and through our unions. If there are further suggestions of things we can do, we'd be happy to hear them, but I do think that the work we have done to bring what we think is a very favorable, we don't want to pay the increase either. We think that our employees deserve to have health insurance. They pay, as we said, they pay co-pays. We have increased deductibles. We've added a high deductible plan in the last couple of years, like a lot of companies to do to basically help us save. Again, it's work that we do and negotiate on an annual basis on behalf of the town.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. There's a woman over here at this microphone. Name, address, and question, please.
Felicia Vatesman, 27 West Street. Just a comment, if you're unhappy with your insurance or struggle, if your insurance isn't good, why would you vote for other people to have less than? And then make the motion to vote.
Thank you. I will advise voters who listen to all the discussions today, not just this one. I'll share something when people talk to me about the Finance Committee. What I like to tell them is we can ask all the questions we want. We can't always get all the information we necessarily need right here, right now, and your power is to withhold your vote if you don't get the information you want. But so that's just a word of wisdom that I share with people sometimes. So with that said, seeing no other discussion, our vote comes on the insurance expenses line item, which, as I read previously, was $19,578,564. When the green light here goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Again, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of that motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has ended. We have 522 in favor, 522, and 98 opposed. That is more than a majority vote. The motion carries. The next questioned line item I had was Police Department salaries and wages. May I ask whoever questioned it to please come to a microphone or tell me you need a microphone brought to you, and state your name, address, and ask your questions. The gentleman over here, microphone on my left.
Walter Foster, 105 Adams.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Walter.
Yeah, tilt it up, yeah.
Walter Foster, 105 Adams.
Thank you.
Good. The current increase is almost 6%, which is twice what the COLA rate was negotiated for your clerks.
Yeah, can you just move closer to the microphone,
Sorry.
please? Thank you.
Just the salaries have increased almost 6% this year, which is twice the COLA that was negotiated in one of the contracts that was mentioned earlier. Wanted to know, why is it twice that? And looking at what it was in 24, it's gone up 18%. Why is it such a significant increase in the last 2 years?
Okay, thank you. Anyone like to address that? Ms. Williams.
Christy Williams, Town Manager. The COLA, I just want to clarify, so the COLA that I mentioned earlier, so the police department has some non-union employees in it, and then it has 2 unions. So we have the supervisors union and the patrol union. We have settled the contract with the supervisors union, and so part of this increase is the result of settling that contract with the supervisors. We have also implemented a non-union compensation study for the non-union folks in that department. I think there's only 4. And then the one I mentioned earlier was the patrol union contract, which is not settled. So we're carrying a 2% increase for those members, understanding that we will likely need to make an adjustment in October or when that contract is settled.
Oh, it was Chief.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Also, as I mentioned earlier, in fiscal '23, we brought on 3 new positions using ARPA funds, and we've incrementally moved those positions onto the general fund budget, decreasing the use of the ARPA funds because those are one-time grant funds. We actually can't use them anymore. So the last year of using them was this fiscal year. So in fiscal '26, we're seeing an increase because those positions are fully on the budget, and that reflects a little over $100,000.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any follow-up?
Yes. What has been the population increase over the last 4 years? Is it commensurate with that increased need for policing?
Chief Minardi?
Hi, Todd Minardi, your police chief. I can't speak exactly to the population increase. I'd have to look at the census data. I could focus you back on the 2018-2019 study that was presented by the town for the staffing for the police department. That actually had us scheduled to be at 44 officers presently. We're currently staffed at 40. So I didn't ask for any additional officers this year based on the budget numbers and understanding the impact to you all and the citizens of our community. However, I also have a responsibility to this community and to my officers to make sure that we're properly staffed. So I do expect to ask for additional staffing in the future, but it's not just solely based on what our population increase is. It's also based on what our call volume is and other factors that also feed into that.
So have your call volumes increased by that amount?
Significantly. And there was a staffing study done. It came out January 2019. Has a lot of information in it. I'd be happy to share that with you. If you ever want to come in and see me, I'd be happy to sit down and discuss it with you in my office.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just in the future, if there's another increase, I would like more data than 5 years ago. You said 2019 study, is there? But I understand.
I'd be happy to do another staffing study. It would also have to be funded by your tax dollars.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Welch.
Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I just want to address I think the first part of your question in regards to the increase in population in town. I don't have the 5-year data, but according to the town manager's chart presented earlier, in 2010 we were at 18,274. We are now at 21,567, and I believe the latest data I saw on the census was a projection of 2025 data as actually over 22,000. Additionally, I just want to point out that that's residences, that's not businesses included.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Yes, person at the microphone over here.
Virginia Jimenez, 17 Forest Lane. So my question is, because I'm looking at the book where these people, the town employees actually get paid, and their salaries, and I'm like, they get paid, these police officers get paid more than anybody here, plus they get raises more than anybody in this town, and on top of that, they're getting paid twice. And I just don't understand. I mean, this is Westborough, the crime isn't that high. I mean, unless you're talking about Route 9 and those emergencies, why do we need this much money, you all, to get paid more than anybody else here?
Thank you. Mr.
Todd
Manali.
Menotti, your police chief. I take exception to the fact that police officers get paid more than anybody. We've actually lost 10 police officers in less than a year that left the town of Westborough to take employment in other departments where they get paid more. The cost associated with hiring a new employee and training and equipping them is astronomical, and that has to do with their salary. If you look at the book, there's salary and then there's pay details. Everybody has the opportunity to get a second job to subsidize their income. Police officers do work details and they make extra money. So I'm not really sure where you're saying police officers get paid more than anybody.
I mean, I'm looking at it, you guys are getting paid twice, and you're saying because of detail. So then, I mean, and then every year I come to these meetings, you're asking for a new truck or a new car, and then a new employee, but yet here we are paying,
Mr. Moderator.
I mean, we just got to accept it, right? That's what you're saying.
Or you can vote against the budget.
I do.
Okay, hang on. Ms. Williams.
I just want to clarify, so when you're looking at, I think you're looking at the employee earnings report in the annual report, I think that's what you're looking at. Okay, so.
One person at a time, please.
$100,000,
Yep.
and then on top of that, over another 40 grand.
Okay, thank you.
So.
I want to be a police officer.
Okay, Ms. Williams' turn.
Not getting paid that much.
Ms. Williams.
So the police officers get their salary, and then, as the chief pointed out, they also have the opportunity to work details, and the detail pay is paid by the businesses that are asking for the details. And we break that out to be transparent to the community. So they're not getting paid twice, they're getting their salary, and on top of that, they're getting whatever they work over and above for details. And I just also want to comment I just want to state on the comment that they get raises more than anyone else. I just want to be clear that both employee unions are on three-year employment contracts, as are all of our collective bargaining.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Is that Mr. George?
Old George, 19 Robin Road. I have no question about the salaries or anything to do with the police or the fire. What's bothering me is that it's cost me $1,000 a month to live in Westborough. Now, the police and fire are essential to all of us, but it's basically based on population. And the population in Westborough during the day is significantly higher than the population at night. But our tax rate, commercially and residentially, is the same. Now, in order to deal with this, I believe we should take a really hard look at the commercial tax rate, because it's causing about 50% of our expenses that's being borne by the residents. All right? So it's something we should be looking at. And we can't get away from the fact that the number of people we have require the number of police and fire and ambulances that we have. But we've ignored that fact because we bear the expense as residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. Yep. I'll point out for those interested, the split tax rate is something acted upon by the select board, so I would suggest sometime after town meeting you express your thoughts about it to them. The woman at the microphone back here, please.
Yes, Jackie Kelly, 6308 Peters Farm Way. I stand up here to express my concern about bickering about money that is spent on those who proudly serve our community, put their life in danger, and I fully support the budget for paying these brave men and women who serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Remember, your vote is your biggest power. I prefer that we don't now have interruptions. Is that Ms. Anderson?
Janet Anderson, 7 Chauncey Street. I move the question.
Ms. Anderson is moving the question, the purpose of which is to terminate debate. We've heard debate pro and con. So I will entertain the motion. So for those of you new to town meeting or need a reminder, terminating debate's not debatable. It means we go straight to a vote. If 2/3 of you say that you've heard enough deliberation and want to go to the vote on the main motion, we will. But this particular vote is strictly on whether you want to terminate debate. So when the green light goes on, voting has begun. So remember, this is not for or against the police department. This is whether we want to continue debating it. And it requires a 2/3 vote. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 576 in favor, 60 opposed. Debate is now terminated. That means we now turn to the motion at hand, which is police department salaries and wages in the amount I read previously of $4,639,002. Now when they've reset and when the green light goes back on, we are now voting on the police department salaries and wages budget. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote in opposition, as always. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 525 in favor, 111 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. As we turn to our next questioned item, I got to get a new page here. While I'm getting set up, just a reminder about decorum is that, as I said at the beginning, and I know some of you weren't here, town meeting is intentionally a structured conversation. One person at a time speaks. I decide who's speaking, and cross-examination is out of order, and I reserve the right to have all questions directed through me. For efficiency purposes, I traditionally let people speak directly, but that's not the way it has to be. And just because I know these are heated times at times and we all have deep emotions, I just want to keep in mind, I want to keep the structure going so everyone can hear one person talking at a time. With that said, we now turn to the question sanitary landfill, both salaries and wages and expenses. So here's what we're going to do. Because although we are going to vote on them separately, I believe that the questions related to sanitary landfill salaries and expenses are also related to the fact that on the next page there is a waste management enterprise fund. I'm going to allow discussion on salary, on the sanitary landfill salaries and expenses, salary and wages and expenses. And in order to answer the questions and to get people, since this is a transition year, or it's proposed to be a transition year, I will let the discussion also include the Waste Management Enterprise Fund. Also, we can cover both salaries and wages and expenses, but we, as I said, we will vote on them separately since we have to sort of go in order. So I'll start by asking, are you the person who questioned sanitary?
Yes.
Okay, name and address and then your question, please.
Sure. My name is Bob Kristen. I reside at 16 Piccadilly Way here in Westborough. And it was a simple question, which I guess you're kind of partly answering it now. I wanted to know why there were no expenses budgeted for sanitary landfill, but yet when you go on to the next page there under wastewater treatment and plant, there's some sizable expenses. So I was wondering if there was like a reclassification of these expenses in this year's budget. That was my question.
When you said wastewater treatment, did you mean waste management enterprise? Because that's the one that relates,
I was looking at wastewater treatment plant, which seems to have a sizable increase in expenses. Maybe it's not related, but I wanted to know why initially there was no expenses in the sanitary one.
All right, thank you. Let's let Mr. Johnson address your question.
Sure. Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. As was just voted on in Article 6 before we got to the budgets where we approved the Waste Management Enterprise Fund. That was a transfer from sanitary landfill, which was the old budget, now to that page 3, the Waste Management Enterprise Fund. So not the wastewater. We can handle that as a separate question, I think, for the moderator, but the reason it's 0 there is because it got transferred out of there to the Waste Management Enterprise Fund on page 3 of the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Did you have a question? Is that Mr. Hyde?
Yes, Michael Hyde, 42 Adams Street. I raised the question on the salaries and wages on the waste management enterprise, which is at 90,000.
Does this, sorry, before you answer your question, is this going to affect your vote on having sanitary landfill go down to 0? Because we will come back and talk about the specifics of waste management. I just wanted to allow those to be discussed so the answers could interleave. But if your question is not going to affect your vote on this one, could I have you hold it up and ask for the next one?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hyde. I just didn't want people to wonder why we were jumping from topic to topic. Mr. Savoy, would you like to speak? My question's on waste management. Okay, we're going to talk about that when we get to the next page. Thank you. I didn't mean that we were going to do all the discussion. I just wanted to make it open, so thank you. All right, with that said, I don't see any other questions about the sanitary landfill wages and expenses. So let's vote on those as a block. So we are now voting on the motion I read on behalf of the Advisory Finance Committee for sanitary landfill salaries and wages and sanitary landfill expenses both being 0. When the green light goes on, voting 1 is a vote in favor of those proposed line item amounts of 0, and voting 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have votes on both of 573 in favor and 32 opposed. That particular motion carries. Okay, we now turn our attention to the next and final page of the budget here, still dealing with Article 7. The first question that I had marked was wastewater treatment plant expenses of $6,549,400. May I ask who had the question on the wastewater treatment plant expenses? Is that Mr. Savoy? Was it wastewater or waste management?
Wastewater.
That's the next one. Sorry. So we're talking about wastewater treatment plant right now. The gentleman back at the microphone, were you questioning the wastewater treatment plant expenses?
Yes.
Okay, name, address, and your question, please.
Walter Foster, 105 Adams. Just looking at the expenses over the last 2 years, they've gone up by $2 million or over 40% where they were 2 years ago. What is the reason for this increase in wastewater treatment?
Thank you. Is there anyone here from the treatment plant board who would like to answer, or anyone who can take their place? Sorry. Oh, back in the corner. Scout over here, back row, right by the wall, I believe. Name and address, please.
Rick Kotowski, 5 Arch Street. I am a member of the Wastewater Treatment Plant Board. I don't know the specifics on this. I did not get involved with the development of the budget numbers, but we do have one significant capital project that is undergoing currently, which is replacement of the rotors in the oxidation tank out there. Please don't quote me on these numbers because I'm pulling them out of my memory from some of the board meetings. I know this is a multi-million-dollar project, and it is scheduled to end in 2026. I will say I think the board has done a great job of trying to anticipate capital project needs for equipment replacement and repair going forward, and has worked diligently with our consultants to put together a capital management plan that will spread these expenses as much as possible. But I believe the increase you're seeing here is from this one major project that is by far the most significant one that's on the horizon for the next couple of years. Thank you.
Because there are many new people here, would you like to summarize how the wastewater treatment plant works in terms of money going into Westborough and then also being partially paid by other towns? Just because I think there's new people here who don't know the history of it.
I'd love to, but I don't have the knowledge on those specific questions
All right,
to
thank
answer
you. All right.
reliably.
Mr. Steinberg, can you answer? So, Mr. Steinberg.
John Steinberg, Finance Director. While not directly involved with the formulation of the budget, I do have some information about the increase that came directly from the Treatment Plant Board Administrator. Just to back up one second and define and explain to people about the wastewater treatment plant. The wastewater treatment plant was developed as a 3-town undertaking. The majority of it, over 40%, is paid for by Shrewsbury. Then there's Westborough, that's 30 and change, forgive me for not knowing the exact percentages, and then Hopkinton. Hopkinton and Shrewsbury pay the town directly as an offset for their portion, and in the end, it's based upon use, what they take in. The increases for this year are tied to the Veolia contract, who is the operator of the wastewater treatment plant. Their base contract has a CPI factor that's adjusted each year. As part of that additional factor is the additional expenses that go along with it. This year, they've seen a 39% increase in chemical costs, 11% increase in sludge and disposal. There's a very limited market for disposal. Right now, they think for this current year, they'll be okay relative to expenses where they dispose at Upper Blackstone. They believe that Blackstone is getting many requests, in fact, they know, for alternate clients, and they believe the rates for disposal at Blackstone will be increasing substantially. And they need to be conservative in covering that. Any additional funds that are brought in for the wastewater treatment plant is reserved for the respective towns. So the ultimate factor that was used this year to calculate for the projected budget was 8%. CPI is just one portion of that that's applied to the base portion of the budget. I know that members of the Finance Committee have expressed concern about the use of CPI. The ultimate application of a number is built not just with the use of CPI against the base of the contract, but those added expenses. I couldn't tell you what percentage lies where, other than the effective rate that's applied to it of 8%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Wes, did you have any follow-up, sir? Are you all set for now? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Shafford, are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee.
Okay, will you just identify that, please?
Yes, Rod Shafford, 8 Parkman Street. I'm the representative from the Finance Committee to the wastewater treatment plant. As Mr. Steinberg alluded to, the CPI that was used this year was 8%. I question whether that was higher than it needed to be. I checked it with Mr. Payette on his Veolia contract for the water treatment plant. He's using 5%. After discussion with the board, we agreed to keep it at the 8%, but I've been assured that it'll be based on the actual rate, not the 8%. Whatever is spent, I believe will be significantly less than that. So I think this is a conservative value and will only be billed based on what the actual CPI turns out to be, which will be later this year.
Thank you. Name, address, please.
Sherry Wolfson, 12308 Peters Farm Way, Westborough. My understanding was that there was also a capacity issue with the wastewater treatment and that there was a moratorium on future connections. So if that's the case, it seems to me that we need to expand it. So is any of this money or any of the increases going to address that?
Is there anyone who would like to address the question about the capacity? Ms. Williams?
So the short answer is no. The increase, as Mr. Steinberg explained, covers the cost of the plant as it currently exists. There have been discussions at the treatment plant, and perhaps Mr. Kotowski can speak to it, about the need. They recognize the need for future expansion potentially, also looking at alternative ways to meet our sewer capacity needs. And I know we'll hear more about it from our Public Works Director later this town meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Seeing no more hands raised, our action now comes. Oh, sorry, where do I see? Oh, Mr. Krosky, sorry, I didn't see you back there.
Rick Kotowski, 5 Arch Street, again, a member of the Wastewater Treatment Plant Board. Sorry, I didn't realize sitting in the corner like this would put you out of my line of sight so well. I just want to address, there are 2 separate issues with regard to the expansion. The plant flows currently are approaching 80% of what we are permitted to have, and by a requirement from, I can't remember if it's the DEP or the EPA, once we cross that limit, we will have to start considering what to do for expansion. That unfortunately, is really independent of the moratorium on the sewer, because the sewer collection system falls under the Department of Public Works. And they are doing their due diligence to investigate what is involved with the collection of the sewage that flows into the plant and everything. But I want to make people aware, there are two separate issues involved there: the sewage collection and the sewer collection system, which again is under the DPW, and the expansion of the plant. At this point, there are no solid plans for the expansion, but as I say, we are approaching to the point where that is going to become an issue. And in fact, Shrewsbury has already contacted us and requested us to start investigating how we could possibly expand the plant in the future. But there's nothing in the budget that addresses sewage treatment plant expansion at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll try to do a more careful look. All right, now I think we're ready to act on the question. So we have before us action on the wastewater treatment plant expenses line of $6,549,400. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has ended. The vote is 570 in favor and 57 opposed. The motion carries. Our next item is stormwater enterprise. Both salaries and wages and expenses were questioned. So just in terms of efficiency, why don't we allow the conversation, the deliberation to cover both, and then depending on how the deliberation goes, we'll either vote on them together or separately. So the question about stormwater enterprise salaries, wages, or expenses, name and address, please.
Daniel Shore, 26 Haskell Street. Yeah, my question, because this is an enterprise and it's a fee that was set up 2 town meetings ago, I believe, is when this first went into effect.
The stormwater?
I'm sorry, the stormwater, yes.
Do you want to know when it took effect?
When did the enterprise, I know it was 2 years ago. I don't need to have you look that up.
Well, the actual enterprise fund was just created, I believe, in Article 6.
So my question is where the salary comes into play, because there's not a separate department, it's part of the Department of Public Works, and how that salary is appropriated based on the fees collected. That's the question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pant?
Good morning, Chris Pant, Director of Public Works. So many of our employees are paid through contributions by this enterprise funds. So we have a water enterprise fund, sewer enterprise fund, as mentioned, a stormwater fund, and some aspects of people's salaries are paid out of those funds. And so in this case, we have a stormwater engineer position that is funded through the stormwater enterprise fund.
Thank you. My mistake when I said the fund was created in a previous article, I got confused yet again. I was talking about waste management. This is the stormwater one. This is indeed the fund that we started getting billed for and paid for separately a couple of years ago. So my apologies, Mr. Short, for making it sound like I screwed up. So. Any other questions about either stormwater salaries and wages or expenses? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote on both items. So we have stormwater enterprise salaries and wages of $126,058 and stormwater enterprise expenses of $432,028. When the green light goes on, we'll be voting for both. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of each article, of each amount. Voting 2 is a vote in opposition. As I said, voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 524 in favor and 86 opposed. The motion carries. Now, hopefully for one of the last times this meeting, I'll try to suspend my confusion. Now we move to the Waste Management Enterprise Fund, where both salaries and wages and expenses were questioned. As we just did, I will allow questions and deliberation on both since they're most likely interleaved, and then we'll decide on whether we vote on them separately or together. So now, Mr. Hyde, you want to speak on this?
Michael Hyde, 42 Adams Street. Yes, my question is only on the salaries and wages for the 90,000 figure, which is new this year, and where that came from. And is this a new position? So just some explanation of that figure's origin.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Ms. Williams.
Christy Williams, Town Manager. The salary and wages covers three positions, three part-time positions for waste management coordinators. Essentially, we have two 19-hour-a-week positions and one 9-hour-a-week position that work at the transfer station to provide education and enforcement around the pay-as-you-throw program. It has been extremely successful in terms of making sure that folks who are supposed to be using the transfer station under the town's contract are using the transfer station under the town's contract. When this first went into place on July 1st, we found that there were several people from out of town who had not purchased a sticker who were attempting to use the transfer station, and we believe that having these individuals at the transfer station has resulted in the decrease in that budget that you see today.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Savoy. Scout, microphone down here, please. Thank you.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. This is the concern that I had about the enterprise fund. Here we are, we're appropriating $721,000. My understanding earlier, I think with Select Board Member Johnson, that a portion of that would be coming from another source. Why are we appropriating the entire amount, is my question.
Yes, Ms. Williams?
Mark, can you put up the motion for the budget, please? So we do have to approve the expenses, which Mr. Johnson did state as well. So we do have to approve the full salary and wages and the full expenses, as you do with all of the wastewater enterprise funds. But just showing you at the end of this motion, you'll see that part of this motion says, I further move that the sum of $291,000 be raised from the waste management enterprise receipts. So that's what we had talked about previously, that revenue, and $430,730 would be raised through taxation.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Savoy.
I would just mention again that when we're talking about enterprise funds and we're talking about receipts from that enterprise, we do not see those funds go to reduce the assessed property taxes, and that's my concern. I would raise for reconsideration of Article 6, but I think time has passed on that. But that's the concern I have with regards to enterprise funds. The receipts from those funds do not reduce the property tax assessment, property tax revenue.
Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I actually believe that they do by this vote. So if we did not have the enterprise fund, you'd be raising all $700,000 off the tax rate. In this case, you're only needing to raise $430,000 off the tax bill because we're directly offsetting your tax bill with the receipts of $291,000. So it is a savings on your tax bill by the use of the enterprise fund. If that wasn't there, if you look at the total expense amount, that would be what would have to raise and appropriate.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, name and address, please.
William Sperlin, 4 Stratton Drive. I would ask those who address the meeting on an article to indicate whether they are recommending voting for or against the article.
Okay, sorry, can you just restate your question?
I'm asking anyone who addresses the meeting on with a question or...
Okay, so you'd like them to clearly say whether they're for or against?
Just to indicate if they're for or against it, if they're planning to vote for or against it.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so it's been suggested, and it's one of the things that I believe is in my brief guide, but if I'll put it in next year, is that it is suggested that if somebody speaks, they speak in, whether they're speaking in favor or against the article, or if they're asking questions, just to help people follow the conversation. So I can't make you do that, but I would strongly suggest it. And before I carry on, Mr. Savoy, I'll let you do one more follow-up. Did you?
Just one.
Yeah.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. Going forward into the years ahead of us, will that same process take place? In other words, will there be funds from the enterprise fund, receipts into that fund will go to reduce the assessment, tax assessment?
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. Simple answer is yes. That will continue.
Thank you. Whose point of order this time? Yes. Scout down here, my right, your left. Name, address, and point, please.
Andrew Kenningsburg, 3 Smith Street. I just want to point out that some people are being allowed to speak more than twice on the same topic, which is against the town meeting rules, and other people are not being allowed to do so. So I'd like you to think about that going forward here.
Okay, well, let me address that. For those of you who've been at town meeting before, I do allow somebody to speak to count as one of their times. So they're timing the person speaking for the 2.5 minutes. I do allow them to ask an introductory question, get an answer, and then ask a follow-up. So we are tracking that, and I do agree that now Mr. Savoy has spoken twice. But the reason why sometimes you may see them get to ask 2 or 3 questions is that if it's a related series of questions, the 2.5 minutes allows the follow-up question as well. So I'm very aware of that, and thank you for making me clarify that so people don't get confused about that.
Thank
you, Mr. Kenningsburg. With that said, I will go to Mr. Bain.
Okay.
I'll see.
I was
Mr. Bain.
first. All right, Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive. I just want to go back to the revenue and expenditures summary on page, I think, well, it's on your 4-page supplement. And on there, in the expenditure side, there's Waste Management Enterprise Fund, $721,730. In the revenues, the Waste Management Enterprise Fund revenues, there's $721,730, which is basically wiping out. So we would get revenue to wipe out the expenditure. Am I missing something as far as where we're raising our additional monies? And where is that on that sheet?
So you're asking where...
AFC, I'm trying to get clarification.
You want to know where the revenue... It's just to try to clarify because I see people trying to figure out how to answer it. So say it again.
Okay. If we look at the revenue and expenditures estimate report, it's the first page of the 4-page handout.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's well, it's actually highlighted, grade. There's, for the Waste Management Enterprise Fund, there's $721,730 for expenditures. Down below, under revenues, there's a matching on Wastewater Management Fund, another, or $721,730 revenue.
Okay.
So basically, it wipes out, which all the other enterprise funds, they're put in on the expenditure side and then they're taken out on the revenue side. So it shows that it doesn't affect our taxes, our tax levy. So I'm trying to understand if that's there, where are we raising, per the motion on Article 7, the additional money?
The 400 or something thousand that was mentioned? Are you talking about this amount here?
Yes. Is that a transfer?
Well, the motion says raised from taxation. I'll let Mr. Steinberg answer.
Yeah, can you help me out there, John?
Sure, John Steinberg, Finance Director. It's a good question. The answer to the question is, where it appears in the revenues is to offset the full amount of the budget that's being appropriated. The revenues, the other side of the expenses, that's the raise and appropriate side, is built into the taxes as well.
Is built into,
It's built into the taxes. The $461,000 is in the raise and appropriate also. So it doesn't show it there, and we can do it differently next year and break it out. However, in order for the enterprise funds to fund themselves, it has to be shown on both the expenses and revenue side in their entirety.
Okay, so really another revenue line would be that amount.
We would just be breaking it out of the
Breaking it out
tax
into
amount.
two.
So in
Okay.
addition to the raise and appropriate, like any other article, we would just put it in there.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you. Over here at this microphone, name and address and question, please.
Felicia Vatesman, 27 West Street. Motion to end debate.
So we have a motion to terminate debate, which, okay, hang on. The motion, we have talked about this for a while. We've heard pros and cons. The motion to terminate debate, I've been looking to see who's been standing and who's been raising their hand. I just happened to choose someone standing at the microphone. As I said, I bounced back and forth. The motion to terminate debate is not debatable. I will note that there are people raising their hand who wanted to speak who have not spoken. If you would like to continue the debate and give them an opportunity to speak, then you would vote no on this motion to terminate debate. If you want to just go straight to the vote, then you would vote yes on this. So with that said, you have your hand raised. Can you just explain why? You're just saying that you're one of the people who wants to speak, right? Okay, thank you. So we do have a couple of people who would like to speak, but the motion to terminate debate is accepted because we've been at it a while and heard both sides. When the light goes on, pressing 1 is to terminate debate, which means we go straight to the vote on these waste management. Voting no is a vote to continue debate, and we'll call on the people who are waiting. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 428 in favor, 208 opposed. That is just barely a 2/3 vote, because twice of 208 is 416. So by 12 votes, that carries. So debate is terminated. I will take it under advisement to scan more diligently in the future. But for right now, we have terminated debate. And we will move on the vote. I did not hear any suggested amendments. So our vote now will come on wastewater, hopefully by next town meeting when this is all not new anymore, I'll get it. So we're now voting on waste management enterprise salaries and wages, $90,321. Waste management enterprise expenses, $631,409. When the green light goes on and the system is reset, voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 512 in favor and 118 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. So we're now turning our attention to the one remaining questioned line item, which is the school department. So let me explain how this is going to go while I get set up here. So as you know, we have a recommendation and the main motion made by the Advisory Finance Committee. So typically, as a courtesy, in case there are not questions, the school department doesn't always require that they get their 10 minutes to present their budget. However, when it's questioned, our practice is that we will now, here's how the deliberations are going to go. I will read again. I should probably do that just to make it clear. So the motion before us is to vote a school department budget of $70,466,789. That's the recommendation of the Finance Committee. That is the motion that's currently in play. I have received requests from someone representing a group of voters who would like to speak in opposition. So the way we're going to do these deliberations is the school department will get a 10-minute time to present their budget. I will then ask the Finance Committee if they would like to make any comments on their recommendation. And then I will ask the Select Board if they would like to make any comments on their recommendation. And then I will give the group that would like to make a counter proposal or speak against it, will get their 10-minute presentation. And then we will have general deliberation where we can hear from the voters and we can finally decide. So that's the way it's going to go. And so with that said, we will now proceed. We have a motion before us for $70,466,789. And we'll let the school committee make their presentation. So whenever you're ready. On behalf of the school committee, I think we're going to hear from Allison Borchers, the new superintendent of schools.
All right. This works to this, okay.
If you do need to, I'll try not to interrupt the speakers. If you do need to come and go to get lunch or whatever, please do so as quietly as possible, because believe it or not, there are people who are listening and listen to all these presentations, including me. Thank you.
All right, good morning. For those of you I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Allison Borchers, and I am your new superintendent of schools. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be here. I've got a short period of time, so I'm going to start with a quick snapshot on the state of our schools and then dive right into the budget. The Westborough schools are thriving in so many ways, and I'm keenly aware that it is your support that makes that possible. First off, academically, this is one of the top performing districts in the state. Graduation rates are high, MCAS scores are strong, and our high school is consistently listed as one of the best schools in Massachusetts by U.S. News and World Report, as well as Boston Magazine. Westborough also boasts extraordinary performing arts programs. I've listed some of their accomplishments and achievements here, but in addition, there's ample research that supports the idea that the arts, there's a strong correlation between participation in the arts and actually high academic achievement. Our athletics and co-curricular programs are also strong. There's a high level of participation in competitive sports, as well as a wide range of clubs and activities. Our teams and individual athletes have earned recognition both for their performance and their sportsmanship. And there's a wonderful culture of community service, of giving back on our sports team, as well as among the school community at large. The basic goals of the school budget are very simple. First and foremost, we want to provide a high-quality education for each and every child. And secondly, we need to think about continuous improvement and growth. An organization dedicated to learning cannot stand still. A good school budget is one that supports innovation and adaptation to meet the environment, so we can serve our students and serve the wider community. A budget also needs to be responsible and sustainable. I am well aware that the community has invested substantially in both the operating budget and in the capital budget over the last few years to help us weather the impact of the pandemic and to keep our buildings and facilities strong. With that in mind, the team started with the premise of a level services budget. And by level services, I mean just the funding needed to make sure that class size stays within guidelines and that we maintain our current programming. We did the math, and the impact of contractual increases in salaries, as well as projected increases in transportation, materials, and special education, were all included in level services, but we did not add any new programs. In fact, our level services budget proposal cut $460,000 in acknowledgement of a slow but steady decline in enrollment. Education, like everything else, has been impacted by inflation. To understand what's happening with that inflation, it's helpful to get a sense of where the money goes in your schools. We are mainly a people business. You can see just over 80% of our budget is salary, and the cost of retaining high-quality educators increases year over year as we honor the commitments made through collective bargaining in our contracts. Other factors are at play as well. The next two major categories, special education and transportation, are both areas where we are at the mercy of the market and impacted by significant inflation. Spending on materials and supplies, including big-ticket items like technology, is only 3.6% of our budget, a small fraction. What all of this means is that when we need to make budget reductions, we must rely primarily on cutting staff. I mentioned special education as a budget driver. I wanted to show you how the district has been impacted by increasing out-of-district tuition costs. While Westborough schools do a really fantastic job of providing services and supports for the majority of our children, a very small percentage of our children require services that we're unable to provide within the district. We therefore pay the tuition, transportation, and other costs associated with sending children to collaborative public or private special education schools. The per pupil cost at these schools is very high, ranging from $75,000 per pupil per year at collaboratives to upwards of $200,000 per pupil per year at some of the private schools. And the tuitions at private schools in particular have escalated in the order of magnitude of 22% from FY24 to 5 to projected into 26. Providing children with the services they need is an important thing to do. It's the right thing to do, but the increasing costs of our out-of-district programming are a challenge, and state funding simply has not kept pace with those costs. Another factor impacting our budget is the escalating cost of transportation. The bar chart includes all of our transportation, including big yellow buses, but also, thank you. Sorry, I'm messing up my slides here. I got the ones here and there's. So includes big yellow buses as well as busing for sports and other activities and specialized transportation for students with disabilities. If you look at the cost of transportation from FY20 to FY24, it has doubled. There's simply not enough vendors to provide these services. When we went out to bid this year for our main bus contract, we received only one bidder. That bid came back at an increase of 12.14% for next year. And in comparing notes with other towns, we honestly saw that that was a lower increase than many other communities were facing. Here's where we landed with our budget after several months of discussion, after requests from the Select Board and Advisory Finance Committee to reduce our level services budget, and after a thoughtful process to make some cuts. The final FY26 budget of $70,466,789 cuts $398,000 from our level services. In total, it eliminates 7.95 positions from FY25 into FY26. It increases class sizes, reduces elective options for students, and delays replacement of some aging technology. I know you will hear later from folks who believe this reduction did not go far enough. I need to be clear that 2.5% as a cap on the school budget would be devastating. It would require cutting around 30 staff members, and cuts of that magnitude would drive up class size further. Reduced programming, we'd need to consider raising fees for student participation in sports and athletics, and perhaps even eliminating some of those higher cost programs. I also need to be clear, we want to be careful about reducing our school budget now, since we do not yet know the impact of some of the decision-making at the federal level. Currently, the district relies on about $1.2 million in federal grants, with most of that money supporting staffing related to special education services. Those services are simply not optional. I want to give you a little sense of what the service reductions look like. We eliminated several in-house classroom positions as well as an electrician position, and it does take a substantial bite out of our technology equipment budget, delaying the replacement of some aging projectors. These are not reductions I want to make, but they're the cuts that the leadership team discussed and felt were the best decisions in terms of trying to avoid a substantial long-term impact on the quality of education. Finally, I want to leave you with a thought about the value of what you get for your investment here. There is a list of benchmark communities that both the municipal and school departments use for comparisons. Among those communities, however, only one other district Lexington appears in the top 20 list of Boston Magazine's high schools this year. I took this list of schools and pulled the most recent per pupil spending from the Department of Education, and here's what I found. Westborough kids are achieving extraordinary things with the funding that the community provides. At just over $20,000 per student, our children have access to great teaching, strong curriculum, high-quality programs, and a wide range of sports and activities. I want you to know that our students are, by any other measure, faring very well. Our Metro West survey data indicates that compared with nearby districts, they're doing more homework, they're getting more sleep, they're more involved in their community, and reported a stronger sense of school connectedness, which is one of the key factors that supports both short-term academic success and long-term lifetime earnings. It's easy for me to see why folks in this town are very proud of their schools. You should be. I encourage you to continue to invest in those schools. Your care and your stewardship are important. We cannot do this work without your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please save it for the vote. Mr. Leslie, would you like to make any remarks about the Finance Committee's recommendation?
Sure, just very briefly.
Just name and address.
Oh, sorry. Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I'd like to point people to page 7 if they're interested in more details on the reduced level service budget. The AFC voted 7-1-0 in support of this budget that the school committee had approved, the reduced amount. I would like to point out that while it didn't get to our 1% goal, the school committee and superintendent came in with the level service budget of already reducing staff by 4.6 full-time equivalents, and we considered that in our discussion. So we feel it was a good step and that it would be a budget that, while not at the level service of today, it is a good way to end up. And the other thing I do want to point out to people, because I'm not sure if they understand this, while detailed budgets are used to predict and track school spending, your elected school committee actually has the authority to spend the total amount voted by town meeting as they best see fit to provide education for our students. So unlike the town budgets that are broken up into many little buckets that must be spent that way, the school budget is a sum in total. And so we leave it to our experts to actually make the final decisions on how best to spend the money we provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. And now, as I said, I'll entertain remarks from the Select Board. Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If we could put my slides up, that would be great. Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Welch.
Mr. Moderator, I move to amend the school budget to $70,158,551. Mr. Moderator. Fellow Westborough voters, thank you all for coming to town meeting. Great to see so many long-timers and new faces. We would also like to thank all those involved in the preparations for today. The process and efforts by both employees and committee volunteers has been simply outstanding. Creation, presentation, and passage of an annual budget before residents at town meeting is among the most important functions these before you are responsible for. As you've heard, whether this is your first or 50th town meeting, the town budget with a capital T is comprised primarily of two halves. The town operating budget is 18%, covering all town departments, services, while the school department operation represents 53%. Additionally, fixed costs and retirement also fall under the town. However, these costs cover debt, insurance, and retirement proportional to the past spending at town meetings in support of both town and school departments. Next slide. The Select Board has heard loud and clear from residents across the socioeconomic spectrum that is now our town. Taxes simply are too high. Westborough is facing headwinds in both being the fastest growing community in the state, as well as external inflationary and political pressures. These are not only impacting you here today, but also our elder shut-ins and single mothers raising 3 kids while working 2 jobs that could not be here today. They are having to make difficult decisions, such as moving their children out of schools, cutting life-saving medications, or minimizing heating and food costs, which are exacerbated by significant tax increases. As a result of this feedback at our January budget summit, a select board member, for the sake of discussion, suggested a 2% or $2.6 million cut inclusive of both the town and school budgets. We discussed concerns about the then estimated increase of the average single tax bill at $969 and are happy to see the decreases presented earlier due primarily to fixed cost reductions. By the end of that meeting, the select board had asked to see if there's interest of the school committee to even have that conversation. This was amended to ask the select board chair and the school committee chair to discuss having the school committee explore interest in reducing the proportional budget by 1%, and if they wish to do so, have a tri-board meeting. The proposed tri-board meeting did not occur. On February 11th, the Advisory Finance Committee issued a memo to the school committee, select board, Superintendent Borchers, Finance Director Patel, Town Manager Williams, and Finance Director Steinberg, advising that on February 10th, the AFC voted 7-2 to request a presentation of the FY26 budget with reduced spending for consideration. The memo clarified this to mean that on an approximately $130 million budget, they would be looking for a reduction of $1.3 million. This reduction would include insurance but not debt. The memo finished with an estimate which took the total budget, removed the debt, and assigned a reduction of approximately $1.17 million, leaving the responsibility for calculation to the expert staff of the town and school departments. The result is that the town and school reduction targets became $301,696 and $905,086 respectively. Health insurance, Assabet School, and operational reductions were then applied. On February 26th, the school committee voted for the Tier 1 1% option, less a $150,000 pre-K revenue offset, further reversing the intent of the 1% request, resulting in a vote of $398,000, or a 0.66% reduction. On March 6th, the AFC voted to support the school budget as approved by the school committee. On March 10th, the select board approved a full 1% reduction to the town side budget, and as tradition has it, took an affirmative 3-2 vote not to support the school budget, thus opposing the school's proposed 0.66% reduction, as not fully recognizing the community's desire and economic need. Next slide. The distribution of an estimated average single-family tax bill increases from FY25 to FY26 shows that the select board and town manager have respected the community, which has resulted in a 7% decrease in the impact of average tax bill, while the schools have seen an opposite 7% increase. The select board motion simply asks the voters here today to respect the needs of the entire community. We may not like to hear it, and we should not tolerate it, but the fact is, Westborough is a community in which 1 in 5 is at or near poverty. Or respectfully, as past AFC Chair Michael Beretti put it in 2021's annual town meeting, there is wealth in our town, but not everyone is wealthy. By supporting this motion, you will be ensuring consistent, responsible, and voter-respected financial principles across town and school departments, recognizing the need of the full community. Again, thank you for being here today. We look forward to your support of this motion. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. I just want to let people know I had neglected to inform the timers that I gave the select board 5 minutes for their presentation since it was like that, so that was that. All right, next, as I said, we will move to Joe Considine, who had contacted me a month or 2 ago, said that he would like to, he had organized a group of voters who would also like to speak about the school budget. Also, while he's getting set up, I want to remind you, you may recall, I think it was last fall, we had what I considered a failed attempt to figure out who could speak at the podium and who couldn't speak at the podium. And as I thought about it over the winter, I didn't want to incur the cost of having separate official town versus non-official town podiums up front. I recognize the benefits of people making presentations and being able to see the audience and speak directly, and I believe in the intelligence and the awareness of the voters that when people introduce themselves, you'll know if they are or aren't representing a town body or are or aren't representing themselves. So for presentations or for town employees or committees answering questions, or for citizens who have informed me in advance to make decisions, Mr. Considine is allowed to use the podium, and I'm sure it will be clear when he introduces himself, but I'm letting you know he's speaking on behalf of a group of voters and not any particular town body or committee. With that said, Mr. Considine, name and address, and you have the floor.
Considine.
Considine, sorry, I'll remember it some year.
Yes, I am Joe Considine. I live at 10 Smith Street. Next slide, please. Yes, so just to tell you who I am, I've lived in Westborough for 31 years. I'm very happy to tell you that 4 of my children went through Westborough schools. I'm a big fan of Westborough schools. I have volunteered for the schools for 10 years. I was on all the school councils while my kids were in it for 8 years. I volunteered on the Hastings School Council last year and the year before. I volunteered to do it on the Westborough High School Council this year. They did not elect me for the first time ever. I was also part of the elementary redistricting committee. I was asked by then School Superintendent Lott to sit on this committee. That was 25 meetings, and that's how we came up with assigning to districts. We listened to all people in town, and we made hopefully a good decision there. I'm not here because I don't like our schools. I love our schools. I love our town. I'm one of you. I have friends in the audience. I hope none of you are my enemies. Next slide, please. So why am I here? I never, ever, ever thought I would be here to speak ever in front of Westborough to be in opposition to the school budget. But these are the facts. Look, I didn't hand select towns to say, look, only compare us against the best towns in Massachusetts, Weston, et cetera. This chart is just comparing us with our directly towns that abut us, okay? I computed the average residential tax rate for Westborough plus those 6 towns. I said, how do we compare to those other 6 towns? We were 11% higher 5 years ago. That's too high. But look at what's happened. It's gone to 15%. We have a spending problem in Westborough. If we don't stop it, if we don't somehow restrict the growth of our government, this will be 20%, 25%. The middle class will no longer live in Westborough. Next slide. So here's an example. If you just compare our residential tax rate with our neighbor Hopkinton, we're 12% higher. Yet their high school last year was rated the #1 in the state according to them. I'll just say they're comparable. This means that if your home was in Hopkinton, you would save $1,400. This is actually now $1,450 with the new valuation. $1,450 per year. That's over $1,000 a month. It has to come from all of your pockets. Next. So the impact of that, I don't care about the people in the big houses. They can afford it. But not everybody lives in a big house. The middle class are hurting. I'm concerned with the middle class that have to move out of town. I'm concerned with the growing number of people that have to go to our food pantry to get food. It went up 85% last year. The lady that runs that is a wonderful, wonderful lady. But she told me at 2 presentations that it's not the migrants at our hotels. They get food from the state. This is residents in Westborough having to go there. And this points to a problem. It's a problem in expenses. So I asked the school department and the other departments to restrain their growth to 2.5%, which is the rate of inflation. Okay? But they refused. They denied. Next one. Okay, here's the other thing that very, very much concerns me. This is from the Assistant Superintendent's presentation at school committee. This is our percent of kids that achieve reading proficiency in our schools in grade 3 to 8. It went down significantly during the COVID lockdowns. We understand that, but it continues to go down. This is a concern. This needs to be job one. Every kid should know how to read. Next. So what I recommended to the school committee 2 years ago that they form a committee of parents and teachers to look at this problem, and maybe an administrator to research what are the best towns across the country doing on this, because some are ahead of this problem. Many aren't. But this is a problem that deserves more attention. And they denied it. They denied it 2 years ago. They denied it last year. They think they know better, and that's why I'm here. Next, please. And I also recently, this is a few months ago, I asked the school superintendent and the school committee to tell us how many middle manager positions, how much has this grown over the past 20 years? They won't answer the question. So what did I do? I went to the mass records request. That's a law, it's like the Freedom of Information Act, which tells government employees, basically, you have to answer reasonable questions from citizens. But they wouldn't answer. I'll show you their answer. They didn't answer. So I appealed it to the Secretary of State. And the Secretary of State's response says, well, if they don't have the records, they don't have to answer. So I want to say, with a straight face, can you tell me that you don't have records that say how many middle managers we had in the school department 5 years ago and 20 years ago versus today? You have this information. Give it to us, please. The people in this room deserve this information. The middle management has grown out of control, and that's why our taxes grow out of control. I also, as an example, I just picked an example middle management position, which is the assistant school superintendent. Not that I have anything against that person, he's a great guy. But I asked for the complete cost of that person. Not just the salary, but all the benefits, the pensions, which, by the way, we don't get pensions in private industry anymore. And also all the resources they use. I'll show you the answer. They didn't answer. Next question. Next slide. So here's what they did answer. They said the assistant superintendent is $183,000, but that doesn't include all the other things I said. So what's the whole number? Is it $300,000? Is it $350,000? We don't know. They won't answer. And how much have we grown in middle management? They won't answer. They should answer. It's not their money. It's your money. They should answer this question. It's a reasonable question. So I believe there's ample room to save budget without eliminating teachers. The superintendent's budget did not remove one middle management position, not one PhD that does not teach. We have many. Next, please. Now let's just review here. The school department's asking for an increase of 5.18%, but enrollment dropped 2.2%. Where do you get more money for less students? Just to compute a number here, this is the last year's budget divided by the number of students that were enrolled currently, or the current year budget. It's about 17,000 a student. When you lose 83 students, that comes out to 1.4 million. If this were private industry, this is the way you do it. Please, next slide. So my proposal, and I'm officially making a motion for an alternate budget which grows by 2.5%. That would take 1.8 million roughly off of the proposed budget. And you might say that's a lot of money. But how many middle managers would you have to get rid of to get there? If they're $350 each, that's 5. And I don't think that's the only way they can save money. The fact of the matter is that the government has grown and grown and grown and grown. And the middle class gets squeezed more and more and more and more. So we just have to trade off between those two. It's not that I don't want to give the town employees and the middle managers, and people ways to move their career up, et cetera. But there's a balance here because the middle class is feeling it. And we need to have compassion for the middle class. And that's what I'm asking for, is have compassion for the middle class. Don't just say the money is free. The money comes from you in this room, and you work hard for it. Anyway, I just want to say about the fact that they won't answer the question of how many middle managers and how has it grown. I feel like that's a breakdown in trust. And that really hurts me as a taxpayer. I've volunteered with the schools for so long. I can't trust them anymore. They won't answer questions. They should answer this question. So I'll give the superintendent an opportunity now to answer that question. And with that, are there any questions from the audience?
No, hang on, it's my meeting. Nope, my meeting. Mr. Considine is welcome to run for moderator if he wants to run the meeting, but it's my meeting. Anyway, so we've now heard from Mr. Considine, so let me just recap. So far, we have the Finance Committee recommended amount of, let me just get the numbers here. So I'm going to tell you how this is going to proceed. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of time to talk. So we have a Finance Committee amount of, hang on, just got to get all the papers because I want to explain how this is going to go before we get into the give and take. So we have a Finance Committee recommendation so far of $70,466,789. So that was what Ms. Borchers and the Finance Committee talked about. We then had Mr. Welch propose an amendment to a reduced amount of $70,158,551. And then we heard Mr. Considine's motion for a lower amount of $68,671,241. So right now, those are the numbers we have in front of us. So I am certainly going to give the school committee a chance to answer both the select board and Mr. Considine's presentation. However, you've been sitting there for about a half an hour. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a few comments and questions from the voters. I will then allow the school committee to make some comments in answering to those questions. But I want to emphasize that luckily one of what I consider a very smart move by my predecessor, Mr. Harrington, was we don't have to worry about the complications of what we're amending to what and what to whom. Right now we have 3 numbers in play. I don't know how many more we'll end up with, but the way our bylaw works is that once we've stopped deliberation of this, we start voting on the highest amount. If that wins, we're done. If that loses, we go to the next highest amount, and if that wins, we're done. If that loses, we go to the next higher amount, and so on and so on. So I think that helps resolve a lot of potential confusion about who gets to amend whose thing or what, but we have a bylaw that says that when motions differ only in the amount of money, that we go higher to lower until a particular proposal wins. So with that said, I guess I will start with Mr. George at that microphone. Mr. George.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. I've been the school committee member to Assabet Valley High School for the last 33 years. I've done 33 school budgets, all right? We painstakingly go through every line to make sure we're not trying to kill our sending communities, all right? We have about 1,250 students in one building with 10 administrators that run the entire operation. Our building budget for vocational school is $30 million. Now, vocational schools are much more expensive than comprehensive schools because we have to supply not only all of the material, but all of the teachers in order to teach the trades to the various students. So we have a much bigger expense. Plus, we have to pay our own electricity, our own water, our own snow removal, our own grounds removal. All right? It's not absorbed by the towns, it's absorbed by us. All right? I think that although we have a great school in Westborough, and I am certainly pleased to be here and pleased to be a part of the education facilities of the town, I think we could be more efficient. I believe that having a $1,000 a month bill to my tax bill, all right, is, if it was a company, I'd say you're not managing your expense line. Companies that don't manage their expense line go out of business. All right, our expenses are entirely too high. It's insane. I'm 80 years old. I'm on a fixed income. You can't add $1,000 to my tax bill and think I could just, I'll just print that out in the basement. All right? So it's got to be something we have to think of very seriously without damaging our students. But we have to keep in mind that there is a finite limit to the amount of money we can spend to support the town.
Thank you, Mr. George. Ms. Remember, your vote is your loudest voice. Ms. Anderson.
Janet Anderson, 7 Chauncey Street. I am opposed to the 2 amendments. I want to keep the school budget at the original amount, and the reasons are multiple. One, first of all, I should say that my kids went through the Westborough schools. They're long since out, but they're very successful because of the education they got here, and I want to pass that advantage on to future kids. I'm not so selfish that I think that just because my kids are out of the school and now I should pay less. That's ridiculous. The reason this town is so desirable and the reason our property values are so high and the reason why when we sell our houses we get so much money is because our schools are so good. So keep that in mind. And also, I just want to say that some of Mr. Considine's assumptions are nonsensical. If you say that our population of students went down by, I forgot the number he said, say 5%, that doesn't mean we should be spending 5% less. That means that you're going to plow 5% less of the parking lot and keep the temperature 5% lower in the school and turn off 5% of the lights. It makes no sense. There are other fixed costs that have nothing to do with the per student, the number of students that are in the school. There's fixed costs and there's variable costs. And the fixed costs are going to be fixed regardless. So just keep that in mind, that some of the information you're being given makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We've gone to that mic, any roving microphone people want to speak.
Good morning, Brad Avergon, 2100.
Wait a second, wait, I'm checking to see. Anyone with need a roving microphone who wants to speak? Okay, gentleman back here.
Brad Avergon, 2100s Road. I have a question for the superintendent. Do you know what percentage of the students that are enrolled in our school system are from tax-paying entities basically in the town? They own in the town itself? Versus none that are renters or living that are not taxpayers.
So you're asking about homeowner versus rental?
Basically homeowner versus people that are renting in the town or not paying real estate taxes in the town.
It's a question. I do not have that information.
Okay. Wait a second. I'm going to go to Mrs. Hensley, and so I'm just going to rotate around.
I can answer that question.
I believe you said you can't answer that question, right? Okay. There's no data available apparently. So that was. Do you want? Oh, are you going to try to answer the question, Mr.
Yes.
Edinburgh?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Mr. Edinburgh. Name and address, please.
Ellen Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. While I can't correlate it directly to students, in Westborough right now, just over 39% of our household units are rental units. About 61% are ownership units.
About 61% are what?
61% of homes in Westborough are ownership units.
Are owner? Okay.
Roughly 39% are rental units.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I will go. Is that Ms. Hensley?
Yes, Jody Hensley, 39 Arch Street. I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, Ms. Hensley?
I move that the school budget reflect the same level of services as in the present year. That number is $70,864,789.
Ms. Hensley, remarks?
A level service budget means continuing the same level of services without cuts as the school is offering now. My math showed that amount is about $4.10 more per month per household than what appears in the warrant now. Not sure if the Board of Selectmen would corroborate that number, but it might be $1 a month off. The current number in the warrant represents service cuts across the system. So I'd like to offer that Westborough has a tradition of excellence in its public schools. The Hensley family moved here in the 70s for the quality schools, and we moved here for our children to experience the quality schools. And I do recall from my time on the school committee and the advisory finance committee that Westborough was consistently among the top 20 public high school systems in the state. Our students have been very well prepared and socialized for success in higher education and ultimately in the workforce and in community life and well-being. Previous generations paid it forward, so to speak, so that our generation and current generations could benefit from excellent schools in Westborough, and I ask this body, will we abandon that tradition? All children in our community, regardless of their financial means, benefit from our quality schools, and I'm very proud of that. Do our students now deserve less quality in education than previous generation of students in Westborough? There's 2 factors I'd like you to consider. That's school budgets as a percentage of total budget and what we begin to lose if our schools go backwards in their level of service. For the FY24 budget, Westborough Public Schools were 54.37% of the general budget, about 54% of the general budget. I see that this year, we're 53% of the general budget, and that's a downward trend. If we look at Grafton, their schools are 60% of the budget. In Hopkinton, their schools are 55% of the budget. In Grafton, I said it's 60% of the budget. In Lexington, an outstanding school system, they allocate 74% of their local budget to their schools. So here's what happens if the below-level service budget that is in the warrant, so I believe that's the second number up there, we'd eliminate a classroom and increase class sizes. We'd eliminate a language in junior high. We'd eliminate electives at the high school for both social studies and English. We'd eliminate an arts position. We'd eliminate a wellness position or part of a position. And we'd...
Please conclude your remarks.
All right. So I'm just wanting to hear what this body has to say. To me, this is a question of, are we a community that continues to highly value and support excellence in education for the next generation of students? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hensley. For those of you who haven't made it through the basic guide yet, for normal deliberation, we have a two and a half minute time limit. So let's see, I think it's time. Is there anyone who either can't or doesn't want to go to the standing microphone, who wants a roving microphone from the crowd? I'm just trying to, I'm going to take a couple of more voters, and then I'm going to, we have somebody, Scout back here in the upper. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take this person, then probably one more, then I'll go back to the school committee to see what they have to say. Yes, name, address, and your remarks, please.
Joseph Allegretta, 13 Church Street. I am a senior in high school, and I have taken a class in this very room last semester, Film and Society. I think that we should stay at least the current, we should fund at least the AFC's recommendation, because, well, one, as was mentioned previously, I don't really feel like, even though obviously this won't affect me very much, I don't really feel like it's fair to just leave the next people, like I kind of know people who are sophomores, who are whatever. I don't want to just like confine them to having worse quality of teaching than I have experienced now. And while, I mean, I could levy many complaints about the school as I am 18, I think that a lot of the complaints that were made during the presentation were pretty terrible. I mean, like, I don't know even what to say. Okay, sorry. I just think that, well, first of all, like saying, oh, this other school system is rated better than us and they pay less in their total taxes. Like, do you think that every single tax dollar goes towards schools? There are other services in towns. I don't think you can really compare. It's pretty apples to oranges comparison there, in my opinion. And I also think that the whole, we need to eliminate the middle management positions. Like, this isn't a business. You can't, like, this isn't like a franchise where you have, like, if you were to ask, like, the CEO of, like, Walmart or whatever, how many middle management positions are there, they could probably answer that. But what do you define as a middle management position in a school? It's not like it's a business. It's not, and when you're saying, a business like this, it would fail, it's like, it's a government, like, run thing that's meant to help people. Like, businesses are about making money. Of course they're going to run differently. So I just think it's a just really strange and kind of twisted way of looking at the world in general, to think that all these public services should be run with maximum efficiency in terms of economics in mind. It's like, it's about people. It's not about money. And whatever. That's it, I guess.
Thank you very much. Please, let's just wait till we vote. I'm going to go to the person standing at this microphone. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sophia Kogan. I'm at 26 Church Street. So I'm also speaking in support of voting on a level budget. I think everyone in this room is here because they care about the town and the people in this town. And the schools are not just for people with school-aged children, and I'm one of them. You know, they are, about kind of creating a community. And I see the kinds of people we have, like the teenagers helping out, and this community of people who are being taught and they're being raised exceptionally. And I think about, what is the message we want to give that generation about our values as a community? it's a lot easier to slash services in a school or in any large institution than it is to build them in the future. And so I worry about what this is going to mean for the future of the town, both culturally and also, everyone here is concerned about property value. The schools are a huge part of why our properties are valued the way they are. So I think we should all really think about, what kind of community do we want and what value do we place on that community? Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question before you step away from the mic. Just to clarify for the voters, at the beginning you said you were supporting some kind of budget. Is there a particular one of the numbers or recommendations you're supporting?
Level services.
So that's the one Ms. Hensley made?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marshall.
Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I'm just want to respond to the question that one of our residents had asked. So you'll recall this slide our town manager presented. These are the top taxpayers here in town as of 2025. You'll notice the residential apartments listed there. There are 5 in our top 2025. So I think it's important when we think about our town, it's wonderful if you can own a home and you choose to do that, and if you choose to rent, then that's wonderful too. But where our students come from and where our residents live should not, in my opinion, reflect on how we spend resources toward them. And further, I would say that those renters probably could anecdotally share with you that they feel like they're paying their fair share of taxes in their rent. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to the back microphone here. Is that Mr. Shore?
Yes, Daniel Shore, 26 Haskell Street. Few things. First of all, you do have to put dollar amounts on items. Otherwise, the sky's the limit. We wouldn't have enough money to supply a government. I started looking at the metrics based on per student cost. And I think we can all agree that Shrewsbury, Hopkinton, Holliston, and Grafton would be good comparisons because they're neighboring towns. They all score about the same in MCAS, all in the high MCAS scores. And with the exception of Shrewsbury, give or take about the same size. So because the Massachusetts Department of Education's website only goes back to 2023, does not have the 2024 information in it yet, I'm going to give you the figures that they use and where we stand. And this is why I'm in support of either Joe's recommendations or the selectmen's recommendations of getting this under control, because we're spending 10 to 15% more than any of our neighboring towns. So the total cost per student in 2023, with the state aid put in it, was $20,421.83 per student, of which the town's portion was $19,591. And if we look at, we'll use Grafton. Grafton is $16,585 in the full load, and the town's portion is $15,662. There's a significant amount of difference between Westborough and the adjoining towns. Now, just another thing, class size. Westborough in 2023 was 11.1 students per teacher. Grafton's 12.7. And I can go through any of these other towns and it comes up exactly the same. And actually, so there's a big difference, and we need to start getting closer to a metric that we can understand, and our abutting towns, which are scoring the same, sending the same amount of students off to college, have incomes in their town very similar, we should be able to drive down to these points. And that's why I think we need to either go with the amendment by Mr. Considine or by the selectmen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've been speaking now for a while. Now I'm going to switch back and see if the school committee wanted to address any of the comments so far. You don't have to, but I'll give you the opportunity to if you wanted to. Ms. Borchers?
I think, it'll be kind of the townsfolk's decision to decide around the taxes you are kind of willing to put forward for the schools. I do want to address one concern raised by Mr. Considine, which had to do with openness and transparency. His request was for a list of all the administrators who had been added in the last 20 years. We provided him with a complete list of all administrators that we have in the schools, including all middle management positions. We simply don't have that document. So I don't want anyone here to believe that we don't provide information when it's given. We most certainly did that, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Constantine, a very brief reply.
A very brief rebuttal to that. I appreciate you gave me a list of, this is how many people we have that we employ. But what you didn't do was address how many middle management positions have grown. And I can't believe that you can't go look in the records and say, well, gee, 5 years ago we had this many middle managers. 10 years ago we have, that's all I'm asking for. Because the point is, the middle management grows. And what happens is government defends their middle management above everything. And it's not that I don't like the middle managers, it's just that we need a balance between the concern, the opportunity for people that work for our government to get promotions, and the middle class that's eroding. The middle class is going to leave Westborough if we don't restrain the spending, because they always have reasons to keep the spending go up, and she still hasn't answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Considine. Let's see, I'm going to go to, is that Ms. Vincent? Yes. Ms. Vincent, please.
Kristen Vincent, 5 Jennings Road. I strongly oppose any amendment that seeks to cut the Westborough Public School budget. So I would be opposed to the Select Board amendment and the lower 68 million resident amendment. Our schools are not an abstract line item on a budget sheet. They are the foundation of our community. The programs they fund, the teachers they mentor, guide, and support, and the buildings they maintain, one that we are in right now, and the services they provide directly impact our children who deserve every opportunity to succeed. The reality is that the budget is already stretched. Important programs have been cut. Further reductions will only deepen the impact on our students. A cut of these magnitudes will not be absorbed by so-called middle management. It will actually result in larger class sizes, reduced course offerings, cuts to AP classes, electives, arts, athletics, and diminished student mental health support. It is misleading to suggest that these reductions can be made without affecting students directly. Furthermore, claims that Westborough is overspending on administration are not supported by data. Westborough's administrative spending is 2% of our budget, half of Hopkinton's 4%. Our school system has worked efficiently to effectively prioritize student learning within a lean budget. I want to address the idea that removing highly educated administrators and middle management, so-called our very expensive PhDs, as it was referred to on social media, will somehow fix our budget. These professionals provide essential oversight, help to implement new educational best practices, ensure high-quality instruction, and manage programs that support children and their families. Teaching is not the only function of a school system. We cannot expect our schools to function without leadership and strategic direction. The tax burden in Westborough is not only driven solely by our schools. To gut our schools for short-term savings is short-sighted and reckless. Westborough's reputation as a great place to live is built on our excellent public school education system, and undercutting that will not only hurt our students, but also weaken our entire community. I urge you to vote against these 2 amendments.
Thank you. Please, Ms. Vincent. Thank you, Ms. Vincent. Scout, microphone down front, please. Scout, down front. Very front row, over here on this side. Mr. Caprioli is going to speak. Over here. Thank you. No, you got one coming. Well, if it's a point of order, it actually interrupts me immediately. Go ahead. Name and address, please. You mean what if they all lose? If they all lose, then we walk away without a school budget, and we have to figure out how to deal with that. So, thank you. Mr. Caprioli.
I'm Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road.
Wait a second. Can you slide the switch on? Make sure. Scout, can you help me make sure it's on?
Tom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. I've been doing this for years, and I don't mean attending a town meeting. I mean cutting this, making a request to cut the school department budget. that the selectmen have actually done it this year is like a miracle. Now, I want to point out something before I tell you what's going to happen. There are people in this town, and I'm one of them, that receive no direct benefit from the school department. They didn't go, their kids didn't go, and if they want somebody from the town to do them a favor, it isn't going to be someone that's sent out by the Westborough School Department. So the reality is that in the final analysis, people vote with their feet. And there's people that vote with their feet by leaving the Westborough school system, Westborough the town, after their children are done with the school system. Now, this gentleman over here said he had 4 kids go through the school system, correct? Yes. Are they all through the school system?
Yeah.
And you know what he wants now? He wants the budget to go down. So the next move is put up the for sale sign. I didn't say he wanted.
One person at a time.
We shouldn't be
Mr.
having a
Caprioli,
discussion.
continue.
Right. I didn't say he wanted. It's the next move. I didn't say what he wanted to do. Some people do things they don't want to do. I'm one of them. I pay taxes in Westborough. You need to have a reality in this town that the revenue sources are underrepresented, or in fact not represented in town meeting. There's people that have the desire to spend money, and I can name names and they know who they are. They represent themselves beautifully, and they're advocates for spending. But there's no advocacy for preserving the value and the, how do I put it, the involvement of the revenue sources, i.e. people that don't have kids in the school system and never did. Now, I'm going to make a prediction. I think my time is almost up. I'm going to make a prediction. The AFC vote is going to occur because I can tell you, in fact, the school department walked in here with the votes and they're going to walk out with the money.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Mr. Welch. Yes, what's the point? Okay. The fire chief has notified me it's a little crowded toward there. In case of an emergency, we would need to make an egress. Although it may not seem like there are seats, there are empty seats, especially in the upper balconies. So if those of you who are standing there could come quietly, just look around for seats. There's also some seats toward the front. We just want to be able to make sure that it isn't a problem if for some reason there was a sudden emergency. Thank you very much. With that said, Mr. Welch.
Mr. Moderator, Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I speak on behalf of myself, not on behalf of the board. There's 3 points that...
Right, yeah, okay, wait a second. Yeah. Oh, you're not a presentation? Yeah, Mr. Welch, if you're speaking as yourself and you're not making a presentation, could you jump over and... Scout, could I have another microphone? Thank you, Ms. Edinburgh. Yeah.
So let me take the 3 steps this way.
Yeah, eventually, yeah. I'll try to get there, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Welch.
Point of order. So thank you
wait a second. Hang on, wait. I'm still making notes about the previous one. Yes, name, address, and what is your point, please? Yeah, can you speak at the microphone, please, if you have the point of order?
Yeah, my question is, if there are individuals that have been waiting in line by the microphone prior to the gentleman at the front, what is the process by which these individuals get prioritized for input to this discussion?
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks for asking. So what I've been trying to do is sort of cycle around that mic, speakers from the floor. I deferred letting the school committee answer their question. So now after Mr. Welch, I expect to go back to this mic, and do that. So what I will try to do is after Mr. Welch speaks, I'll ask everybody remaining who wants to speak, whether they're at a mic or sitting down, to raise their hand so I can get a sense of where they are. Yep. And then I will try to cycle through my left mic, my right mic, floor mic, and things like that.
Sorry, quick note though. I think you should take into account the amount of time that the individuals at the mic have been waiting prior to the individual at the front. He just came, the 2 individuals to my right and left, and as well as at the other microphone, were patiently waiting much longer than the individual at the front, so that should be taken into account.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will try to do a better job. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, with that said, Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will just make a couple of quick points. First of all, as a parent of children that went through the schools, all three of my kids went through schools.
Can you make sure it's on and speak more loudly, please?
Hello?
Thank you.
Hello?
That's better.
As a parent of three children that went through Westborough schools, as well as myself, having graduated from Westborough High School, and also being a parent of two children who are now teachers in school districts not of Westborough, I am very supportive of the schools. But I will encourage everyone to know that the Select Board has a program in place where we go down every month. One Select Board member goes down to the Council on Aging and sits at the Senior Center and hears from the senior community on what's going on. And they have made it very clear. They have shared their stories with us around the struggles they have, inclusive of taxes. I encourage you all to go there. The Council on Aging receives less than 0.5% of the town's budget, as an example. The final point I will make is, being recently elected, standing on the Rotary and waving to you all, it was very clear in my interactions over the last several weeks that this is the #1 topic in front of the town. And I would encourage you all to, again, support a motion that really recognizes the needs of the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. So I'll go to this, now who, of the monks, because who's been waiting the longest at that microphone? In that case, you can go. Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Alicia Blazieski, 24 Lackey Street.
Wait a second, can you say your name and address again?
Alicia Blazieski, 24 Lackey Street.
Thank you.
I would like to move to a vote, please.
Here's the question. So I know it seems we've been at this an hour. However, that first half hour was presentations, and of the remaining half hour, we've heard from some new voices and some voters, and we know there's people remaining to speak. So of the total deliberations to be allowed for the voters to deliberate, I'm not going to accept that quite yet. So let's have a little bit more deliberation on that before I accept the motion to terminate debate. Okay, so keep it in mind. But I don't think we've hit the threshold of where I think debate has been heard from all sides. This person I know has been waiting for a while. Name, address, and your comments, please.
Stefan Papiano, 19 West End Avenue. I want to start with a question. The services proposed to be cut by the Advisory Finance Committee, I noticed something about them. First of all, they were almost all teaching positions. Second of all, those teaching positions are eliminating or cutting humanities, social sciences, and arts. That's it. We have eliminating, for example, a foreign language in grade 7, going in the opposite direction of high-quality schools, which are starting to teach foreign languages earlier, because that's, of course, the time in which students are best able to pick up foreign languages. As an example, so my question there is what's behind that? Do we not want our students to be prepared for the world in which they live? Do we not want our students, for example, to be able to deal intelligently with a country that is understood to be our major geopolitical and economic competitor? What's behind that decision? If I'm absent a satisfactory explanation of that, I would be proposing voting for the level services budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Leslie, you may respond to that briefly.
Okay, to be clear, Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. The specific cuts proposed were proposed by the school department and not the Advisory Finance Committee. The Finance Committee asked for a reduction in services, and they determined what they would be through a collaborative process in thinking and what they felt was the least impactful. And so just like when you vote a number, they'll be able to do what they want with that number because they're the school committee and that's why we elect them. I want to make it clear, the Advisory Finance Committee does not specify line item cuts in a school budget.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. I'm going to go, hang on, I'm going to go back to this one. Hang on, I know there's people down here. Who was waiting the second to longest?
Actually, I think it's that gentleman over there.
Okay, so is that Mr. Turok?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Turok.
Andrew Turok, 25 Imperial Court. It is about the money. You can say whatever you want. It is about the money. and I would like a listing from the school committee of exactly what's going to be eliminated. I hear people, we're going to have more class, less people in the classroom, we're going to have this. That's just hearsay. I'd like to know exactly what's going to be eliminated if we take the lower budget.
Mr. Turok, before you step away, are you speaking for or against any particular of the 4 numbers that we have, or are you just talking in general?
I'm speaking against the 70 million.
Well, all 3 of the 70 millions? Thank you.
Yes, all 3
All
of
right,
the
thank you.
70 million.
Thank you
The
for clarifying.
Actually, I'll tell you this.
Okay.
I am for the 68, 600, the
Okay.
71, $241 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to be clear
You're
so the
welcome.
voters know where you stand. All right. I'm going to go to Mr. Durrett now. Mr. Durrett, if you're speaking on behalf of the school committee, you can come down here.
I realize that we've been at this for a long time.
Yeah. Hang
Steve
on.
Durrett, 23 Mill Road.
Thank you.
Recently re-elected after the 20th year on the school committee. And I have been part of building the school department and the school system that you have here, who has served the students in this town and the parents of those students for the success of their kids. One of the reasons why we're here is because state law requires that, in fact, at least the school committee's budget, which is what's listed here as the AFC, is the one that has to be presented to town meeting as it was. And the reason why is so that you here, other than Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and others, have a chance to review what's before you in terms of what you get for what you pay. And that was, at least from the school committee's point of view, to do the best we could with a minimal impact in the system. It's not a minor impact, but it's minimal as compared to these other budget items. We will then have to start cutting teachers if any of the other budgets than what the school committee recommended, which is the AFC budget. We understand the concern and the pain of where we are in our economy, not only for the town of Westborough, including the school department, but every other city and town in the Commonwealth. We're doing the best we can. We're as efficient as we had proved in the second to the last slide that was on the screen. We do better than most towns of the 20 towns that you saw. And we deliver to the students better than what that average number implies. We really wish you would consider what this vote means to your school system and what the impacts will be if we go below what the school committee recommended and what you see here as the AFC number. We are doing the very best we can for all the concerns, including the parents who moved here because of our school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Mr. Keogh. Yeah. Wait a second.
Yes. Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle, member of the Select Board.
Which is what?
So the Select Board motion up here was voted, it was a 3-2 majority vote.
That's fine.
I just wanted to speak in opposition of that number. Myself and Mr. Silverberg voted in opposition. The two of us support the updated school budget number which is the number in the book for the AFC. Our strong feeling being we elect members of the school committee to make these decisions for us, what is best for the schools. They went through an exercise as requested by the Advisory Finance Committee. They came up with an updated number, and I'm here, I want to respect that number. And so Mark and I are in support of the AFC recommended budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keogh. Before we go to deliberations, there's an update. As you know, one of the most important charge of the Advisory Finance Committee is to make recommendations to the town meeting. Mr. Leslie wants to report an update based on the fact that there are now 4 numbers in play. Mr. Leslie. Oh, Mr. McMahon, okay.
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. The Advisory Finance Committee voted on the residents' motion, the $70,864,789. The committee voted 800 to recommend the town not support that motion. The reason is because the school committee's recommendation is for the advisory finance committee's number, which saves $398,000, almost $49 from the average household tax bill.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Now I'll go back to the microphone, back to my left. Thank you.
Saroja Hansoge, 105 West Main Street. So I think that the school leadership has not done its homework, and similarly, I think the select board has not done its homework. I think that the presentation of the data here was very crude and simplistic and showed a lack of due diligence and due care. And what I mean by that is the sole data point that we saw was a pie chart that showed the biggest portion of that pie being school salaries. And from that, we were led on a journey to see that we had to make difficult cuts, and some teachers would be cut, and then some other dependent services. I think that we can do better. I think what should actually have been shown here is a cost-value mapping of the biggest costs incurred by the school and the value delivered. Typically, then it makes more sense to go through and try to take out the highest cost to value, to lowest value items. In other words, where the ratio to cost is high. But we are not being afforded that opportunity as property tax, real estate tax, school taxpayers. So seeing a one-dimensional pie chart doesn't lead me to any conclusion. On the other hand, I'll just say this in a cursory way. The use of educational technology and digital technology probably provides a ripe opportunity for deep budgetary cuts that may even allow us to retain the very teaching staff that we currently believe that we need to remove, in addition to all the other cuts that need to be incurred to reduce the budget. However, because right now we are confronted with decisions to be made and we don't have the time to show that due diligence and due care, I support the first budget proposal, which is the $70,864,789, because changing the status quo without a clear understanding of the cost and value drivers, and additionally looking at what value digital technology is providing to us and all its dependent costs, I think that it is highly premature, and we would be unduly reducing the quality of education that the Westborough School District is currently providing in order to feel some satisfaction that we're doing something to reduce costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This gentleman's been waiting for a while, so name, address, and your comments, please.
Dave Crandall, 5 Chestnut Street. So I have 3 comments I kind of want to throw out there, and I think it's important because I would expect that many of the people in this room have busy lives and have not sat through the hundreds of hours it takes to understand the details that go into creating a budget. I manage a $4 million budget professionally, and it takes me months to pull together what I'm going to do for the next year. All of the budgets we're discussing here are much larger than that and much more complex because I don't deal with union contracts. I don't deal with steps. I don't deal with things that have 4% increases coming next year that we have no say in this room. And as much as I love the fact that we have town meeting, and it's great that we all have a voice, and I want to hear all of my neighbors' voices, I am very disappointed in the number of you who don't show up at all of those meetings and then come here and say, I don't understand this line. You need to go do your homework, or you need to trust the people you have elected to go through those details. I am very much in support of trying to maintain a fiscally responsible status quo of quality, and that is difficult to achieve here. And to everyone here who says, well, the school's not helping me or the school's not giving me any benefit, I would say that there are some individuals in this building who are hateful and who are not helpful to our community, but I know for a fact that their kids are not like that. So the school is right now what's teaching the next generation not to behave like their parents.
Mr. Crandall, before you step away, do you have a particular number you're supporting?
So I have a great amount of respect for Ms. Hensley, and I think she is absolutely right to bring up the number of a level funding. I know for a fact that when you have to make a difficult decision, technology breaks, you may have to move money around, so there's no right for me to ask the school committee exactly what they're going to spend. Okay. But I also trust Allison, and I trust our school committee, and I trust who they brought forward.
I didn't want to extend your time. I just wanted a particular
AFC.
number.
I would promote the AFC right now.
All right, thank you. All right, the gentleman in the baseball hat back here has been waiting a while.
My name's Jim Crowley, 11 Thomas Newton Drive. I take exception to this gentleman that tells us that we should be at other meetings. This is a town meeting, and this is the best a lot of people can do with their time. When he said trust, Ronald Reagan once said trust but verify. I see that, you know, people on either side saying, well, you spend this amount of money and the kids will be more proficient. You spend more money, they'll be more proficient. There's studies to say that money is not equated to the proficiency of a student. But I think when you come to a town meeting and you're asking people to spend money, everyone just got recent gas bills in the last few months. Those are pretty high, and to ask people to spend more money is a big deal. But I'm here, and I'm saying to myself, I don't know what the increase, either of the increases, are about. There's no specifics here. And there's a motion, oh, the kids will be dumber, or the kids will be smarter, or the community. It has nothing to do with it's pretty simple. You're spending money. What are you spending on it? And can you justify that spending? And that has not been enunciated here. And I don't know how anyone here votes if you don't know that. The other thing, and I know my time's going here, I heard earlier 20% of the residents in town are of poverty or below poverty level. I want you to think about that. There was a gentleman at this microphone was 80, and he can't afford any increases. And I was at a town meeting last year, and a fellow 90 years old that was born here had to leave. So it's really important when you spend money, and you spend this kind of money, you know, I can afford it, fortunately. A bunch of people here can afford it, but you have to think of the people who can't. And I'm not speaking for or against one budget or another. I just think that we should be knowledgeable, and we're not, in my view here, of what we've been presented. And you have to think of the people who can't afford it in our town. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Hang on just a second. The gentleman sort of implicitly asked about details about spending the money. I know Mr. Leslie mentioned that spending the money is specifically directed as a responsibility of the school committee. So do the school committee want to provide any insight into their process or not? It's up to you. Okay. Ms. Borchers.
Hi, I can just sort of, if you don't mind going back, we had the budget driver slide. Thank you. So, you know, as indicated before, we haven't added any programs, any new services. That where our money goes, and I'll speak with a little bit more detail here, just over 80% is salary. Of that amount, the overwhelming majority are people with direct educational contact with students. All of those folks have contracts. Those contracts are scheduled to increase at a rate next year based on those contracted settlement agreements. So those include a baseline COLA of at least 3%, and many of the contracts include other additions to the contract, for example, step or lane changes. So that's one major portion of the cost increase. It's not about us adding anything at all. In fact, we're taking positions away. That slice of the pie used to be over 83%. It's actually shrinking proportionally. The two other big drivers, as I mentioned, are special education and transportation. This is that slide that I wasn't able to show you because I was talking too much. I apologize. The cost of out-of-district special education tuition has risen extraordinarily over the last few years. These are very, very expensive costs that we do not control. And we don't have any control over them. We do get some state funding reimbursement, but it is incomplete, it is in arrears, and it has not kept up with the cost. Additionally, As I mentioned, transportation costs have skyrocketed. So where the money is going, I wish it were coming toward improved services and programming. The reality is it's just kind of keeping us afloat. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borcher. The woman back here has been waiting for quite a while, and then we'll check in with you. Was he there first? No. Oh, was there somebody? Who stood? Oh, down front row. Okay. Scouts, thank you for pointing that out. Scouts, microphone down here, please. Front row. Right down here. Right down here, please. Scouts, back here, please. Yeah. Scouts, where'd you go? Hang on. I'd prefer you not. I didn't know you had the microphone. I'll pick on you next, okay? I didn't know somebody giving you a microphone and you didn't see you stand up. Name, address, and comments, please.
Jonathan Rappaport, 7 Brady Road. I'm a retired educator and school administrator, and I can tell you this whole discussion about middle management is an incredible smokescreen. The costs of running education today is vastly different from 20 years ago, and more managers are needed for a variety of reasons. The pandemic put an incredible strain on public schools across the nation, and what has happened is that many students became very unsocialized during the year they were doing virtual education. Coming back to school, the amount of disciplinary issues, social emotional issues, etc., has increased substantially. Another issue is that our district now, like many other districts, is much, much more diverse. We have many more English language learners, kids that come from families that speak a different language. There are all kinds of services that have to be given to these kids. Additionally, such diagnoses as being on the autism spectrum and other special needs have increased substantially. This requires schools to have appropriate administration to deal with these complex issues day in and day out. So these expenses are really important. So yes, you may want to say, oh, there's too much middle management, but the complexity of public schools is extraordinary. And if you don't spend time day in and day out in the schools and see what's going on, you really don't have an idea. Most of us base our knowledge about public schools as to when we went to schools ourselves. I'm 77, so I went to schools 60-some years ago. And believe me that my personal school experience was vastly different than my experience as an educator and working with kids. So this is very complex, and we should trust that the school committee and our superintendent is trying to do the best they can with the bucks they have. I don't like to spend more taxes, but I really am in support of, at least at the minimum, the Finance Committee's recommendation for the budget, if not the higher. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you scout the microphone to the woman, I think second or third row from the back, who has her hand up? Yeah. Name and address, please.
Hi, Suzanne Parr, 79 South Street. Is it okay to move the question now?
Yes, you may. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we had about a half hour of discussion, mostly of reports. We've then had coming up on 45 minutes to an hour of deliberation. I will just ask if anyone remaining wishes to speak, just so the voters can be informed, just raise your hand if you still want to speak. All right, so it looks pretty clear. Okay, in that case, I will accept the motion to move the question, the purpose of which is to terminate debate. Again, we're not voting on any of these numbers yet. I'll go over that. This is just to say, let's stop talking and let's vote. So when the green light goes on, voting 1 is to terminate debate. Voting 2 is to not terminate debate and see if anybody else wants to speak. And then we'll see where we go from there. Voting is started. Voting is ended. We have 616 in favor and 35 opposed. That is definitely a 2/3 vote. Debate has been terminated. Mark, is there any way that you can bold the first number in the presentation? So as I said, we have a town bylaw that says when motions are only differing in the amount of money, we start at the highest one first and work our way down until we get a winner. Mark's just editing that up, so I just want to be clear. I'm going to leave all the numbers up, but we're just going to move the bolding down as we go. So just to be extra clear, if we get a majority vote on this highest number proposed by Ms. Hensley, voting will stop, and that's going to be the school budget. If you would prefer a lower number, my advice would be the way to affect that is to vote against it, and then we would go down to the AFC recommendation. So again, this just reduces the confusion of having to figure out which order the amendment's in and what are we looking at. So right now, we are voting on Ms. Hensley's motion for the school department budget to be $70,864,789. So when the system has reset and the green light goes on, voting has begun on that top number, the $70,864,789. If you are in favor, press 1. If you are opposed, press 2. Voting is ended. We have 231 in favor and 450 opposed. That motion is defeated. Mark, if you could update the bolding to the next one and maybe delete or cross out that first line. So as I said, now we're going to be voting on the Advisory Finance Committee recommendation, which as the school department presented, that was their proposal after they had been asked to reduce their budget. So once we're all set to go. So our next vote is going to be on the AFC recommended amount. Just give them a chance I just want to make sure there's no confusion about what we're voting on. So we are now voting on the Advisory Finance Committee's recommendation.
Point of order.
Yeah, yes.
Amy McEwen, 14 Wheeler. There's a green light that's on continually over there.
Wait a second.
There's a green light that's on continually over on the right-hand side that might be confused with the voting light.
Sorry. Yeah, that's not the voting light. That was, sorry. Keep forgetting there's 2 lights now. All right, so now we are voting on the Advisory Finance Committee recommendation for a school department budget of $70,466,789. When that green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Again, press 1 is a vote in favor of the Advisory Finance Committee recommendation. A vote of 2 is opposed. If this also loses, we will move on to the next number. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 424 in favor, 270 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. The school department budget for fiscal year 2026 will be $70,466,789. And that concludes our voting on Article 7. So now, if you are planning to leave, please do so quietly. But we who are staying are now going to turn our attention to Article 8. So I'll give a couple of seconds for people to stand up, and once things die down, again, if you must leave, but we do hope you stay. I'll just give a couple of seconds. If you are staying, quietly stretch, then sit back down. Let's not have a big to-do. I will also note that it's 1:17. The high school cafeteria vendor will be doing cash-only lunch sales till 2 o'clock, and the women's club is out there with snacks.
They're selling food in the gym. Hey guys, music break. I've been sitting too long.
Okay, I think most people are now quietly out of the aisles and leaving, so let's pull ourselves back together. And I'm going to move on to Article 8 in about a minute. Remember, if you're leaving, even if you come back, turn in your handset. I'll give about one more minute and then we need to move on. I'd like to get through the entire warrant today, and the quicker we go, the better.
I forgot my earplug. I have them out.
Steve Hardy really cleared the room, but just the threat of him speaking, and they left him for others.
No, I'm going to have to say something. I'm like feeling so.
Okay, it looks like everyone who is leaving has sort of made their way through the halls, so let's settle back down. In about 30 seconds, I'm going to restart with a motion on Article 8. So please settle back down. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Please be quiet, please be seated, please wrap up your conversations. Ms. Marshall?
I'm so happy to see everyone still sticking around. Excellent. Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate $275,000 from Cable TV Enterprise Fund and vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $145,685 for the purpose of the article as oh, we got a different number. My apologies. Christie?
What was
Can
that?
you give me clarification?
Hang on, we're just clarifying things. All right. Okay. All right, Ms. Marshall.
Apologies. I'm going to restate that motion. My apologies. What you see on the screen is not correct. It's a lower number, so I expect to see some smiles. Okay. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate $275,000 from Cable TV Enterprise Fund and vote to raise and appropriate a sum of $145,685 for the purpose of the article as stated in the warrant.
Okay,
Mr. Moderator.
yes, so hang on just a second. So Mark will adjust that. So the actual motion is $6,000 less than was just shown, but Mark will fix that. Now, while he fixes that, Ms. Marshall.
Okay, thank you. So historically, the town has directed all of its cable franchise fees to Westborough TV through the Cable TV Enterprise Fund with no tax impact on the residents. Due to declining cable revenue, Westborough TV estimates the need for additional funding in FY 2026 in order to maintain its service to the community. This declining revenue is directly attributable to cable subscribers cutting the cord and moving from a cable service to a streaming service. The town of Westborough and Westborough TV have entered into agreement to provide additional funding in order to maintain the 3 channels that Westborough TV offers: public, education, and government programming. Westborough TV remains available in over 3,000 cable households in Westborough. They have 3,700 subscribers to their YouTube channel, with over 220,000 views in 2024. Westborough TV produced just shy of 1,000 shows during 2024 across those 3 channels: public, education, and government. The amount in the motion is $6,000 less than the amount listed in the warrant due to a commitment of the Affordable Housing Trust to offset this cost related to their own meeting coverage in FY 2026. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. I know that the Westborough TV board is ready to make a presentation, but before they did that, they wanted me to check and see if there are going to be questions and comments. It looks like are there questions and comments? Are you waiting to, you're going to make a, are you?
I'm waiting on my
Sorry,
turn
what?
to make a comment, yes.
You want to make a comment? Hang on. Ms. Henderson, do you want to wait to hear the comment, or would you like to go ahead with your presentation? Okay.
It's Karen Henderson, 11 High Street. I'm happy to wait to hear the comment.
Okay.
And then
all right, name, address, and your comment, please.
Well, I'll withdraw my comment at this time. I'll wait for the presentation and then make my comment. Thank you.
Okay, I get it. So I sort of missed the tail end. Do you want to hear the presentation, or are you just saying you don't need to? You say you want to hear the presentation? Oh, okay. All right, thank you. In that case, Ms. Henderson and Mr. Hart, if you would like to make your presentation, the usual 10-minute rules apply. Time will start once your presentation is up and ready. Mr. Hart.
Hi, good afternoon. Steve Hart. I'm speaking to you today as chair of the board of Westborough TV and the board of directors. I'm accompanied by the face of Westborough TV, Karen Henderson, our general manager. And I really feel like I'd just like to take the question and save everybody's time, but we're very happy to talk about Westborough TV. And one of the things I think is something that some people don't quite understand is that we are an independent non-profit set up by the town some 20 years ago. Our mission is very simple. It's to serve the community of Westborough through creation of broadcast media programming that is by, about, and for the entire Westborough community. We do that, as Shelby referenced, through our 3 channels: public, educational, government, often referred to as the PEG channels. And as she mentioned, we're not just on cable TV, we're also online, on YouTube, we're on demand, we're on podcasts, and let's face it, you can actually go home tonight and listen to this meeting. Many people have referenced, excuse me, we've got a little, okay, little wardrobe malfunction. The town of Westborough, as referenced, enters into a contract with Westborough TV, Westborough cable providers, Verizon and Charter. They pay a percentage of their income to the town, and the town, by regulation, passes that through to Westborough TV because it is purely for those services we provide, the PEG services. So that funding comes to us. It's at no cost, has been at no cost to anybody, and still is at no cost to anybody in terms of our tax bills. But that funding is based on the number of customers Charter and Verizon have. And many of you in this room, congratulations, if you've cut the cord, you're paying far less now than you used to pay for your cable because you've only got about 5 subscriptions for streaming. And so the subscriber base is down over the last 5 years by 38%, and that obviously means our revenue is down. And so some people say to me, well, why didn't you come when this happened? Because actually we crossed the line in 2020. It didn't just happen today. But if some of you will remember, those of you who have been here 50 years or some of you 25 years, actually 5 years ago we could have come and said we need money because we're going to run out. And we looked at the property taxes going up that year and said we can't do that. The taxes are going up by 5 or 6%. And then the next year we said, we can't go, we've still got reserves, the money is going up again. And unfortunately, I've heard the phrase perfect storm mentioned this morning already, but we've reached the perfect storm. We continue to have the town continues to have a decline in income from the cable providers. We are managing our expenses as efficiently as we can, and Karen's going to speak to that in a moment. And in the meanwhile, we need to address the gap, otherwise the services will decline very quickly.
Great. So Karen Henderson, 11 High Street. I'm the general manager at Westborough TV. And yeah, no, I'm really proud, despite the financial challenges that we've been looking at, our output rather, has increased over 40% over the past 5 years. And I won't read through this list. Steve hates this slide of mine. But these are all the different things we do, not just the live broadcast of so many things, but the ability to archive, save those, and go back and find them, which I think is so important for so many things. But yeah, in case anybody's wondering, government meetings, sports, concerts, we do in-studio shows and podcasts, we work with veterans and community organizations and events. We do specialized videos. We did a great recruitment video for the police this past year that they have used and we're really happy with. We've done a whole series for the DPW. We're working on 8 business videos right now for the Economic Development Committee for a big event they have in April. And we do tons of hands-on learning for over 100 Westborough High School, Assabet, and Assabet students and camps. Go to the next one. So just in terms of viewership, and this might answer the gentleman's question back there, because I know this has come up, but we don't have any data on the viewership on cable. We just don't. The cable companies do not give us that. So we have anecdotal information. That is certainly how a lot of people used to watch it. But we don't have data. We know that even though a lot of you have cut the cord, there's still over 3,000 households in town that have cable. But we do know we have 3,700 YouTube channel subscribers, and just if you look at like how many views there, people really have shifted their viewing. We had over 37,000 online views in 2019, and last year we were closer to, we were above 220,000, and this year we're on track to do more than 250,000 views on YouTube. Go to the next one. And then Steve just wanted to highlight a few, just in case you're wondering, we have last year's town meeting got about 1,500 online views. Our graduations typically get between 2,500 and 5,000 views. Again, this is all online views. The football game, 1,200. We had a recent school committee meeting that had over 800 views, and a select board meeting was at 370 this past month. Go in buggies, we had 2,200 go in buggies that were watched last year. So that's that second grade play. And then just by the way, right now on YouTube, we have 167 people watching. And so far this morning, 1,046 people have tuned in.
And if I can add, the ones that left after the last item, I'm sure have gone home to watch Westborough TV.
One would think they could have stayed and voted for us. This is really the bottom line. We've got the cable revenues coming in, we've got our expenses, and we've got that financial gap. I apologize that this is a little bit high compared to what the actual motion is, but basically it comes out to about $1.50 per month for the average taxpayer that we're looking to have as a subsidy this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now does the gentleman like to ask his question?
Thanks. I'm Bill Sperlin, 4 Stratton Drive in Westborough, and I stand opposed to the article. I think that as the use of cable TV declines, I cut the cable myself years and years ago, although I still pay money. I pay money for the subscriptions for services that I'm interested in. I watch a lot of tennis on Tennis TV. I pay money for that. And I think that the way forward for Westborough TV should be to create subscription services on the internet to substitute for the lost revenue from cable. But to make a long story short, I think that this is an obsolescent technology. We don't need lighting. We don't need production values. We don't need directors. What we need is people with iPhones who can put them on the table, record the meeting, and post it on YouTube. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Ms. Allen.
Chris Allen, 8 Edward Dunn Way. I am incredibly in favor of funding Westborough Cable TV. It is a resource that all of us can use and need. For one thing, as part of the Historical Society, they record our programs, and our programs range from history of Westborough talks to Indian dances to all types of cultural things. And who's there recording it so others can enjoy it? Cable TV. Same thing with little kids' second grade play. Maybe I want to see that. Well, it's on cable TV. So therefore, they are incredible. Their recordings are our history eventually, because we can go back. But more important than anything, I believe that Westborough Cable TV is critical to our democracy. I think a democracy depends on an informed voter and transparency. If you want to know what's going on in town, why we develop budgets as we do, or why there are certain things that are more controversial than others, you can look on Westborough Cable TV and see these meetings recorded. And that, I think, is so important, so that when you arrive here, you understand the issues. Or whenever you are in town talking about Westborough TV and the town, you will know what you're talking about. So therefore, I think we should fund it and be proud that we have it. Thank you.
Thank you. The microphone over here.
Ellen Google, 84 Fisher Street, and mine is more of a question. I'm sorry if I might have missed it. I was in the bathroom after the school thing. But I had heard that, that the town, at least for some committees, has to pay Westborough TV to come and record. The person I heard this from, I'm looking to see if this is true, that it was one of the groups wanted to be on Westborough TV and have the YouTube stuff, and it was going to cost them $600 a meeting, and if they met every month, that's $8,000. So I don't know if you addressed this already, but let's be clear, if that is true, we're already paying them something. And if there's anyone who can address this concern of mine that there's really more than this, please do so.
Thank you. Ms. Henderson.
If I can, through John. Yes, thanks for the question, Ellen. We have not to this point charged committees to cover their meetings. Any committee who wants a meeting covered, we have gone and covered that. There are some set meetings that we have covered all along the way. While we've been going through this process, a question came up about whether or not we could figure out a cost per meeting, what it costs us to cover a meeting. And that's why the lower number you see there is there was one committee who will be paying for their meetings to be covered so that they are all covered. They are available hybrid so people can watch and they can call in, and they will be archived. And that is coming off this bottom line number. So in other words, Westborough TV won't be paid for that. The town will kind of be reimbursed by that committee for that. So it's separate from us.
So the follow-up question is, the number you just put up there that we're voting on, if you could go back to the number, the 200 and, is it 220?
Sorry, so the answer is, it was a 151 number. This is the tax implication was 151, 685. But instead, it's this 145, 685 that
So
Mark
are
has
we-
up there right now.
Are we voting to spend 145, 685 with this?
Correct. And-
Okay, then my question is, are there any other expenses to the town above that to Westborough TV?
No, that's
Okay,
the only thing.
Thank you.
All right, before I go to the other back microphone, yes, down front, I guess we'll go with Ms. Emery first. Scout, microphone down here, please. Scout, down here, please. No, front row. Front row right in front of me. Oh, here we go, it's a race. Oh, and down the stretch they come.
Thanks very much.
Ms. Emery.
Lee Emery. I've been on the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen, done a lot here in Westborough, and now I'm dealing with a slight handicap. And I think when we look at what cable TV offers different sections of our citizens, it helps anybody who has difficulty getting outside, so either because they're elderly or they've had an accident and are slightly disabled. And there are a lot of our seniors who, just because of their age and regular infirmities, can't get down here. I mean, it was really hard today to get in and out. So I think we have to remember we have two very large populations, those with permanent or a temporary handicap, and anyone who is willing to admit they're a senior and have difficulty getting around. So I just want to keep those two groups in mind.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I'm going to cycle through, so we'll get you next after we cycle through. Mr. Edinburgh.
Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. I'm speaking at the time the vote was taken as a trustee of the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust. The 6,000 difference actually came from our committee. As you know, the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust, well, it's part of the town and an agent of the town. It's a separate fiscal entity. And given this transition year and what we felt as trustees was the importance of continuing to have our meetings streamed live, which it's 9 o'clock on a Friday morning people watch, as well as available on demand for people to watch or go back to and refer to at a later point in time was extremely important. As part of our charter and trust, the trust is able to reimburse the town for the cost of services. And so we made a decision as a trust for this transitional year to help the town cover the cost of Westborough TV as a fiscal contribution to the town, given that we're a separate fiscal entity and wanted to support Westborough TV's continued coverage.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Mr. Shore, if you don't mind, just because I know this is a different topic, but I'd like to hear some new voices occasionally. You could stay there for next time, but I'd like to let the woman behind you speak if she wants to speak. Do you want to speak?
I haven't talked on this subject yet.
I know, but still. As I said earlier in the meeting, you just have to hover near the microphone and I'll use my judgment. So if the woman behind you would like to speak, I'll let her go next. Thank you.
Hi, Everly Ebb, 12 Peters Farmway. And a couple of things. I am the newest member of the Westborough TV board, and I'm honored, and I want to explain why I chose to serve on this board. First of all, as a business leader, I've run a $50 million company on my own. I have never seen a group do so much with so little. They are everywhere. Everywhere I am, they are. And I just can't wait to work with them on fundraising and other things so we can potentially lessen the burden in the future. Also, as a resident of Del Webb, Chauncey Lake, we do have many people who can't come to these meetings and who really want to learn. And it is essential that we provide these services for residents to be informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Scouts, microphone front row again, this time for Mr. Caprioli.
Hello, Dom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. A few months ago, I was at the senior center. I talked to Mrs. Henderson, and I told her personally that I supported her organization and I would speak on her behalf. So in order to fulfill my obligation in that regard, I'll do it in the inimitable way that I do things, which is factual, which is lack of emotion, factual and reality-based. We had approximately, in a previous article, approximately 70 votes on budgets, okay? Not one penny was deducted from any budget of all the budgets advanced. Now, this is an operating budget for a department, as far as I'm concerned, the Department of Westborough. That we should pick on this group versus all previous 70 that no one saved a penny on is unconscionable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Caprioli. I did not realize that woman was going to speak as a board member, so now I'll go to you, Mr. Shore.
Daniel Shore, 26 Haskell Street. I'm all in favor of what Westborough Cable does. I think you guys do a phenomenal job. My concern is with the Affordable Housing Trust money being used for different things. This was set up by primarily Del Webb, the property at the Westborough State. We've used it for a number of different things, and I think we start sliding a little bit outside of what it was supposed to be used for. And I have some concern over that because we're going to end up with not enough 40B housing in the town, affordable housing, and then we're going to be asking the town to be able to change zoning or come up with money or do whatever to support that. And I think we have to be very careful what we're spending that money from the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shore. Mr. Bain.
Yes, Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive. I will respond directly. I'm the chair of the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust, and this was a transition year. We were in a situation where the town was trying to figure out what's the best way to subsidize, if you will, Westborough TV, and we voted early on to ensure that our meetings were broadcast. And it was a small amount, Dan, of our total budget and our retained earnings. So next year going forward, we're going to be looking for the town, hopefully, to cover it all. So that was a one-time issue. Secondly, standing here, I am very supportive of Westborough TV, and let me just tell you a quick story. And Miss Emery sort of alluded to it. We at St. Luke's Roman Catholic Church broadcast the 9 a.m. Mass every Sunday. It is sent and distributed via Westborough TV. And it goes out to a lot of seniors. This is what we hear. This is how I've talked to people individually. Granted, there's technology such as YouTube, et cetera, where you can tune to that. Many elderly people are not that computer savvy or don't have the equipment. It's much easier for them to turn to their channel and see the Mass. They also rebroadcast at 6:30. And if I may, one of our associate pastor, Father Sagar, okay, who's somewhat new to the parish, was going out to see somebody in a hospice situation to visit in Worcester. He was worried. He had never met this gentleman before, this elderly gentleman before, and he didn't know, he won't know me, things like that. As he walked into the room, the gentleman, said, "Oh, Father, it's so good to see you in person. I see you all the time on Westborough TV." And that's an example of how they serve the community. And that individual felt more a part of the community, the church community and Westborough. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bain. Just how many more people want to speak? I'm just trying to get a sense. Got somebody there. Okay, I'm going to go to the woman back here. Name and address, please.
Susan McAllis, 23 Elm Street. I want to thank Westborough TV because every year during the forum that we have for the people in the town to watch their candidates, answer questions, listen to the candidates, and it helps them decide how to vote. And I find that to be a very most honorable piece of Westborough television. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Now I'll move to the gentleman at the microphone here. With the black t-shirt. Yeah, name and address and your comments, please.
Hello, I'm Keelan Boyle, 28 Old North Street. I am here to talk in favor of this spending because being able to record town meetings and all government processes makes it easier to go back and check, did the town boards do what they said they would do, and making sure that everything is transparent, and then also broadcasting what the town is doing to all of its citizens who may not even know that something exists. And with the remarks from the first gentleman with going to YouTube and more streaming services, I believe increasing the budget of Westborough TV is even more important to make sure that there's high quality content on cable and also on their YouTube channels and the small videos they make for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll jump to the microphone over here, please.
Colleen Patenti, 218 East Main Street. I move to vote.
Okay. She has moved the question. We have mostly heard, we've had opportunities to hear. We've been going at it for almost a half an hour, so I'll accept the move the question. Thank you. So now that's not debatable, so we will now go directly to a vote to terminate debate. So when the light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote to stop debate, not a vote on the main motion. So this is just whether we keep going. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed, and we'll continue debate. Voting is started. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 557 in favor and 15 opposed. The motion carries. That is certainly a majority vote. Next on the warrant is Article 9, dealing with the library. Sorry? What? Oh, that's... I got to stop reading my own
Give me
notes.
my money.
I was getting my page ready to take things. Thank you for correcting me. That would have been very embarrassing. Even more embarrassing than it is now. Thank you for all of you who know what I'm doing better than I do. We now move to the main motion, which was on the screen, which is to transfer appropriate from the Cable TV Enterprise Fund and to raise and appropriate the numbers on the screen. So thanks to all of you who corrected me. I'm glad to see you're paying attention to how the process works. So now when I get too old and decrepit, you too can be moderator. So when the green light goes on, we're now voting on the main motion. That's the worst mistake I've made in a while.
We usually go to that back here. So we get like the flag. Okay. Okay, for real this time.
Voting is ended. And now we have a vote of 573 in favor and 29 opposed, still clearly a majority. And now we can close Article 8 and move to Article 9, dealing with the library building repair, construction, temporary library, and relocation. Mr. Baldwin. Oh, and just also last call for the lunch in the cafeteria. I believe the Women's Club stays all day, but in about 10 minutes, the high school cafeteria staff will be cleaning up. So if you must leave, please be quiet. And now, Mr. Baldwin.
Ed Baldwin, 25 Mount Pleasant Street. I am a library trustee and the chair of the Library Building Committee. I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $12,303,229 to fund design, construction, and project management costs for the purpose of repairs and building improvements to the Westborough Public Library, preparation and maintenance of a temporary library for use during construction and relocation to and from the temporary library, including all costs incidental or related thereto, and to meet this appropriation to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, to borrow said sum under GLC 44 Section 7.1 or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, said sum to be expended under the direction of the Library Building Committee, which is authorized to enter into all agreements and execute any and all instruments and to take all related actions necessary or appropriate to effect the foregoing. Excuse me. And further, to authorize the Board of Library Trustees to grant any utility and/or other easements on the Westborough Public Library property as may be appropriate to provide services to the library.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Actually, as you leave, please be quiet. If you're leaving the building completely, please turn in your voting device. I know most of that was just people saying, like, you can read the motion, but now that we're entering deliberation and discussion mode, I'm going to ask everyone to please be quiet. At this point, there is a presentation by the Library Trustees, Building Committee, and Library Director, and I will turn it over to Ms. Caraccio.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Caraccio. I am the Director of the Westborough Public Library. I'm here today along with the Library Building Committee, the Board of Trustees, our Owner's Project Management team from Vertex, and our Architect and Design team from Lamro Pagano Associates to request funding for the final phase of the critically needed library repair project. Today, I will give you a brief overview of how we got here, what the project entails, and Ed Baldwin, Chair of the LBC, will give you an overview of the cost of the project and the tax impact of maintaining this vital town asset. One question that I frequently get asked is, why does the building need so many repairs? It's a difficult question to answer without looking at the history. We started this project in 2012, and at that point, many of the systems included in this project were already at past end of life. We were working towards a renovation and an expansion project, which included demolition of the 1980 addition. We deferred replacement of any major system at that point in an effort to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars and not replace systems that were slated for demolition. When the vote did not pass in 2022, the Library Building Committee reconvened with an objective to design a plan that addressed only the most pressing repairs in a cost-effective manner. While it seems like we keep coming back to town meeting with the same project, we are actually only coming back with the same problems because they have not been addressed yet. Hopefully it's the last time. So we've narrowed the project down to the following major repairs: replacement of the 1908 and 1980 roofs, replacement of the failing HVAC system. For example, we currently do not have air conditioning, and we are often a cooling center in the summer. Replacement of electrical and data systems, and replacement and restoration of windows and carpeting. The cost of any of these major replacements trigger a number of code compliance requirements. So what are they? They are ADA compliance, which includes a really involved set of accessibility requirements. These ensure that everyone in our community can benefit from our building. We need to add 3 additional restrooms to be up to code. We also need to install, not replace, a fire suppression system, a sprinkler system. And I say install because we do not have one. There is no fire suppression system in a building full of books. This keeps me up at night. We also need to comply with a number of other building codes, including electrical, energy, plumbing, structural, life safety, and security. So this, what I would say, is probably the bulk of what we're looking at here. And not only are these items required by law, but they also make our library more accessible, functional, and safe. Here's a look at the plans for the main floor of the library. A few things I want to point out. The teen room has been moved from the 2 front rooms to a back corner where our current adult fiction is. This will give the teens a space that fits their needs while also creating some soundproofing in the adult area. In addition, the 2 historic front rooms, by overwhelming request from the public, are going back to being adult spaces. Speaking of the code compliance piece, you can see here in green the 3 bathrooms labeled TLT toilet. Through smart space planning and where we've put this on this floor, in which there are no bathrooms on this floor, we are also able to carve out a small group study room just by extending that wall a little bit. We know that in today's world, in 2025, so many people are in need of these small group meeting rooms for things like telehealth appointments or Zoom calls or any number of those things. So this will allow us to actually add services to you at a very low cost. Critical systems have reached end of useful life. For example, we have 17 fan coil units as part of our HVAC system, or failing HVAC system. Of those 17, 3 have been replaced. 1 caught fire. We were open when it happened so we could take care of it, but again, I want you to remember we don't have a fire suppression system, and 1 of these coils caught fire. The other one flooded 2 floors of the library on the ramp down into the children's room. That was on my 2nd month as director, and I had to try to figure that out. That was fun. It also forced us to close, so we're already having impact of service from this failing system. Our library building committee, so what I want to say there is we have 14 other identical fan coil units that could fail at any time, so this is immediate. Our library building committee consists of 10 tax-paying town residents. Along with our experts, we've worked diligently to develop a package that represents the most cost-effective approach to these necessary repairs. The project cannot be completed piecemeal due to the code compliance triggers. It is an actual domino effect. Additionally, the risks of waiting longer on this project are high. When a system fails and requires emergency repairs, the cost will escalate significantly and still trigger those code compliance requirements laid out in this project. For example, installation of the fire suppression system alone would require relocation of the library. We would also lose the favorable bids we've secured, lose our opportunity for proactive relocation, and risk meeting our state mandated minimums of service. In short, the package in front of you today represents the lowest possible cost to the community for these urgent repairs.
So I guess Ed Baldwin, 25 Mount Pleasant Street. You heard that before, but I'll say it again. I'm here to talk about funding for the library repair project and what we've done, what we, the Library Building Committee, have done to control the costs. Today, we're requesting just over 12.3 million. If you were here in March last year, we were estimating 14 odd million at that time, so we've carved almost $2 million out of the cost. That 12.3 million includes all the necessary repairs, funds for project administration and management, moving the library from its current location into the community center for about a year and then moving it back, and also refitting the community center to run a library in it. Throughout this process, the Library Building Committee has worked pretty carefully with the project team to cut out costs. I'll talk about that a little more. We expect the construction phase to last 12 to 18 months, starting hopefully tomorrow, but then reopening in probably August to September of 2026. Can we go to the... So a little bit more about cost savings. Way back in early 2023, sort of the first ballpark estimate of the cost was 19 million to repair. In 2024, at town meeting, that's the total project cost, I should say. In 2024, the total project cost was estimated at 15.5 million. That was for what we told town meeting last March. And we have pulled that down to 13.8 million now. I should say that's based on bids. We have a bid for construction. It's about 8-point-something million. And bids are firm estimates for most of the other costs. I will talk a little bit about some of the things we've done to reduce costs. One of the things we need to fix is the roof on the older part of the building. It was natural slate. We saved about $250,000 by going to synthetic slate. We obtained a variance for ADA access to the front entrance so we can keep the historic entrance, and people who have mobility issues can come in through the side entrance as they do now. We're using the community center as housing for the temporary library rather than renting temporary space. That was a great move by the town, I think. We have a whole bunch of, quote, smaller changes that add up to $260,000. And I have to admit, we also got lucky. The cost of construction is much lower now than we thought it would be. So we're taking full advantage of that. Finally, we're pursuing outside funding sources, grants and rebates. We're working with the Friends of the Library and the Library Foundation for donations to further reduce the financial burden on taxpayers. If we have to, I take a step back, as I said, the total construction phase cost is $2.3 million. The average cost per household over 20 years will be about $116 or $29 per quarter. Hopefully, as I said, we can reduce that with donations and grants and so on. So we've been working very hard to keep costs under control. And if you vote in favor of this project, we'll continue doing that through construction. And we're committed to transparency, efficiency, and cost effectiveness. And we appreciate and hope for your support.
You done? So I'll tell you what, we're going to go to deliberation. If there's themes that arise, I'll let you go back to your other slides,
Perfect.
okay? Just so we can do that. So, I see Mr. Conklin, just so I get a sense, because things have been so crazy with the budgets. How many people are here to speak, are intending to speak on this? Okay, so I see a number. Okay, if any of you can and want to get to one of the standing mics, you can. If not, I'll try to remember to get you with the roving mics. But Mr. Conklin, I'll call on you now.
I move to amend the amount appropriated in the main motion to $1 million. So the air conditioner that's out is, the chiller is like $60,000. These guys have been holding back on this roof for 4 or 5 years kind of thing, and I think that the $863,000 that could be spent on this stuff would not trigger all the other stuff they can work on over the years, bringing it up to code on that stuff. Thank you.
Mr. Conklin, just before you walk away, so your amendment is to reduce the $12,303,229 to $1 million even?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so just remember, for those of you who are here, I think most of you for the school budget, if we get to a point of a vote, we'll go with the high number first and go to the low number only if the high amount loses. So we'll see how that goes. Right. Would the Finance Committee like to issue any comments on its recommendation?
Yes, thank you. Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. In the Advisory Finance Committee Report and Recommendations book, you'll note that originally the committee voted 8-0-1 with one member abstaining. Excuse me. The abstention was he felt he wanted some more information about the soft costs. Those have come in. We revoted this morning to support the article 900.
Thank you. So the AFC recommendation goes from 801 to 900? Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Let's see. I'll go to the microphone back here. So Scouts, just be ready. I'm going to call on you after this, but I think, is that Mr. Waite in the back? Mr. Waite.
Yep. Hi, Eric Waite, 7 Franklin Ave. I rise in vocal support of this project, and I think would be helpful, you went through the history, that was great to hear that, as to the original number of what it would have cost when this town meeting, by a very narrow margin at first, and then granted by a bigger margin when we came back, rejected the kind of more demolition and rebuilding, because that's the number that was rejected, and this is what you asked us to come back with, and you've done an outstanding job. You know, just to keep in mind, because I know this came up before, I've been living in town since 2000, and I've luckily, knock on wood, never had to avail myself of the police department or the fire department or the ambulance servants. I know before people talk about, well, it's $100 and I go to the library 8 times, like that math doesn't add up. That's not the way to look at it. The way to look at it is, how do we benefit as a community to have a true third place, one of the only third places here in the town. Could you imagine poor Panera if there wasn't a library? There'd be 1,500 kids in there, right? with one soda between all of them. And so if you could just let the crowd know what that number was, because this is well below that number. Thank you.
Okay, so he's asking, just compare this to the original complete renovation replacement. So,
thank you.
Yes, Ms. Caraccio.
So the number that the total project would have cost in 2022 was about $38 million.
Sorry, Kate Caraccio, Library Director.
Yes.
Sorry, thank you.
Sorry, $38 million. And also to your other comment, which is we really, it's hard to put a financial dollar in what we offer you guys, but I can say that in 2024, if every item borrowed was bought instead of borrowed, it would have cost this community $3.4 million. And that is just borrows alone. And to put that in perspective, our operating budget is $1.4 million. So I'd like to think you get return on your investment just based on borrows alone, and we offer much more than that.
All right. I saw there was someone over here who was seated who wanted to speak. Are they still there? Oh, did you get in line? Okay. Well, we'll get to you eventually, I think so. Let the woman in front of you go. Thank you for moving to the microphone. Yes, the woman with the white hat on.
Colleen Potenti, 218 East Main Street. What's the cost for repairs alone? No adding of anything, just repairs.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. No adding what?
Not doing any renovations, just repairs.
Just repairs.
I can try and answer that. We don't have a full breakdown on it. The question is, what's the cost for repairs alone? Replacing the roof, doing the HVAC and a couple other things is several $1 million. This is very much ballpark, 3 or 4. Very much ballpark, and our cost estimators may be shooting me now in their imaginations. But the way the detailed cost estimates work, it's not broken out that way. They say electrical costs X, masonry costs Y, and there's 17 trades, each of which is broken out. And it's hard to figure out, in many cases, what's repair, what's code compliance, and what's other. I will say the repairs would definitely put us over the threshold that requires us to do, come into full compliance with ADA and other building codes. And those two things together are by far the bulk of the costs.
So the analysis was never done?
That analysis has not been done.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ball, I saw you waiting. Mr. Ball?
Yes, thank you. Jim Ball, 78 Lyman Street, also co-chair of the Library Foundation. Speaking in favor of this, just a couple of points I wanted to make. One was already made about the dramatic reduction from the prior request. I think they've worked really hard to get this down. Another thing is, it's talked about a lot how long this has taken, but something that was not the fault of the library or the building committee is a very flawed state grant process where they gave a grant, but the money, when the money's not there, and they waited years and years and years to finally get to the top of the list where there was money available, and then a COVID delay, which also drove up costs. So they would have gone this route maybe 5-6 years ago if they had understood that, but that's not their fault and that's not their choice. So that system is flawed at the state level, not within our control. And so they're doing the best they can now with what they're working with. Another point is they can't do these repairs without the accessibility improvements and such that, so they have to be done together. You can't say one without the other. So I'm speaking in favor of this strongly.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. To the microphone over here where you had stood up, yes. Name and address and your comments, please.
Skip Richards, 6 Deerslayer Lane in Westborough. I'm very much in favor of the project. I don't like taxes either, but this project is not the place to try to address the tax problem. Well, I don't watch sports, and until last week I had no idea who Stephen A. Smith was. When I read that he signed a $100 million 5-year contract to continue his talk show on ESPN, that's $20 million a year or $400,000 a week, so we can watch him debate with his colleagues about football and basketball tactics. Now, his $400,000 per week comes from the enormous profits that his advertisers make selling us potato chips and beer while we watch the games. Now, the tax impact on repairing and saving the library building comes to about $1.75 per week on a $600,000 house. What can we buy today for $1.75? A bag of potato chips is about $5 and a 6-pack of beer is in the $10 range. Do you really want to deny the families and school kids and retired folks of the library we all deserve over $1.75 a week? And that $1.75 is per family, not per person. How would it feel to live in a society that doesn't bat an eye over paying $400,000 a week to a TV sports analyst, but can't come up with $1.75 per family a week to have the library we all deserve? The other point I want to make is that if this measure is defeated, it will almost certainly end up costing us a great deal more. The library board will need to begin to address repairs on an emergency basis. $1.5 million for heating and cooling, $500,000 for the roof, and these will trigger ADA compliance. We'll need to redo the entrances, the stairways, the elevators anyway. We will waste the $1.5 million we have already spent on design, prep, and bidding for the renovation. This work will need to be redone and rebid on a piecemeal basis. Instead of a single contractor, they'll have to get separate bids for each job, totaling way more money. And the jobs will not be done in a coordinated fashion, costing even more. These expenditures will need to come, many may need to come out of annual expenditures instead of being borrowed, causing a much more immediate impact on the town. The school budget impact on taxes is over 70 times what the library repair will cost, and to many residents, the library is as important as our schools. Let's not impair one of the most important services the town provides over $1.75 a week. Let's have the library we all deserve.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone seated who can't get to a microphone who wants me to pre-stage a thing? All right, so Scouts, are you there? All right, yes, would you like to introduce your name, address, and your comments, please? Then I'll go back to the microphone up here.
Phyllis Seeger, 5300s Road.
Can you say that again, sorry?
I'm sorry?
Your name and address again, please?
Phyllis Seeger,
Yeah.
5300s Road.
Thank you.
Sorry, okay. I just want to say, as someone who moved here in '81 and has been amazed with the library system offers from the many other places I've lived in the country, I want to say I was overwhelmed with free library passes to go to all the events and museums and everything around us. I got to go to free programs. I could watch plays. There were movies in the summer on the green when my kids were young. I've walked through the building and been rained on a time or two. I can attest to the fact that it makes me very nervous to be in a building that has no fire suppression. I'm worried about potential flooding. These things happened in my home, I'd be moving, I think. But what I want to ask is just one question. I did go to one of the informative meetings, and someone in the audience asked the question, what are the consequences if this isn't done? Where do we go? What happens to our accreditation? If we lose our accreditation as a library, do we have any place else to go that we can borrow books? Could someone address that, please?
Thank you. Ms. Caraccio.
So that's actually a really good question, and there's a slightly nuanced answer, but I'll give just kind of the bare bones answer, is that libraries are actually ruled by a number of state standards that they set for us to reach certification. One of those metrics is hours open, along with free library service to all. Now, if we're unable to do that, or the town isn't willing to fund a temporary location for one reason or another, or we're closed an extended amount of time, we do risk losing state aid. We do risk certification. Now, what does decertification mean for each one of you? It depends, but traditionally how it happens is you not only lose library services in your town. If a town won't fund library services, you are not able to go to any other town's library as a resident of Westborough. So you can't just go to Sudbury and borrow books. You can't just go to Shrewsbury and borrow books. You can't use their services. You can't borrow books anywhere else if your town won't fund the library. And so that is something we're concerned about. It's not something that will happen tomorrow if this is a no vote, but it is something that we need to keep an eye on in terms of being able to hit those state minimums of service.
Thank you very much. Woman back here, name, address, and comments, please.
Lynn Van Doren, 6 Maple Circle. I was going to bring up that point that if we lose certification for the library, we have no interlibrary loan. Yeah, sure, you can go over to Shrewsbury and start reading your book and then hope maybe next week when you go back, it's still on the shelf with your bookmark. And another thing that I wanted to point out was I used to work at the library, and we had a group of teenagers who would come in Sunday to play board games. And it was so great to see them interacting. And very often we had to ask them to quiet down and get under control because they were getting loud. To have a separate section that's walled off, that's glassed off, that they can be loud and interact instead of through screens but face to face is such an invaluable service nowadays where so much interaction is via screens. So I totally support this repair and renovation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Petroselli, would like to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, John. Just Bob Petroselli, 6 Francis Drive, and I'm Vice Chair of the Library Building Committee. And I just wanted to respond to, there was a question earlier about what is the actual repair cost? Can you break everything down? The 12.3 million is the repair cost. The voters already voted overwhelmingly to spend 1.5 million over at the town meeting in 2023 and the town meeting vote on 2024 for the design development, schematic design, and creation of the bid documents, which was the fee for the architects and the owner's project manager. So this primarily is the repair. The bids came in way under budget. The general contractor came in with 17 filed sub-bid trades, which are the filed subs or the subcontractors working on the project. And according to Mass Public Law, those bids are combined into one bid package. The low bid of $12,300,000 was, the $8 million combined with this reflects the lowest possible cost. The next low bidder was $500,000 higher, so we were lucky to have that favorable bidding climate. But this is the repair. And if you're talking about space reconfiguration, as long as the building is going to be vacated, torn apart, we listen to the voters. So moving to the teen room to the back and a few other things, adding the toilets are part of code that you need to do, but it's also program space that wasn't going to be any much more cost to the taxpayers. So that is pretty much 99% of the repair costs.
Thank you. The person at the microphone in the light blue back here, name and address and your comments, please.
Anouk van Opstal, 11 Central Street. As you can tell, I live very close to the library. I've been living in this town for 14 years. When I moved here, I knew nobody. I was pregnant, and the library kind of saved my life because it's the only place where I could meet people and not be judged about anything at all, where I could bring my nursing baby, and she's 14 years old and in the school program and uses the library very often. Nearly twice a week. It is the only place that is free for our children to go and be present without being kicked out, without any sort of restriction, and where they don't have to buy anything. And I think that's very important in our world. One of the only other thing I would like to remind people is this library has a long history of these repairs having been put on hold. No money has ever been put aside, knowing that we needed this to be done at some point. And also, I'd like to remind people, we are the only town that has refused a grant compared to our neighbors. And a lot of us compare ourselves to those cities and those towns who have all updated, renovated, and rebuilt their libraries. And maybe we should look at ourselves and do this and give the money that is due to our library and that have been patiently waiting for over 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just see the hands of everyone else who remains who expects to speak? Just, okay. Ms. Allen.
Hello again, Chris Allen, 8 Edward Dunn Way. I'm a former library trustee and a member, would you believe, of the very first building addition to the library. So I understand fully how hard this building committee has worked and how much their services are needed. Westborough Library, 1908, it's beautiful outside. It is the heart of our community, the cultural heart, but also a community heart. As many people have said, it's the place where everyone is welcome, all ages, from the children's room up to going to be restored back, the wonderful adult reading room with its fireplace and beautiful woodwork. The library itself is a key to learning, and it's a free key to learning. Now it will have and does have lots of accommodations for internet and computers that people can come in if they don't have those particular services. So therefore, it serves everyone in the community, and it is time. They have waited so long and really have cut their budget down, down, down. Now we have the essence, and it's so important. It's the library's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Mr. Linnane.
Bill Linnane, 21 Deerfield Ave. I usually don't speak at town meeting, but I feel it's important. I've been associated with the library for a number of years, also a trustee. I've been on the construction committee with a construction background for well over 10 years. We have a great committee and well-diversed, as you heard them speak. We also have a team of experts that, in my construction experience, they mirror the best of the best. So we've come to a point where you hear that the costs are down. We've studied it. We have people on our committee that have HVAC background, construction general background. And what we're asking you to do is to undertake the remodeling of a building that is really needed. And I hope that you vote this ahead of time. I will add 2 extra factors to it. I'm 4th generation here in town, and my great-grandfather built the base to the library. So before I pass away, I would like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linnane. A gentleman back here at the microphone.
Greg James, 28 Fisher Street. Those are 2 tough acts to follow, so that was feeling a little pressure here. Also, I'm holding a book that may be overdue from an interlibrary loan, and I was just nervous about that. I actually shuddered to my feet when the fact was brought up that if we lose our accreditation, we are this regretful, frankly embarrassing pocket amongst a rich group of very dynamic communities around here that have libraries that have long since gone the distance to do what is right and necessary. I shudder to think that that's where we'd end up, that I would have to fast read books when I'm a teacher just trying to read kids' papers all the time. That seems unfathomable that we would end up in that situation, but when I hear the presentation and I hear what are some safety things that are lacking, I just want to point out to everyone, not only as the woman who was here before me said, that it's the cultural heart of any community, and that was always the case and still is the case. If we embrace that, which I hope we do, and if there were a fire, the loss from which we would have to rebuild would be incredibly, incredibly expensive, a cost that is far surpasses what this group is asking for. I've been at the town meetings before when we've asked for this money and we've lost in a narrow vote, and to hear that we're at a unique opportunity with state funding and costs being down, that in and of itself I think carries a great deal of weight. I'm paying for like a repair in my house that the labor costs went up almost 300% in just a few years. So to hear what you're saying, that we have this opportunity where we can do a dramatic amount in that library. I study at different libraries around Worcester and around this area, and there are some really impressive facilities. And I really love this library. The last time I was in the library, they were doing like some great thing for like kids miniature putt down like the stairwells and everything, and it was bustling. I mean, the place is really vibrant, and people are there, and more people will come, as I've seen in other libraries where I've worked. If it weren't for those little metal desk areas years ago, I'm not sure I would have gotten through my grad program well, and when I've worked in some of the other libraries now and I see some of the fluorescent lighting and the different spacing, it's very impressive. And what they're asking for, I think, is, compared to some things I've seen at other places, is really not much, and yet it will go
Please conclude your remarks.
Such a great deal. And I think it's beyond time, and I think it's very reasonable, and I think it's essential for this community.
Thank you. I've seen one person here. You raise your hand. Oh, yo. Okay, hang on. Okay, so I see one person here, one person here, one person. Are you waiting to speak, or are you just standing to stretch?
I might speak.
You what?
I might speak.
You might speak. All right. Well, I'll go, Scouts, I'll go with the woman up my right. Yeah, the woman raising her hand right there. Thank you. Name, address, and comments when you get the microphone, please.
Thank you. My name is Checker Ives, 28 Morse Street,
Thank you.
Westborough. I moved here 35 years ago, and I'm well aware there are many demands being made on our money. I was overjoyed to visit our town's library when I first moved here, representing our country's long history of writing, of expression of ideas, of beauty, of stories for young and old, as well as a place to find community. I didn't know anybody here. I had moved from New York City. I was very disoriented, and the library was a safe home for me. Dottie Hurley, if people remember the great Dottie Hurley, children's librarian, influenced my young son's development intellectually and in terms of the formation of an active imagination in ways I cannot express. Oh, shh, you can't hear me?
I know, go ahead. Just try to hold the mic closer and try to finish up in the next 45 seconds, please. Just hold the microphone right by your mouth.
I'm here to say that books can make a huge difference in people's lives. I've experienced clinical depression in my life and want to tell you that there are books that helped heal my depression, along with all the joys associated with lifelong learning and growing in imagination. We need a safe building for our town library. God forbid any person or child be injured in a fire. Let's trust the team of experts know what they're up to and have our best interests in mind for this magnificent building and place of learning, community, and joy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know the woman staying at the microphone, but the other woman has been waiting patiently all day. Are you sure? I am. All right. Well, I saw Ms. Spring. Ms. Spring, Scout, if you could, about 3 or 4 rows back. There you go. I saw her raise. She has been waiting longer. Just as a reminder, we've been at this for about 45 minutes. So, Ms. Spring.
Hi, everybody. Carolyn Spring, Deer Slayer Lane. First, I want to thank everybody for the moment of silence they gave earlier in the meeting for Earl Hutt. It is greatly appreciated by his family, as they told me. I'm a former library trustee. I was a library trustee for 10 years. But more importantly, I have been in town for over 35 years now. The library is an invaluable resource for our town. The fact that if we don't do these repairs and the required renovations because of code, that we will most likely have to close. We won't be able to borrow books because we won't be accredited. And when I found out that we didn't have a sprinkler system or fire suppression system, which I only found out recently, I was appalled. Let me say that again. We don't have a fire suppression system. It's a library. There are books, which are made of paper, okay? Just going with it, all right? The library is so much more. When my kids were little, we would go and they would watch the puppet shows and they'd put on their own puppet shows. It's a place for book clubs. It's a place for people who are seniors like myself now, which is why I'm standing up here, can go and gather and to meet, to talk to each other, to engage, to not feel so isolated, because it can happen. Isolation can happen easily the older you get. But most important, why we need these renovations and repairs done is so that we can bring things up to code, so we can make things more accessible, and to make the library a more useful place for everybody going forward, and so that it will retain its use as one of the most valuable resources and one of the most important drawing points for our community in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. This woman's been waiting for a while at the microphone in the pink shirt. Name, address, and comments, please.
Molly Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road. I move to vote.
So you're moving the question. Okay, thank you. As I said, I'll try to get it straight this time. We have been talking about this for a while. She has made the motion to terminate debate or to move the question. So I'll try to do it right this time, and you can correct me if I screw up again. Our next vote, when the light goes green, is to terminate debate. It's not on this motion, it's to terminate debate. And I'm not going to look at my notes so I don't forget that. So voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a motion to terminate debate. Pressing 2 is that I continue calling on people until no one else wants to speak. Voting has begun. Okay, the vote on terminating debate, 573 in favor and 13 opposed. We have terminated debate. Our action now goes to the main motion, and just as we did with the school budget, we have 2 numbers. The amendment was only to change the dollar amount, so we vote on the higher number first, which was the original motion. If that loses, we'll go to Mr. Conklin's amount. But first we vote on Mr. Baldwin's motion that's up there that is essentially, to summarize, it's for $12,303,229. And since this is a borrowing, it requires a 2/3 vote. So when the system is reset and the light goes on, we're voting on Mr. Baldwin's original main motion. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 551 in favor and 63 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. Thank you. And again, all right. We now turn our attention to Article 10, which are the borrowing articles related to the capital improvement plan. If you must leave, two things: turn in your voting device, and please do so as quietly as you can. We're trying to get through today's meeting today. And so please don't talk on your way out. Mr. Payant, I'll give you about a minute and then we'll go ahead, okay? Thank you. Please try to be quiet while you're leaving, and we do hope that if you leave that you'll come back later if you need a quick break.
Should be blank. We have to go down.
I love you. I'll be back later. Give me a seat. I'm not the third person. I'm gonna sit, but okay. Always babysitting all day.
All right. Okay, please wrap up your conversations. You can speak out in the lobby or the parking lot. We really need to get moving on with the meeting. Those of us who are staying would like to get out of here sooner rather than later. Mr. Payant, about maybe one more minute and then I'll have you go, okay? Thank you for your patience. If those of you who are staying can keep quiet, feel free to stretch. But please don't add to the volume.
You were prepared to show it.
What? Oh, yeah. All right, we really do have to get going, so I'm going to ask those of you who are leaving to please hold your conversations till you're outside the doors at the back of the auditorium. We all would like to hear Mr. Payant's motion. I am going to try to forge ahead. So Mr. Payant, I'll make sure everything's in the record. If you would like to begin reading your motion, we'll see how it goes.
Chris Payant, Director of Public Works. I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $2,800,000 for the design, securing easements, construction, installation, upgrading, and/or replacement of sewer infrastructure and all associated work and costs incidental or related thereto, and to authorize the town treasurer with the approval of the select board to borrow said sum under General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, Section 8, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and further to authorize the select board and appropriate town officers to enter into all agreements, execute any and all instruments, and take all necessary or appropriate, all actions necessary or appropriate to effectuate the foregoing.
Would you like to read the motion for Part B as well?
Sure, I can.
Yeah. Part B.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $3,700,000 for the design, securing easements, construction, installation, upgrading, and/or replacement of sewer infrastructure and all associated work and costs incidental or related thereto, and to authorize the town treasurer with the approval of the select board to borrow said sum under General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7 or Section 8, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and further to authorize the select board and appropriate town officers to enter into all agreements, execute any and all instruments, and take all actions necessary or appropriate to effectuate the foregoing.
Okay, thank you very much. So Mr. Payant has read the motion for 10A and 10B. Mr. Payant, would you like to make your remarks, and then we'll see if we want to separate these or vote them together?
Yes. So you want me to do both?
Yes, why don't you do your presentations for both,
Okay.
and then we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so this is the town of Westborough, and all the green lines up there represent sewer lines across the town, about 90 miles or so. In recent years, 2021, actually 2021, 22, we focused our rehab of sewer lines across the town on that dark green line that runs, top left to bottom right. That's the town's interceptor sewer line. So most of all the lines on the previous map run to that line, that big thick green line on the map, and then that line goes to the wastewater treatment plant. And it runs generally from the rotary to the treatment plant.
Hang on, just please keep your conversations out in the hallway. You'll have time to come back in and vote later if you want to. Okay, Mr. Pan, please continue.
So we completed that work on the interceptor line. It was a lining, so we didn't dig up the line. We put a liner through the inside of the pipe and basically created a pipe inside of a pipe. And then we continued our focus on the downtown, and that's because that's where the oldest pipe in town is. These are some pictures of some of the pipes, so a little bit hard to see, but basically what you're looking at are cracks and holes inside this clay pipe that exists throughout the downtown area. So outlined in the gray here is the limit of work for our downtown focus. Everything in blue was work that we did in the last year and a half or so. So we completed that big thick green line, the interceptor, then we moved into the downtown and started work lining pipe in the downtown, and did that over the course of 18 months or so. The green area represents where we're jumping to next for predominantly lining of pipes, and the red area reflects areas that are future work for the town. So that area highlighted with that circle is the area we're talking about today, and the funding that we're requesting today is to support work in that specific location. So this is that area zoomed in. You can see the high school that, let me see here. So this is Ruggles Street, and then you can see a couple of side streets, Myrtle and Harrison and part of Church. So that portion of sewer line in the downtown, you can go back to this map and you can see we did that area in blue, and how come we didn't do that area in the circle at the same time? And the reason why is because not every part of all of our pipes can be lined. So the condition of that pipe and some other issues associated with the pipe in the road require us to actually excavate the pipe and replace it with new pipe. And so the funding that we're requesting is to do the actual construction over the course of this coming summer to replace sewer pipe in that area highlighted, and then move on to other parts of the downtown for maintaining our sewer pipes. So it's really just, the money is just to do a construction project to replace sewer line on this area reflected on the picture here. So this map reflects a bunch of triangles that are 32 pump stations that exist around the town. So the previous map showed a bunch of green lines. Those green lines all connect to these triangles. These triangles are lift stations. So sewer works by gravity. So your pipe is angled and the sewer flows downwards. So many of you might live in neighborhoods, maybe at the end of your cul-de-sac or at the bottom of a hill. There's a little fenced-in station, we call it, a pump station. And what that's doing is pumping that sewage to a higher point, and then it's flowing down and going to another point, flowing down, and eventually it makes its way to the treatment plant. So we have 32 of those around the town. In 2019 and 20, we renovated 3 of those stations. The funding we're requesting today is to renovate 2 more. We actually have 3 that are ready to be renovated and designed, or they're already designed or ready to be renovated. Recognizing all the discussion we've already had this morning about impacts of cost, we deferred one of those rehabs to a future year, So what we're looking at doing now is, on the left side of the screen is a picture of the outside, so not too much to it. It's a pretty simple building. On the inside is where all the mechanical devices, where all the pumps, all the controls that manage this sewer and pump it to its next destination. So this project would be to essentially remove most of that, the guts of those buildings, and replace it with new pumps, new controls. These particular stations, as you can see in the slide, from the 1970s, so they're 50 years old. These pumps need to be replaced. Some of them need to be resized to accommodate growth that the town has had in that 50 years. And so this funding is to address those two of our stations that need to be rehabbed.
Is that it, Mr. Payne?
That's it.
Okay. Okay. My microphone's still on? Yeah. Okay. Any comments, questions? Mr. Payne, while there's a little bit of noise, you made the motions for both A and B, and we're going to try to talk about them together unless it gets too complicated. Mr. Savoy, would you like a microphone to speak? Scout, please. Third row for Mr. Savoy.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I have a question on the funding of these projects, where it says raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds. Which one is it, and are we using any of the enterprise, storage enterprise funds?
These are both going to be borrows, and they're both borrowed under the sewer enterprise funds. They're both borrows, yes. And they're paid for through the sewer enterprise fund. So if you're connected to the public sewer, then you're a ratepayer and you're paying for this project. If you're not connected to the sewer, then you're not paying for this project.
All right, thank you. I just got to be one of my teaching moments for the day. You'll notice the articles, as Mr. Savoy pointed out, the article said raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer. The article is written in a generic way, so depending on the financial circumstances at the time, the specific motion will indicate which of those three it's choosing, or a combination of those three. So I know it was loud, but the motions that, as Mr. Payne read, the motions that were made were essentially to borrow the sums. So with that said, Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. John, I was just interested in, you mentioned you have replacing clay pipe down in the center of town. I'm wondering, what type of pipe are you using to replace that? Is it going to be PVC or cast iron, or what? You know, some of the details on materials you're using, because I was kind of surprised when we moved into town, the water piping around the center of town was transite, which has asbestos and all that good stuff in it. I'm just wondering what we're using on the sewer lines.
We're using 8-inch PVC pipe for this project.
8-inch, okay. And the other clay pipe that you have is basically kind of suffered probably numerous cracks and stuff, and couldn't survive really a length of time to be basically just relined, right?
Correct. Some of it, so you're sending a liner through the pipe.
Yeah.
And if there's jagged edges and things that just, you can't send a liner through, then you have to replace it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, name, address, please.
Walter Foster, 105 Adams. So to be clear, you're asking to borrow about $6.5 million between the two projects, is that correct?
Correct.
Can anyone speak to the impact of the cost of doing this project now when interest rates are relatively higher and our debt servicing would be higher versus waiting for a year, or what it was if we had done the project last year?
Let's see, Mr. Steinberg, you want to try, since you're the finance guy there, do you want to have a stab at that?
If John wants to talk to the interest, I can speak to the practical implications of delaying, say, till next year because of financial reasons. So I'll just hit that, and if you want to hit the interest question.
Sure, just real quick, John Steinberg, Finance Director. Our interest rates don't follow the typical commercial rates. We just borrowed, was it $22 million at 2.75. So we have great credit. We had 7 different bidders for our borrow. As long as we maintain our credit rating and we're smart and we stand by our fiscal management policies and we can keep our credit rating, we will continue to attract attractive rates and competitive bonds.
Thank you.
Just to the questions about delay or, that sort of thing, it's certainly a fair question. I'll just go to the pump stations to start. So there's, as I mentioned, 32 of them. I'm kind of simplifying this, but if you just did one station every year, it would take you 32 years to get to all of them, right? And they're already, some of them, or many of them, are between 30 and 40, 50 years old. So you'd be extending that life cycle well beyond, what you would think a station would last, which is in the 30 to 40 year range. So by deferring, we're just kicking everything else down the road as well, which is something we should consider when we're making our decisions. We have a capital plan that's represented in the budget book that reflects a program to try and smartly, program these stations and this pipe for replacement, but at the same time, we have to manage our staff capacity to handle projects. We have to obviously recognize the budget impacts, and there are other impacts beyond just these that I'm talking about here related to sewer. So for example, on Ruggles Street, we need to do some paving work on Ruggles Street, and there's some requirements we have from again, back to ADA in terms of sidewalk improvements, but we're not gonna do that work until we put the sewer pipe in, because we're not gonna go dig up the road. I think everybody would agree it would make a whole lot of sense to pave the road and then to go dig it up to put a sewer pipe in. So we've got to sequence these things so that we're doing them in a smart manner. And so to your point, it's always an option to delay, but if we did, there's repercussions on other things as well.
And just one other question. Do any of these projects require a head count in order to manage these projects?
Not sure what you're asking.
Do either of these projects require a head count for your department in order to manage this project, or are these projects that you already have staffing to manage?
We have the existing staffing to manage. We do manage them through an engineer firm, but we have staff that provides the oversight, existing staff.
Thank you.
Mr. Caprioli?
I have to lower the mic here. Don Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. I got a technical question. I read some information recently, very recently, about a reassessment of the connector fees, maybe a modification. Now, both these sub-articles say right here, clearly, the debt is repaid back by sewer users, and not the tax levy, sewer users. Is that just current sewer users, or that would be also potential sewer users in the revenue generated by the connection fees, which are going to be modified?
It would be both. So everybody that chooses to connect to the system, whether it's a residential property or a commercial property, if you're not already connected to the system, you pay a fee to connect to the system. And that fee is intended to help offset some of these costs.
So a portion of the sewer connection fee would be actually found in the funding of these articles, correct?
Well, the fee would go into the enterprise fund, and then it would be used to pay.
So it would route itself to the
Yes.
this expenditure. Thank you.
All right. Scout, person, I think, back row, middle. Name, address, comments, please.
Hello?
Yeah.
Lorinda Kavanaugh, 9 Smith Street.
Wait, can you speak more directly into the microphone, please?
I just have a quick question about the PVC piping, and what's the lifespan of that? Is this a project that we're going to have to do in, say, another 20 years?
Can I just ask for your name and address again, because I missed it?
Lorinda Kavanaugh, 9 Smith.
Thank you.
50 years or more.
Okay. All right. Very good.
All right, it looks like we're ready for the question. When the green light goes on, we will be acting on both motions for 10A and 10B that Mr. Payant read when there was a little bit of a commotion, but I followed along and I know he made them. So voting has begun. Again, these are for borrows, so these require a 2/3 vote. And while we're waiting for that to end, all of you who stayed or are staying, I thank you. It's nice to see the commitment to the whole warrant and not just a few things on the warrant, though I understand everyone's circumstances are different, but I'm glad that you're able to be here. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 259 in favor and 26 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. Article 11 deals with the non-borrowing capital improvement plan articles brought forward by the Capital Expenditures Planning Committee and various sponsors. Motion, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that the town vote to approve Article 11, Sections A through I and K through M, excluding J, and that the town vote to transfer and appropriate the following sums. $75,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 11A, $225,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 11B, $85,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 11C, $155,000 from free cash, $108,000 from sewer retained earnings, $35,000 from water retained earnings, and raise and appropriate from and through the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund, $96,000 for the purpose of Article 11D, $150,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purposes of Article 11E, $525,000 from water retained earnings for the purpose of Article 11F, $400,000 from water retained earnings for the purpose of Article 11G, $40,000 from country club retained earnings for the purpose of Article 11H, $75,000 from country club retained earnings for the purpose of Article 11I, $60,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 11K, $70,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 11L, $220,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 11M, and further, that the town vote to pass over Article 11J.
Initial comments, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2030 capital improvement plan reflects the implementation of the capital planning policy that identifies and includes all capital projects across all town departments for the 5-year period. Implementation of the policy continues to include significant capital expenditures that were not historically included as part of the town's capital planning process. Fully achieving the goal of developing a comprehensive town and school-wide plan will continue to be a multi-year effort. The town continues to fund the capital requests per the comprehensive fiscal management policies, which in summary prescribes funding capital replacement at 1 to 1.5% of the general fund operating budget. The committee's plan as presented, not including the pool, but including the HVAC units under Article 15 subsequently approved by the committee, includes general fund capital costs equaling 1.29% funded through free cash, so right in the middle of the fiscal management policies of 1 to 1.5%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Did you want to address 11J, the reasons for passing over, or would you like to wait for questions?
Sure. So 11J, as folks may note, was for the repair, rehab of the pool at the community center. We went out to bid prior to town meeting, received those bids back last week. We only received only one bidder responded back to that. The price coming in from that bidder was higher than what we had budgeted in this article. In noting information on that, one of the big reasons was that at this time of year bidding, many of these contractors that we do in this work also do outside work, and at this time are booked up doing outside work, so it was an increased cost to take on the project for the town at the same time they were doing outside work. So we will plan to rebid this project for fall town meeting at this time to see that we get a favorable price.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. So the way I'd like to proceed with this article is similar to the way we did the budget. I'm going to summarize each of the line items. Sorry, before we go, okay. Summarize each of the line items, see if any are questioned. We'll handle all of the unquestioned ones first, and then we'll deal with them individually. Mr. McMahon, would you like to just report from the AFC?
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. The Advisory Finance Committee has voted to recommend passing over Article 11J 800.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. So now I'm going to just read them. So I'm not going to do the whole details. Just if you want to deliberate one further, just say question. If not, well, I'll just read through them. So 11A was utility vehicle replacement, free cash of $75,000. 11B, police vehicles, free cash, $225,000. 11C, DPW facility improvements, free cash, $85,000. 11D, a one-ton vehicle replacement for the the DPW with free cash of $155,000, sewer retained earnings of $108,000, water retained earnings of $35,000, and stormwater enterprise fund, stormwater management enterprise fund, $96,000. E was town sewer system improvements from sewer retained earnings, $150,000. F, town water management improvements, water retained earnings, $525,000. G, lead service line mitigation, water retained earnings, $400,000. H, trap rake replacement for a recreation from country club retained earnings of $40,000. 11I, fairway mower replacement, recreation department from country club retained earnings, $75,000. J, swimming pool repair, pass over. K, mill pond chiller replacement, free cash, $60,000. L, district HVAC and plumbing, free cash, $70,000. And M, Gibbons gym floor, free cash, $220,000. Yes, Mr. Welch, are you questioning an item or you just want to make comments?
No, I just wanted to do a quick report out. So Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. Just wanted to report that the select board voted unanimously to pass over Article 11J.
Oh, okay, thanks. I forgot that wasn't in the booklet. Yes, Mr. Koenigsberg, can you just, Scout, can you get a mic down to Mr. Koenigsberg? And then the person at the microphone, are you questioning one or are you just want to make comments or?
I am questioning, but I'd like probably to make a motion as well.
Okay, just let me handle Mr. Koenigsberg and then I'll ask you which one you want to question because I didn't hear anyone say question. I'll just come back to you. Mr. Koenigsberg.
Andrew Koenigsberg, 3 Smith Street. I see that for the replacement of the truck, you're using money from the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund. I thought that money was supposed to be specifically for stormwater infrastructure improvements, so I'm a little confused.
Okay, so we'll question that one and come back to it, okay? All right, so Mr. Koenigsberg is questioning 11D, and which one did you want to question?
A, B, and D.
A, B, and D as in dog?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. So all I've heard question, are you going to question one, sir? Are you just waiting to speak, or?
I just had a general question. Where does free cash?
Oh, okay, so I could say it, but Mr. Steinberg, would you like to summarize what free cash is? Or you want me to do it? Okay, free cash is essentially money that's been swept into an account after it goes through accounting by the state of tax revenue the town has already received from us and from others that hasn't been spent, and so it gets put into free cash where it sits unless and until the town meeting approves to use it. So for instance, the couple of years, there was like 1 year when I was given a $100 stipend for being moderator. I didn't collect that money. At the end of June, if I hadn't taken that money, $100 would be put into an account. After it goes through the process with the state to say the money hasn't spent, that $100 would have been put in free cash where it would sit unless and until we as town meeting decide to use it somewhere else. Is that sort of it? Was that sort of accurate? We'll see.
So that's a big part of it, and then also it's any revenues that we receive over and above our estimates, and any revenues that we receive that were unexpected. As an example, in 1 year, the town received a settlement from a court case, and so that actually went into free cash.
So is that when I was on the finance committee, I used to call it like essentially prepaid tax money. We've already paid it, now we have to decide how to spend it. So it doesn't increase the raise and appropriate amount for the coming year. So does that help? All right. Hang on. Are you questioning an item, Mr. Conklin, or?
I'd like to talk to you about the free cash.
Okay, well, not right now. Okay, all right. All right, well, fine. We'll talk about it some other time. Right now we're at Article 11. So Are you waiting to speak about your questioned article?
No, I would like to question
F and G, okay. We were doing so well there for a second. Thank you. Anybody else want to question anything that hasn't been mentioned? Right now, I have questioned A, B, D, F, and G. Mr. McCullough. Should I have just done these one at a time?
Yes, I'd also, Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. I'm also interested in questioning 11K and 11L.
Okay, A has already been questioned. You also 11M, as in the Gibbons gym floor M? Is that what you said?
K.
Oh, K. So Mill Pond chiller replacement in Gibbons gym floor. Okay. I think, Ms. Anderson, are you wanting to question anything else, or are you just waiting?
Not question. I wanted to speak about item J.
You want to question item J to talk about why it's passed over?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I aim to please. All right, so right now we have questioned A, B, D, F, G, J, K, and M. So are you going to proceed on a vote for C, E, H, I, and L? So those are unquestioned.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I questioned L.
What?
I gave you a question on L.
On L? Did you say K?
Oh, K, the chiller, I'm sorry.
Did you want K, L, and M? I had written down K and M.
L, yeah.
K, L, and M?
No, M I don't care.
Not M. So K and L. As you can tell, the acoustics for the people standing up here, it's great for if you're presenting, but for hearing back, not very good. Okay, so I'm gonna delete L from my list and add M. So the unquestioned items are. What was it? Say it just. K and L. Okay, K and L. Thank you. This is why I have family members here to tell me when I'm not listening. Okay, so the unquestioned items are C, E, H, I, and M. Do we have agreement on that? I'll say yes. When the light goes on, we are voting for the motions made by Mr. Johnson for items C, E, H, I, and M. Voting has started. Voting is ended. We have 249 in favor, 249, 23 opposed. The motion carries. So now we move to 11A, utility vehicle replacement for fire, free cash $75,000. Who had the question on that? Was that you, ma'am? Yes, name, address, and your questions or deliberations, please.
Sure. Kelly Doring, 40 Mount Pleasant Street. So my question for A is whether or not a less expensive alternative has been evaluated.
Chief Purcell, would you like to identify that, address that?
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Purcell. I serve as your fire chief here in Westborough. We did look at a variety of vehicles. We got multiple quotes. Frankly, the vehicle that suits our department the best, we actually did not, so it actually has gone up since we asked for this amount of money. So we did get a donation to support the rest of the article itself. But we did look at a variety of vehicles, Tahoe, Explorer, F-150 variety, and they're all coming in right around, with a radio, about $82,000.
So is that the only special equipment, is the radio?
Yeah, our quote comes with everything else. So it has graphics, emergency lights. It's a different package than a traditional vehicle. It has like rollover protection because sometimes we go at higher speed, particularly on the Turnpike or 495. It has a cap on the back that's secure, so we can put turnout gear inside of that and it doesn't get wet. We have other equipment in the back that we want to protect from getting wet. It has corrosion spray put on the bottom. That is an extra charge that we do. We've been doing that for our entire fleet to try to improve the longevity of our fleet. What else? I think that's it.
Do you expect to get the same lifetime as the last vehicle?
I hope we get more because we started, so I'm in my 10th year as your fire chief, and starting with my first purchase of a vehicle, we've been undercoating the vehicles with a material to slow down corrosion. That's been really been our biggest obstacle, and so far so good. However, I don't want to be have that held against me. We've also become dramatically busier than we were a decade ago, so we do get a lot more wear and tear, a lot more mileage. We have a pumper with over 100,000 miles on it, for instance. That is how old? 10 years old versus one that we had for 26 years that only had 60, so you see, 50,000. So they run pretty much all day, doing 20 to 30 calls a day.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions on that.
Thanks for asking. Mr. Moderator?
Yeah,
anything
yes,
else for A?
Chief Purcell, what?
Anything else for A?
You all set? All
All
right.
set for A.
Any other, Ms. Anderson, did you want to make a comment on 11A? No. Okay. Just checking, sorry, I was just checking with our voting people to make sure we were all set. Seeing no other discussion, our action now comes on 11A. Mr. Johnson motion related to utility vehicle replacement for the fire department, the free cash for $75,000. When the green light goes on, voting has begun. When it goes off, and I will ask whoever had the question for 11B to please get to a microphone or to raise it. It's you again. Okay, thank you. Couldn't remember. We'll deal with that. And I'm guessing Chief Minardi will be ready to address that as well. Okay. Okay, voting is ended. We have a vote of 254 in favor and 21 opposed. The motion carries. We now move to 11B. Just for the record, name, address again, and your question, please.
Kelly Doring, 40 Mount Pleasant Street. So I think I'd rather just move to a motion just to make this efficient. The ask is for 3 vehicles. So my motion would be to phase this over 3 years, get a new vehicle each of those 3 years, as opposed to all in 1 year.
So you would like to amend it to be, hang on, let me just read the actual motion. You would like to amend the amount down? And what would you prefer as an amendment amount?
So it would be whatever the equivalent is
Well,
of one vehicle.
Unfortunately, we can only act on an amount. So if you want to look at the $225,000 and estimate, do you want it to be half, or do you want it to be a third? Or
A third, please.
you want to remove a third? Or
Right, so it'd be 1/3 for
Okay.
this fiscal year, a third for the following,
Okay.
and a third for the
All right.
following.
So you would like to amend. I'm just going to round up so we don't sit here. I'm going to say, let's see, 210,000 would be 70,000. So how about we make it 75,000? Would that be okay? $75,000
That does
rather
seem
than
about
225?
right, yes.
Okay. So again, as we use our bylaw, we will vote on the higher number first. But first, I'd like to know if Chief Minardi would like to address. Would Chief Minardi or the Select Board like to address the impact of the amendment or in favor? So Chief Minardi.
Good afternoon, Todd Minardi, your police chief. I appreciate the motion. Just to explain to everybody, we follow the town's fiscal management policy, which asks for a regular replacement schedule on capital items such as police cars. So we replace them on a regular basis every year. We come before town meeting and ask for replacement. Last year, we actually asked for 4. I think the last few years, we had actually asked for 4. So I had tried to get to a position where we were only going to have to replace 3. The issue with not replacing all of them, if we only replaced 1, those other cruisers that we were planning on replacing would just, obviously they get older, they have a lot more mileage on them, they have a lot more engine hours on them, it's going to cost more for maintenance, they're more likely to break down and be less efficient for responding to emergencies. So I'd appreciate it if you just approved the original article so that we could keep our fleet up and running and reduce our maintenance costs. Thank you.
Is that? Mr. Shaw, are you waiting to speak on 11B, or are you waiting for a different one?
No, on 11B and vehicles in Daniel Shore, 26 Haskell Street. Much like we do with the roads where there's a schedule, It would be helpful if the town would put together on the website a schedule of all the vehicles that the town has. There used to be a number in the town report on what our rolling stock was between all the different departments. And it would be helpful to know the retirement date, because we do have to refresh the fleet. But I also want to know how much the fleet has grown over the years. This is an ask for the next town meeting, if we could start getting that metric put on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shore. I'm sure the town departments will take that under advisement. All right. Mr. Turok, did you want to speak about 11B?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Turok.
Andy Turok, 25 Imperial Court. We have one of the finest police forces in the state, and I would like to see it stay that way. And they need vehicles to get to places, and I think we have to vote yes on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Turok. Seeing no one else discussing, our action will first come on Mr. Johnson's original motion of $225,000. If that is defeated, we will then proceed with the amended motion of $75,000. So when the green light goes on, we are voting on the original amount of $225,000. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 226 in favor, 226, and 52 opposed. The motion carries for the original $225,000 amount. We now move to 11D, the one-ton vehicle replacement for the DPW with a variety of funding sources. Did you have a question about that as well?
Yes, Kelly Doring, 40 Mount Pleasant Street, very similar to the article that we just voted on. I have the same recommendation for a motion, that we cut that by 2/3 and phase the vehicle replacement over the next 3 years rather than replacing all 3 in this fiscal year.
If you don't mind, just so I don't have to get out my calculator, if we're going to cut it by 2/3, I'm going to suggest that what you're suggesting is free cash be reduced from like $155,000 to $55,000, sewer retained earnings from $108,000 to $66,000, water retained earnings from $35,000 and we'll say $12,000, and then the stormwater management enterprise from $96,000 to $32,000. Is that a close enough approximation?
Yep.
Okay, and would you like to just present your rationale or any more detail?
Anything that can reduce our upfront payments for this fiscal year and get into more of a cadence of chipping away year on year as opposed to huge bulk payments in a single year.
I will mention while I wait for Mr. Payan to get ready, none of these affect the raise and appropriate amounts for this year's taxes. So these are monies that already exist in these accounts. But with that said, Mr. Payan.
Yeah, just to respond to the question, which is a good one, and the previous comment that was made about planning. So we do have a plan. I know the other departments do as well. We have over 50, well, close to 100 pieces of equipment, 55 really primary pieces of equipment shown here on the slide, all for various uses. So we requested these 3 trucks for this year. We already have, we already know what we're looking at for next year. So your point, I think, is about spreading costs, and we're already doing that with our existing plan because we have several other trucks in the queue basically behind the purchase this year. So next year we'll come back with, potentially, or I know we will come back with other requests beyond what we're talking about today.
Thank you, Mr. Pan. Did you have a comment about 11D?
Yes, Todd Luce, 11 Forbes.
Sorry, I was talking.
Todd Luce, 11 Forbes.
Thank you.
This is more of a food for thought, but, and I know we're trying to defer costs over time, But if these vehicles are manufactured in other places besides the United States, there could be tariffs that make them more expensive as time goes on. So it might be actually cheaper to purchase them now. I don't know exactly where all the vehicles are being manufactured, but that could play into the cost of those vehicles potentially, I'm assuming. So just food for thought.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, our action will come. Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't see Mr. Koenigsberg. Oh, right. Sorry. Scout, right here. Sorry, Mr. Koenigsberg. I didn't see you.
Yeah, I think I remember the question. It was about the stormwater. So similar to the other enterprise funds, we attribute funding from enterprise funds towards equipment that is used for that purpose. And so a portion of the funding that we're requesting today is paying for the use of the truck that's associated with stormwater maintenance. So that's why we're pulling it from the Stormwater Enterprise Fund.
Thank you.
Yes, hang on. Sorry, Mr. Koenigsberg. I apologize that I didn't remember you had question as well. Yes, point of order, is that Mr. Karofsky? Or? Yeah, okay. Scout, back there, please.
Rick Kotowski, 5 Arch Street, relating to the motions here. Obviously, if this first one fails, an option would be to do 2 out of the 3 for 2/3. Would that motion have to be made now, or could that motion be made after the first vote on the full amount?
Oh, I see. So you're saying if the motion fails, you would like to offer 2/3 rather than 1/3?
Correct.
All right, well, I will write that down that you've done that. I'll do the math if we see if it fails or not.
My question was that motion doesn't have to be made now. It can be made
Well,
after that.
actually, it'd probably be safer if you did it now. So if you want to say that, we won't have to, I won't do the math to calculate it unless we get there. But if you'd like to say that you'd like to put that in play, I'll make a note of it. And I'll do the math and get the numbers if we get there.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for asking that question. It was something I hadn't thought about. All right. And again, I think maybe in the future I'm going to tell people that if they want to speak and they think I don't see them, to turn on their phone flashlight and point it at me. I think that'll get my attention. And that way we don't have to light candles and burn the building down and have Chief Purcell hate me. Our action now comes on Mr. Johnson's original motion, which was a one-ton vehicle replacement with sources from free cash of $155,000, sewer retained earnings $108,000, water retained earnings $35,000, and stormwater management enterprise fund $96,000. So that's the original motion. We'll go to the other amendments if this fails. So when the green light goes on, we are voting on Mr. Johnson's original motion for 11D. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 235 in favor, 235, and 36 opposed. The motion carries. We now go to 11F, dealing with the town water management improvements aspect of this article. May I ask who questioned that? The person who questioned it still here? Oh, there you are. Yes, Mr. Parker.
Mr. Moderator, Scott Parker, 192 Milk Street. I only bring up these 2 items because they both show a dissenting minority opinion from the Finance Committee.
So would you like to just hear more about
And
that?
I just was hoping maybe we could get a little more information on that minority opinion.
Okay.
Because they both appear to be aimed at saving some expense.
All right, well, tell you what, to be fair to the Finance Committee, I'll let them state their case for both the favorable and the minority opinion to do that. So, we're talking about 11, is it okay if we talk about F and G together?
Absolutely.
Okay, so 11F and G, Mr. Parker would like to know more information about the rationale for those who voted in favor, as well as those who voted in opposition. So if you can gather your thoughts and remember, and summarize your minutes in relatively short notice, that would be helpful. Mr. Leslie, anytime.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main. We'll let I think Rod, you're the one who against, okay, so we'll let him talk. For 11F, we looked at the project and felt that these improvements are well worth our effort to keep this water system. I think the DPW does a great job in planning ahead and coming at us with these. A lot of these used to come as a single article just for a valve a few years ago, and now they're just sort of combined into one. And
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak on the AFC minority?
Thank you for asking the question. This article as
Mr. Shafford, can you just identify yourself, please?
Yes, Rod Shafford, 8 Parkman Street. When this was originally proposed by the Capital Planning Committee, it was, I believe, 4 different articles that were combined into one. Specifically, the one that I objected to was the water study, which was, I believe, $100,000, $80,000. Sounds about right. It was just done 5 years ago. I didn't see the value of what it was giving the town for the amount that was being spent.
Thank you, Mr. Shafford. Mr. Parker, any follow-on? You all set?
I'm just wondering if maybe Mr. Payant would have something to say about the differing opinions?
Okay, Mr. Payant. Thank you.
So this is what we're talking about. There's a number of items that this article would fund, going left to right across this, and we've done this historically. So over the past couple of years, we've used this approach. So we have a number of valves throughout the town, 3,000 of them, and that's what controls the water. If you have a water break, you got to shut the water off so you can fix it. We need these valves to work, and so part of this money pays to replace valves. We're introducing a meter system that's, that will replace our antiquated metering system. We need to do an assessment of the town's booster station, which is a station that exists that feeds a high-pressure part of the town for water. And then what was just referenced was this water system study update. So the town has produced this study going back decades, and then over the years we've updated it. And what it provides us is a comprehensive look at all of our assets related to the water system, and it provides recommendations on where we should be making improvements over a 10-year period. This is where we get our information about how we want to plan for water main replacements and other asset management decisions we have to make. A key part of this update is a hydraulic model, which is important for us to make decisions, but it also has a connection to the fire department. So Chief Purcell manages a program, which he can, I know, can certainly speak more to, that affects insurance related to buildings and fire readiness. And this hydraulic model is something that he can use to provide to whoever makes that determination. It's a valuable piece to the decisions made about how to apply insurance rates. And so, so we need to update this report anyways for our own uses, but it has a secondary benefit of affecting insurance rates for the town. I don't know if it's just commercial properties or everybody, but he's shaking his head, so it's everybody. So there's benefits to the entire community related to insurance rates because we have this hydraulic model. That's the point.
Thank you. All set, Mr. Parker?
I am all set, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the microphone over here, please.
Yeah, I just have a question.
Just name, address again, please.
Saroja Hansoge, 105 West Main Street. My question is the following: for the amount that is being sought here for the water management improvements, there's a lot of upgrades that are happening. You're talking about hydraulics, valves, and so on. Are those controlled digitally? Are they connected to the internet? And is any of the allocation that's being sought intended to be used for any security, purposes, so that, because this is part of critical infrastructure, just curious if the budgetary consideration has also made allowance for security considerations.
Mr. Pan.
Yeah, we do have we're actually producing right now through a grant, a cyber response plan. We do very seriously recognize the cyber threat. This funding specifically is not related to that, but that's not because we're not asking for it, it's because we already have things in place to protect our system or something in place to enhance the system.
So the $525K that's being sought and all the upgrades that are being made, has there been an assessment made as to whether they're compatible with the security infrastructure that you already have in place?
These things referenced in this article are unrelated to
So they're not,
cyber.
they're completely physical,
Yeah.
they're absolutely not
physical
connected to
infrastructure
any-
improvements or an assessment, yes.
The reason is I also noticed that the metering, the real-time metering suggests that there is, in fact, some kind of messaging that's happening, and so that could be an entry point, and so you may be well advised to, reevaluate if in fact you've considered all points of contact with, remote connections.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Name, address, and your question, please.
Walter Foster, 105 Adams. Question on G. Has the lead assessment been completed, and will this remove all lead service pipes? Or is this part of the assessment?
You want me to jump to G, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, go ahead.
Jump to G?
Yes, we're doing both now, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
we're doing G. Yeah, we're doing A, F, and G.
I'll just go through it. Can you just jump to G? That's good. So I'll just give you a quick summary. Every water system across the United States, per the EPA, was directed to inventory their service lines. So your service line is, if this is obviously your house, this is the water main that's in the street in front of your house. This line that connects from the water main to your house is called your service line. And every system in the country, as I mentioned, is required to inventory your service line and for lead. And we did that over the course of the past year, and we had to submit a report to the EPA. We sent out notices many times to all of you that are on our water system. We've knocked on doors to help get this information. And what we're looking for, this is the inside of somebody's house. These are your water meters, that blue pipe that's coming inside the house, that's where your water's entering your house. So we can visually inspect through your basement what type of pipe you have that's leading to your house. So in this case, both of these are plastic. We asked many people to do that to help us with this process. That's one aspect of the service line. That's the public side, or sorry, the private side. So that's from your house on that screen, the bottom right where it says meter valve, all the way to the left where it says curb stop. That's the private side, and then the public side is from the curb stop to the water main. This is an example of somebody's house where you can go look in your basement, but you can't tell what type of service line is. This is an example where this pipe here is galvanized pipe, which is basically considered lead for all intents and purposes, but you can see that in this case, a plastic pipe was run through it, but our records in many cases show that service line is galvanized, even though it's not. It's got plastic, right? It's been corrected. But our records show galvanized. So we have it listed as galvanized, which means we need to go and figure it out. So either someone submitted a picture and we can confirm that it's not galvanized, or we have to go to somebody's house and confirm. And I'm getting to a point here. So this is the curb stop. This is that valve. Sorry. This is your curb stop. This is what controls the water to your house. We, as the DPW, manage that and turn it on and off. And this is what it looks like when you dig down to the ground, and you can see one side is going to the street and one side is going to your house. So this inventory is intended to, which we've already completed, but there's some parts of the inventory that are still not known. So there's properties like the one I showed before, we're in the basement, you couldn't see what kind of line it is. There's public side where it's underground and we can't see it. So this funding is intended to allow us to go excavate, in many cases, your curb stop in your front yard and look at the pipe, because we have to physically look at the pipe and see what type of material it is, and then we have to report that to the DEP and ultimately the EPA. So we have about 300 service lines across the town that are still undetermined. And we've told the EPA that, and they know that, and we have a time period in which we have to confirm the type of material. So that's step one, is confirming the type of material. Once we've confirmed that type of material, anything that's lead or galvanized has to be replaced. And so this funding allows us to do two things. One is to finish that investigation, and then two, if necessary, go and replace service lines to remove lead. So to this point, we haven't found any that are lead. There are galvanized pipes out there that probably will need to be replaced at some point, but that's what the gist of this funding will help us do.
Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you.
All right. Since we've been talking about the two of them together, our action now comes on Mr. Johnson's original motion related to 11F and G, town water management improvements, water retained earnings of $525,000, and lead service line mitigation water retained earnings of $400,000. When this green light goes on, voting is begun. Voting will begin, and now it has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's original motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. The next question item is J, about the passing over of the swimming pool. So whoever had that question can get ready. And as soon as we're done here, I'll call on him or her. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 261 in favor, 261 to 19 opposed. That motion carries. We now move to 11J. Mr. Johnson's original motion was to pass over 11J, the effect of which is that the town meeting takes no action. Ms. Anderson.
Janet Anderson, 7 Chauncey Street. Procedurally, I'm not sure how to do this, but is it possible to move that we not pass over that and be allowed to vote?
Is it possible to what?
To move that we not pass over that and be allowed to vote on it?
Yes, if you would like an alternate motion, if the Passover vote fails, we would come to that. So if you'd like to make an alternate motion.
My alternate motion is that we fund the article as printed. Maybe I'm the only one, but I felt like the only reason I was excited about having the community center and the reason I voted for purchasing it was because I wanted to be able to swim for fitness. I actually live within a very short walk of the swim and tennis club in Westborough, but it was too expensive for me to join. All 27 years I've been living here, I've been wishing we had a town pool that would be free to use, and I've been very excited about having this pool, and to defer funding of repairing what I consider to be the most important part of the community center is frustrating to me, and I would just like to be able to vote on that and see if other people feel that we should be repairing that pool and getting that resource available to us to all use.
Okay, thank you. I'm just checking on things. Okay, so I was just checking. Our bylaws call for to have precedence that we would vote on passing over first. So if that fails, we will then vote on the main motion. So I guess we can continue discussion. This is about 11J. I will allow discussion for whether passing over or not is a good thing, as well as whether supporting Ms. Anderson's motion, which I believe there was a number in the booklet. Let me just check, 11J. Yes, there was a number of 571,821. So we'll assume that she's making the motion to essentially take that from free cash. Mr. McCullough.
Yes, Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. I guess with regard to the pool, when Boston Sports Club was still open, I used to do excessive amount of lap swimming in the pool. And there was never any leaks that had presented themselves over the multi-years that I swam there. I guess what I was wondering is, why wasn't something like this picked up by our selectmen or other people in town before we purchased the property, along with all the HVAC equipment that was going to be 20 years old? Why didn't the town just have Grossman that we purchased the building from overpaid? Why didn't that all get fixed before time? I guess maybe the selectmen or someone can answer that.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Sure. Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way, and thank you for that. I first wanted to say, if the vote to pass over fails and we do go to a vote with the amount that's in the warrant, as I mentioned, we would not have enough to do the work, so the money would sit there. But just to note, because we only get the one bid back right now, to do the work that's proposed in that article, the cost after the one bid we got would be $707,000, $712 versus what's printed in the warrant. So voting the 500, we couldn't do the work right now with the bid that we have. It would sit there until we could rebid it sometime later.
Who actually told you that
Wait,
it was
Ms. McCullough,
required,
hang
I
on.
guess?
Ms. McCullough, hang on. I'm going to let
I
Mr.
just wanted to bring
Johnson
that up.
address the question of knowing with the
Yeah, and if you
swimming
want
pool
to
needed work.
yeah, and if we want to discuss Mr. McCullough's question, I would ask for our DPW director and the recreation director to talk about the process, both from the earlier inspection when we bought the building, and
Okay.
identify this, and then
Yeah.
the work that would be done.
All right, so since the question has been brought up about whether the town knew that this work was needed, I will let Mr. Payant or the recreation director speak to that. So whichever one wants to go first. So Mr. Payant, as he's introduced himself before, is DPW director. Ms. Kirkland, I believe, is recreation director. So that's who's going to be speaking now, I believe.
So when the building was purchased 2 years ago, an assessment was completed. That was what informed a lot of the decisions associated with that building. The pool was looked at very high level, and it was acknowledged, and it's in the report, that we would come back at a future date and do a more deliberate assessment of the pool. I don't think it was clear at the time what the intent was for the pool, whether it was going to be used or not. So it was something that was recognized that we need to look at, but we would look at it at a future date. So we did go back and look at it. There were a number of things identified. It's been there, I think, 18 years, and the liner needed to be replaced. There's requirements for the decking. The point is that if we're going to put it back into use, we should take the time to put it in a good condition so we're not constantly Band-Aiding repairs associated with the facility. And it was identified through an inspection, a third-party inspection. These things were all documented and put into a scope of work. That scope of work is what led to our estimate for cost, and that drives our recommendation to do these repairs prior to putting the pool into use. And then Jen can speak to the reasons why that might be helpful for the town.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Ms. Kirkland.
Hi, Jen Kirkland, Recreation Director. So up here on the slide, you can see that some reasons why we should repair the pool. It's the #1 asked for amenity, not only through professional surveys that were done, through our architect company, but also for anyone that walks through the building. I think we're asked constantly, when's the pool going to be fixed? So it is definitely the number one asked for amenity at the community center. It's an underutilized area. So right now, if you've been into the building, that area is a pool. There's nothing else we can do in there in the meantime or otherwise. If we aren't going to fix the pool, if we, it would be costly to fill it in and put something else there. So either way, we would have to invest some money here. It would be a revenue source. While we would allow a mix of free programming, but they would also be paid for programming as well. And the model that we're hoping to go with once the pool is up and running would be, for lack of a better term, a lease agreement with a private vendor that would actually pay us rent to use the space. And it would just be an opportunity for us to also expand programming for babies, youth, teens, adults, seniors, and beyond.
Thank you, Ms. Kirkland.
So as I said, it would be a way, just to go over a little bit of the operational plan for how we would plan to use the pool. Like I said, we would lease it out to a private vendor that would in turn pay us rent to use the pool. They would provide primarily swim lessons. You might be wondering, you can't staff Lake Chauncey with lifeguards. How are you going to staff a pool? Great question. This vendor actually would provide all of the necessary lifeguards. They would take care of the day-to-day maintenance, including, the chlorine and all the chemicals and upkeep that it takes to keep the pool online. They would also work with us. We wouldn't give over exclusive rights to this vendor. They would work with us to, if we wanted to do a special event like a dive-in movie or lap swim, we would work with them and they would have lifeguards available for us for that.
Thank you, Ms. Kirkland. Quick follow-up, Mr. McCullough, or are you all set?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. The pool before Boston Sports Club shut down, it was fully active. So to me, all it would seem you'd have to do is to fill the pool up with water, get it chlorinated, have it staffed, and the equipment, for the most part, if some of the pumps have sat around, may need to replace a couple of pumps or some of the valves, but it should be able to be put back in service unless somebody has inspected it and said that this is a safety hazard. If you fill it with water, the thing is going to collapse or open up and dump water down on the first floor and cause a flood.
Nobody's told us that it's going to collapse if we put water in it.
Okay, well.
But we did inspect it and recognize that it didn't seem responsible to put it into use and then have to go back and make repairs constantly and have it shut down. And I can't speak for what the condition was when the previous tenant used it, but I can speak to it now, and because I've seen it and we've had it inspected, and I know the condition of it. And so it's not our recommendation to put it into use as it is right now.
All right.
That's it.
Ms. Google, Mr. McCullough, you're 2.5 minutes up. Ms. Google.
Ellen Google, 84 Fisher Street. I think what Jen Kirkland, I think that's your name, right, said about the model. Let's be clear. Leasing it, they pay us rent. They're going to charge us to swim, despite what you just heard that it's going to be free. It is not going to be free from what I see. They're going to have to charge people. Maybe we'll get a discount, but I'm skeptical about it being free. That's. I just wanted to put that out there. If I'm wrong, correct me.
Okay, I do want to. I just want to remind people that we're going to keep the conversation on whether we want to support Ms. Anderson's proposed amendment to fund it versus passing over. And again, whichever way the town wants to go, that's okay. But I just want to make it clear, if you're against spending money on the pool now, the proper course of action would be to vote to pass over. As Mr. Johnson said, they'll come back. And if you're in favor of spending some money now, which may not be enough based on the motion, then you would vote not to pass over and continue that. So I just want to make it clear what we're talking about. So Mr. Payne, did you?
I'm just going to basically restate that we have a bid to repair the pool. The money we're requesting does not cover that bid, the amount that has been bid to fix the pool. So it's not our recommendation to do this work right now. So I guess up to the moderator, we can debate this, but we're not doing it. So, so maybe we have this conversation at a later date.
Yes, Ms. Williams.
I do just want to correct what was just stated. We do have to go out to bid for, Mr. Pan's right, but in terms of just what was stated, I think it's worth correcting, because when we hire a company to that would lease the pool and operate the pool, we go out to bid and we create a scope of work. And part of that scope would include the free swim programs, as well as other programs that we run through the recreation department. So that is not accurate that everyone would be charged for every use of the pool.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Considine.
Yeah, Joe Considine, 10 Smith Street. Listen, I am in favor of passing this over. I believe this proposal for the swimming pool is a smokescreen. This facility failed as a health club. Not enough people would pay to keep it operating. Westborough town leaders, please be open, direct, and honest about the entire cost of the community center building. After taking $8.8 million to buy it, then $1.2 million at the last meeting, why aren't you telling us what phase one will cost? Is it $20 million? What about phase two? You're not going to leave the building half developed. That's another $20 million. What about a new roof? I estimate the building will cost $50 million or more by the time you're done. This town does not need a new building 6 times larger than the existing senior center. It's time to scrap this boondoggle, sell the building now. We should use the proceeds to pay for the library, which I vote in favor of. Thank you.
Okay, that's beyond the scope of this article. If you agree with Mr. Considine, just vote to pass over. How we deal with the building in the future is not up. Ms. Marshall.
I would like to respond to that last comment. So the select board unanimously voted at our meetings leading up to this one to pause the fit up of the first floor of the community center building to allow the library to come forward, because we felt that was absolutely the right thing to do. We said that we would come back at a future town meeting. We do have design work that has been done, which this town meeting graciously authorized previously, that we would come back with information on the fit up. The article you have before you, we also voted to support passing over. That's what you've heard today and is being considered. The future article that you'll hear about on the HVAC is being brought forward specifically because of the rebate opportunity, which I'm not going to comment on now because the moderator will tell me not to. But we are not being untransparent. We have heard the voters in terms of planning and budgeting and borrowing on projects. You cannot like the 8.8 million vote. That's fine. We own the building. And we are also going to put the library in there, which is a savings of, I believe it was $300 and something thousand to allow the library to be there. So I just want to be clear on where the select board stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall.
May I rebut?
One quick response, Mr. Considine.
Yeah, just, look, I appreciate that, but you've never told us what the entire cost of the building will be. And you would not buy an old house and say, I don't know.
This is beyond the scope of this article. It sounds like okay, well, you can respond, but.
So the estimates and plans for the community center are all available online. There's been public meetings that have stated all of those costs. To say that it's going to be $50 million is completely inaccurate, and I would just like to remind everybody that it was a 2/3 vote to buy the building, right? So, you know, to second guess that purchase now, I don't know how we can do that.
No, you have an option to sell it.
You can do that, but we own the building. I think we're going to be glad we bought it in 10 years, and we need to just move on this pool question.
Okay, thank you. We are not going to further adjudicate whether we have the building or not. We're only here to talk about whether we want to support the motion to pass over or the proposed amendment to fund the pool rehab. Ms. Anderson. No, because we're at town meeting, we don't really do the idea of friendly amendments. Once it's out there, it's there. We won't deal with it unless we come to it, and then if you want to talk about it, we can, okay? All right, gentleman at the microphone in the back, and then woman in the middle here.
Yeah, Bob Barrett, 3 Captain Samuel Road. My question is, you defer the repair of the pool. when is it, what are you gonna do with it, and when you're gonna fix it? Because that was a major asset to the building as it was proposed. So I would like to know when the pool might be open now.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. Thank you for the question. Our plan is to come back in the fall with this article. Just to note, when the bids came in, we received 2 bids. One came in from a company that had pulled the package, said they weren't bidding. The last minute they came in with a bid that would have allowed us to do it. Unfortunately, they didn't follow all the rules and put it on the right forms that need to come in, so we had to basically treat it as non-responsive. We've also, from our architects, been recommended the best time to do this is in basically the summer going into the fall, because that's when indoor pools, you'll get a cheaper price. So our plan is to come back at the fall town meeting, hopefully at the same price, if not less than what you see on this today. Can't guarantee that, but we think that it's worth it for us to wait. We still are fully supportive on the select board side to put that pool into use, as we said we would. We just want to do it at a price that makes sense, and we think moving forward at this time, it's too expensive.
So
Yes,
basically a follow-up, then the pool is gonna remain closed for the rest of this calendar year at least.
Most likely, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Scout, the microphone to the woman in the middle here.
Anok Vadapsal, 11 Central Street. Motion to vote.
Okay, so we have a motion to terminate debate. We have been talking about it for a while, heard sides pro and con, talked about the amendment, so I'll accept the motion. Try to continue my streak of 1 of getting this right in terms of we are now voting to terminate debate. So when the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of terminating debate, pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting is begun. Voting is ended. The vote is 259 in favor, and 11 opposed. That is much more than a 2/3 vote. Debate has been terminated. I have consulted our bylaws to confirm that our bylaws indicate that traditionally and by bylaw, we expect to act on a motion to pass over before we get to the main motion. So what we're going to do now is once they've reset the system, we're going to take a vote on the motion to pass over. Passing over means we take no action. We move on to the next item of discussion. If the motion to pass over fails, we will then address Ms. Anderson's proposed amendment. So just a motion to pass over spends no money, essentially just says take no action, and we can imply or we can infer from Mr. Johnson that we won't do anything now and we'll probably hear about this in the future. So when the system's ready, we are now voting on Mr. Johnson's motion to pass over. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 273 in favor, 11 opposed. That is by far a majority vote. The motion carries. That item has been passed over. Our next item to consider is 11K, the Mill Pond chiller replacement at the school system. May I ask who was going to address that question? Or who wanted to ask that question? Is that you, Mr. McCullough? And again, I will ask people, try to remember to only ask questions if they will impact your vote. If you're just curious, I can point you to the right place to ask the questions and hopefully get answers. With that said, Mr. McCullough.
Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. I guess my main concern on the chiller replacement is, one question I have is, why isn't this part of the school budget itself? Is it just because it's a school building, it becomes part of our expense? Normal chillers and boilers and equipment in any public buildings are usually taken care of by the tenant. you know. So I would think the school department would have funding in their budget to basically be able to maintain and rehabilitate any defective equipment without coming for special articles.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. Part of the work that the schools, along with the select board and the town side of it, was to have a comprehensive capital planning, capital management process for all town properties. Again, it goes back to all of us to pay. And so that policy, and the school has been wonderful in participating in it, and I think appreciate participating in that process. So basically everything that's capital. To your question about putting in the budget, I would recommend that you never put capital projects into a budget because unfortunately you put numbers in that are one-time things. They don't tend to go away and come out the next year. So all of a sudden you start building on last year's budget number. So if you put 60,000 in this year, you're going to start from that higher number next year. We'd rather put it into the capital planning project, be able to use our fiscal management policy to use free cash to pay for it versus in the budget, you're paying for it in a raise and appropriate. So it's going to hit your taxes. This way it's not hitting your taxes by going through a comprehensive plan that we can space out, look out 5 to 10 years in the future for all capital plannings and budget appropriately for it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. A quick follow-up, Mr. McCullough?
Yeah, quick follow-up. I'm just wondering, is there any maintenance service record on that chiller to tell the people in town, hey, we've had to spend $5,000 or $10,000 in repairs of this equipment. Therefore, you know, if we kept trying to repair, the costs are just going to go sky high. It's cheaper to replace the unit for $500,000.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Mr. Durrett, you want to?
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. The story here is that in fact this 60,000 is for engineering to replace the chiller. The school is 22 years old. We have been scrounging up parts from every piece of equipment that in fact we've retired from other schools to keep it running. The technology that's involved with this stuff, the spare parts for this are not available, and we're trying to get the engineering done to be able to buy a new one before it actually fails to the point where we cannot get parts. And so, as was mentioned, this is a preliminary. Historically, what we would do is we'd come before you for the engineering of a project, and we would borrow the money for the engineering as well as the rest of the project. By purchasing this engineering component out of free cash means that we get the work done now without an impact on this year's fiscal budget. You've already paid the taxes on this 60,000 based on the fact that it is being funded from free cash if you so vote. One of the things you should keep in mind is that this, as a new school, at least 22 years old, but new, we cannot open the windows. If this system fails, that's the end of school until we can fix it. And the parts are few and far between. Mr. Gavarino, who is our mechanical maintenance guy, has been nursing not only this, but what we had in the high school as well. So this is the next one to fix, and it's time to do it. And you know, it really isn't debatable. It needs to be done, and we need to vote it now, because otherwise we won't have school if we can't run the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett.
Okay. Well, Mr. Durrett's available. I was just wondering, back near that, I noticed in my walks around Mill Pond, I cut up through the mill school, and there was a lot of masonry repairs that seemed in very, very bad shape as far as the structural part of the school. I was wondering if anything like that is being taken care of as far as being addressed so that all the bricks and stuff.
Does this have to do with the chiller replacement, or are you talking about other repairs?
Well, It's adjacent to the chiller in the back.
Yeah, it is. Those,
All right.
those pylons, if you will, that created screening around this thing are, as said, in tough shape. And they will be repaired or eliminated with whatever the replacement design turns out to be.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that something like that shows up on a school that's basically 20 years old. You know, it shows like questionable workmanship at the beginning, I think. But
Well,
that's to be fair.
we, at the time the school was built, we withheld $1.8 million from the contractor for just that reason. And it came back to the town as a result of supervision of not only the contractor, but not only the masonry contractor, but the general contractor for other reasons. As well as this building, we withheld money when this was done because it wasn't done in many ways the way you wanted it done and what we had expected to be done. And so the issue here is that we took the money back for things that were defective. And we continue to do that with the supervision that we provide as part of the school district for our construction. So thanks for noticing.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Durrett.
Thank you.
All right. Our action now comes on 11K, going back to Mr. Johnson's original main motion of a Mill Pond chiller replacement transfer of free cash of $60,000. When the green light goes on, you're pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion, pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 212 in favor, 28 opposed. That is by far a majority vote. The motion carries. We now move to the last question item of Article 11, 11L, District HVAC and Plumbing. Mr. McCullough, was it the same questions? Same questions? Okay. So the same questions about why not on the budget, et cetera. We've heard the answers. Seeing no one else, our action comes on Mr. Johnson's main motion for district HVAC and plumbing purposes, transfer free cash of $70,000, 70000. Once the voting system is reset, voting is begun on that main motion made by Mr. Johnson. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 208 in favor and 21 opposed. Again, that motion carries. We now move on to Article 12, dealing with the Community Preservation Program budget. Mr. Ball.
Mr. Moderator, Jim Ball, 78 Lyman Street, co-chairman of the Community Preservation Committee.
Mr. Ball.
I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from Community Preservation estimated annual revenues as follows. Community Preservation Committee administrative expenses, $26,100. Budgeted reserves, $339,300. Open space, $52,200. Community housing, $52,200. Historic resources, $52,200 for the purposes stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Any remarks, Mr. Ball?
Just a few. This is required each year. These funds are raised through the Community Preservation Act tax that is on the tax bills. These are funds that have already been received. This is not any new taxes. Each year, per the regulations from the state, we are required to allocate to these specific budget items, and these will be used in the future as people come and make requests with regard to these certain items. So that is the purpose of the vote today, is simply to allocate the existing funds to the specific buckets as required by the statute.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Deliberations? Questions, comments? Is that you with a hat on now, Mr. Caprioli? Didn't recognize the hat. Thank you. Mr. Caprioli.
It's a Westborough hat. Seriously, it says Westborough on it.
That's okay. I just didn't recognize you with the hat at first.
Oh, okay. I'll wear it more often then. I'd like some specific information on the $52,200. Yeah, for community housing, specifically.
Dom, I can't hear you very well. Could
Yeah,
you?
can you-
Okay, I'd like some detailed information on the $52,200 that's listed for community housing. What is that specifically? I'd like detail.
So that, well, right now, that is allocated to the bucket that allows us to contribute towards community housing. So ultimately, what happens with this, Dom, is that people have to come in for requests that are allowed under these different items. So that can be for the, in community housing, that can be used to help with the acquisition of community housing. If we have acquired in the past, the maintenance of that, some rent relief, a variety of things that statute allows. So that will be in the bucket that allows for some of that potential funding around community housing.
Give me some specifics. Give me an example of community housing expenditure.
Community and affordable. Right, it's both. Yes, community and affordable housing both. So an example might be an opportunity, and potentially, for instance, in concert with the Housing Trust and other, or grants. A lot of this is desired to hopefully help and work in concert with other areas that can do these things. So community housing is indeed housing for folks that are under certain levels of the average income in the area, which is specified by Department of Public Housing, I think it is. And so that is an example of what it would allow for. There's opportunities for rent relief for certain people at certain income levels. So a combination of things.
So you're giving money to the Housing Authority, the Affordable Housing Authority?
Well, the Housing Authority is responsible for measuring and tracking if these people qualify for these things. So we would be working, we would be looking at their guidance to identify that these grants are going to the
So then
correct
this money
people.
is going to them indirectly.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, our action comes on Mr. Ball's motion to transfer and appropriate from the community preservation funds the amounts and to the places that he suggested. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Ball's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 193 in favor and 29 opposed. The motion carries. Next on the warrant is Article 13, the revolving fund article. Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Any remarks?
This is a housekeeping item to reauthorize all revolving funds for the purposes stated in the table published in the warrant. Each of these accounts has previously been established by town meeting and is identified under Article 15 of the town's general bylaws. This article does not make any changes or additions to previously authorized revolving funds, their purposes, programs, authority, or spending limits.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. And I want to note extra is that the amounts listed are not the amounts they must spend, but they're limits on what they can spend. Any discussion? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Silverberg's motion. When the green light goes on and the system has been reset, voting has begun. Again, 1 is in favor of Mr. Silverberg's motion, 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting is ended. We have 202 in favor, 14 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. Next is Article 14, regularly recurring articles. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Moderator,
I move that, Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I move that the town vote to approve Article 14, Sections A, B, C, D, and E, that the town vote to transfer and appropriate A, $250,000 from free cash, $20,000 from country club retained earnings, $50,000 from water retained earnings, $50,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purpose of Article 14A. 14B, $4,500 from free cash for the purposes of Article 14B. 14C, $3,500 from free cash for the purpose of Article 14C. And 14D, $38,263 from free cash for the purpose of Article 14D. And 14E, $49,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 14E as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Any remarks?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, thank you. This article represents items that the town meeting votes on every year, as well as articles that maintain a certain funding level and are included in years when funding drops below that level. Article A are reserve funds which set aside funds for unplanned expenses with $250,000 in the general fund, $50,000 each in the water and sewer funds, and $20,000 from the country club retained earnings. The funds are under the Advisory Finance Committee's control. 14B is the restocking of Sandra Pond. This article will pay for the restocking of fish at Sandra Pond. Donations are also used for this, but the town is annually asked to appropriate the balance in order to provide an ongoing source to adequately stock Sandra Pond. 14C is the July 4th block party. This funds the annual July 4th celebration. 14D is a small business grant. This will fund the Economic Development Committee's small business grant program up to a total of $60,000. 14E is elections. This will fund all costs associated with elections incurred by the town. The total amount available in this article will be $75,000. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. I'm going to take a chance here, and I'm going to do what we did before in terms of seeing if we want to discuss them as a group, if we want to vote on them as a group or discuss any separately. So I'm going to summarize A through E, call out question if you would like to take it aside and deal with it separately. And then when we're done, we'll vote on all the unquestioned articles and then go back just as we've done earlier today. So Article 14A, dealing with the Finance Committee Reserve Fund. Article B, restocking Sandra Pond. 14C, July 4th block party. 14D, small business grants. Question on D, thank you. E, elections, town meetings, town clerk. Okay, I heard D questioned. So right now, we will vote on Mr. Welch's motion for A, B, C, and E, and then we will take up 14D separately. So when the green light goes on, voting is begun. We are acting on Mr. Welch's motion related to 14A, B, C as in cat, and E as in Edward. Voting is begun. And if the person who questioned 14D would like to get to a microphone if they are able, that would hurry things along. Thank you. Voting is ended. For 14A, B, C, and E, the vote is 205 in favor and 19 opposed. The motion carried. We had questions about 14D, small business grants. Yes, name, address, and your questions, please.
Michael Hyde, 42 Adams Street. Way back when, the EDC would get revenue from the rental of the electronic billboards. I was curious what that annual revenue typically is. Is there funding from that goes to these grant programs?
Thank you. A question about the revenue from the electronic billboards. Mr. Keogh, are you going to handle that? Mr. Keogh. Oh, hang on. Try again.
Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. So it used to be that we could use that revenue source, and it is $60,000. It's $20,000 per electronic sign. But legally, we are no longer allowed to directly allocate it. So essentially, the town needs to allow us to allocate this money towards this program specifically, and we cannot reference the electronic signs. But yeah,
Where does that money go to? Because this is talking about free cash, which is taxpayer revenue, so it's clearly in a different account?
Yeah, so we get 20,000 aside, so it's a total of 80,000, and it goes, it's just a revenue, so it goes into our general fund revenues, which would eventually close out to free cash, and so that's why this is the funding source. Previously, we had indicated that it was a revolving account. That actually went away a year or two ago.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our action comes again on Mr. Welch's motion regarding 14D, Small Business Grants Program from free cash in the amount of $38,263. When the green light, this green light goes on, voting will start, so voting has begun. Again, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Welch's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting is ended. For 14D, the vote is 194 in favor, 194, with 25 opposed. That is a majority vote. Now to Article 15, dealing with the HVAC rooftop units at the community center. Mr. Payant.
Chris Pant, Director of Public Works. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $824,200 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Do you have a presentation, Mr. Payant?
Yes.
Okay, just Mr. Gold? Yes, you can stay there, because I think I'm going to be fast enough to, he'll still do a presentation. I'm going to make a quick run to the bathroom, but if all hell breaks loose, it's up to you. Mr. Payant, try to hold things together while I'm gone.
Keep going. 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 There it is. So we're talking about the community center again. Top left is the community center. Bottom left is a picture of a rooftop unit, and the picture on the right shows an aerial of the roof of the community center, and you can see there's rooftop units there, and what we're proposing is to replace these units. So when the building was purchased, we did an assessment of the building prior to the purchase that informed decisions about the purchase of the building. They looked at the rooftop units. They're, at the time, well, currently they're 17 and a half years old. Rooftop unit life cycles are about 18 years. It says that in the report that was produced 2 years ago. So it was known when we purchased the building that we would be replacing these units at some point. To the point earlier about costs and kind of maybe the idea that the town's coming back with multiple requests for money associated with this building. So this was a known aspect that needed to be addressed in any sort of renovation. And so in a future renovation, it would have been accounted for as part of a renovation. But an opportunity exists for us to take advantage of some rebates, and we're suggesting we do that because it saves this town a substantial amount of funding. So I'll talk through those boxes. The top box, there's 17 of those rooftop units. The total cost to purchase those is $599,000. But a rebate exists with the state that would give us $523 of that back. So our cost at the end of the project would be $75,000, or basically $76,000 for these RTUs that really cost $600,000. So the bottom box is the total cost. So $75,950 for the RTUs. Then we need to install them. So it's a 2.5-story building. We need a crane and rigging and all sorts of things to get them up there. So we ideally only want to do this one time. We don't want to replace an RTU and have to come back in a future year and do another one. We want to just get it all done once. And then we have some contingency in there. That's for any cost increases associated with 2025. So this estimate was at the end of 2024. We've not seen any increases yet for 2025, but we need to be ready for those should they occur. And then that gives us a total cost without the rebates of 824, which is what's in the warrant. So we need to appropriate that amount of money. We need to pay that money, and then we submit for the rebate, and the town is refunded essentially $523,000. So the net cost to the town at the end of the project is $300,000. So we took this as an isolated, kind of separate project because we had an opportunity to do this work now and take advantage of these rebates, which seemed to us to make sense and save the town a substantial amount of money. So that's what we're requesting today.
Thank you, Mr. Pant. I thought you were going to prank me and I'll adjourn over to the gym while I was gone. Any questions or deliberations? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Pant's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $824,200 for the purposes he just discussed. When the green light goes on, as usual, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the main motion, pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 188, 188 in favor, 34, 34 in opposition. The motion carries. Article 16, dealing with fence installation at the Westborough Country Club. Do we have a motion from Ms. Travis, followed by discussion from Ms. Kirkland? Ms. Travis, whenever you're ready.
Beth Travis, 65 Adams Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from Country Club retained earnings the sum of $18,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Travis. Ms. Kirkland, remarks?
Jen Kirkland, Recreation Director. So in 2021, when the rec department took over management of the golf course, we changed the practice of how we store and manage fuel at the course. We installed a double-walled gas tank. This is a much safer practice than what we were doing before. And there was already a diesel tank on site. It was brought to our attention that we failed to pull a necessary permit through the Conservation Department. So what we did is we went back to the Conservation Commission and we did obtain an after-the-fact permit. And one of the contingencies of this permit is that we put a fence for additional safety around both of these tanks. So that is what we're asking for this afternoon. And as a reminder, this will come from golf club retained earnings, which is revenues that have been produced through the golf course.
Thank you, Ms. Kirkland. Questions, deliberation? Seeing none, our vote comes on Ms. Travis's motion to transfer and appropriate from Country Club retained earnings $18,000. When the green light goes on, voting will begin, which it has. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. I think I said that. I'll keep saying it. Still voting. Just so you know, we're trying to keep the times for the votes short, but we're also making sure that they're monitoring that all the devices that are still in play we're getting their signals. So it also gives us a chance to take a breath in between articles and read ahead. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 206, 206 in favor, and 15 opposed. The motion carries. Article 17, dealing with installing drainage at the Westborough Golf Club. Again, Ms. Travis and Ms. Kirkland.
Beth Travis, 65 Adams Street. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I move to pass over this article. Okay.
Ms. Travis has moved to pass over this article. Are there remarks and comments from Ms. Kirkland?
At this time, after speaking with our town conservation director and engineering department, there's more study that needs to be done before we can proceed with this project, so we are holding off at this time.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Welch.
Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I would just like to inform the meeting that the Select Board voted unanimously to pass over this article.
Thank you. Mr. McMahon?
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. The Advisory Finance Committee has voted 8-0-0 to pass over this article.
Thank you. So following along with the with the motion, Select Board and Finance Committee both in favor of passing over. I don't see anyone clamoring for a mic or waving their hand or trying to blind me with a cell phone flashlight, so I will assume we're ready for the vote. As always, when the green light goes on, that one, voting has begun. We are voting on Ms. Travis's motion to pass over, the effect of which is to take no action. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 218 in favor, and 6 opposed. The motion carries. That is certainly a majority vote. Article 18 is dealing with surveying, subdividing, and appraising the existing senior center property at 4 Rogers Road. Ms. Marshall.
Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $25,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Remarks?
Yes, we have a presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so this article would pay for the surveying, subdividing, and appraising the senior center property at 4 Rogers Road. Thank you. So what you see here is a picture of the 4 Rogers Road property. The town owns 43 acres of land, including the recreation fields. So this is the senior center of the parking area. These are the fields. And just for point of reference, this is Hastings Elementary, and this is East Main Street. So everything in green is what the town owns. The current assessed value for all 43 acres is printed here on the screen, but I'll read it, $2,181,700, with the building value of that being $1,164,300. Next slide. Just as an aerial here, this is the senior center in the parking lot, and these are the fields. Yep. Okay. So funding of this article will allow the town to obtain information about the potential value of the property. This information will be used to consider next steps in the project, including which portion, if any, of the property the town may wish to retain. Funds received from a future sale of this property will be proposed to this town meeting for use to offset the cost of the community center fit-up. A future vote of town meeting would be required to actually sell the Rogers Road property. So again, this is, the $25,000 is just to ask town meeting for money to actually have the property appraised.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Discussion? Mr. Caprioli?
I have a very, Caprioli, Crowridge Road. I have a very relevant question here. What can you do to make me believe you're actually going to sell this property and generate funds that will be used for some town expenditure versus donating this property, giving this property, selling this property to the, let me see, what's their name again? Oh yeah, the Affordable Housing Trust for $1 or nothing so that they can turn it into affordable housing. I really believe from conversations I've had with people that are interested in this transaction that this property is never going to be sold and it's going to be given away, sort of given away, transferred to the Affordable Housing Trust, and there's no revenue that's going to be generated from it. Now, you're asking for money to generate revenue. Convince me that that's what's actually going to happen. It's actually going to be sold and generate revenue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Caprioli, for your question. So as it says on the slide here, Funds received from the sale of this property will be proposed by town meeting for use to offset the cost of the community center. I'm not sure how else I or any member of the board can convince you other than standing before this public body and saying that that is the intent to use it. That is the intent for the sale of the property. That has always been the intent. We have been very clear about that from the time we started talking about acquiring the community center property. And so what I would say is that is the intent, to sell it for I'm not a realtor, fair market value, so that money can go to offset the cost of the investment of the fit up.
My life has, Don Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road, my life has shown me that intent does not necessarily result in outcome. Convince me about the outcome. Promise me that this property would be sold and revenue, adequate fair market revenue will be generated, and that revenue that's generated will go to some beneficial expenditure of the town.
Sure.
I don't buy intent as a legal obligation, and you know that's correct.
I know you know this because you're a longstanding member of this community and attendee of town meeting. Town meeting ultimately will decide how the funds are dispersed. The select board will, in its authority, put this on the warrant with the intent, as I've already presented. And I'm not sure what else I can say other than if you want to put a Bible up here.
Mr.
Ms. Williams.
I just want to clarify that up on the slide here, it does say that town meeting would have to vote to sell the property. So that motion would be a vote for the select board to dispose of the property. If we were to do what Mr. Caprioli is suggesting, the motion would be a transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust, as you've seen previously when we've transferred property. So it will be very clear to town meeting what the intent is, and I think it is clear now that the intent is to sell it.
Thank you. Mr. Kenningsberg.
Yeah, Andrew Kenningsberg, 3 Smith Street. So you have the whole 43 acres there, but are we talking about, when you talk about subdividing, would the intent be to keep the Rogers Road ball fields and not sell those? I just want to understand what the thinking is at this point.
Yeah, so great question. So the select board specifically asked for this amount of money so that we could have an appraisal that would give us options. The options may be that the best approach is to sell the building, can you go back to the area and the aerial there? Thank you. To sell this and retain this, or it might be to sell the whole. So we don't know, but that was a specific select board discussion at one of our meetings, and that's why we are asking for the money, so that we have the options in that appraisal, that it's not just a one lump sum.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Edinburgh.
Ellen Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. Just want to clarify, the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust, when this first came up, did send a note to the select board expressing interest in purchasing the property. Should it ever be put up for sale, the trust's expectation is that we would be offering funds for the property in some form of competitive bid process, which would follow the expected disposition of a property of this size and value for the town. So the trust has no intent, has not expressed any interest in receiving the property on a transfer. We expect that we would be bidding against potentially private developers or others who might have an interest.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbeck, did you want to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbeck.
Pete Dunbeck, 8 Wayside Road. What is the zoning on this property? Would it have to be rezoned? What are the potential scope of projects that are contemplated when you get an appraisal? You need to express what is possible to build there to get an appraised value of the property.
So it's zoned M1 presently, and if it were to be developed privately, it would have to go through rezoning. At least that's my understanding. I need my planning board friends to help me on that one.
So the corollary is, so what are we contemplating changing it to so that a commercial developer or real estate could be put on an M1 property? I don't think you can build, correct me if I'm wrong, you can't build real estate, commercial real estate or residential properties on an M1 property.
That you are correct. It would have to be rezoned, and we have not contemplated what those uses would be.
So it's wide open. People can come and
That
appraise
is-
it for any possible use?
That is correct at this time.
The intent of the appraisal would be to understand the highest and best use of the property.
Okay. Our action comes on Ms. Marshall's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $25,000 for the purposes stated in the article. When this green light goes on, voting will begin, which it has. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Ms. Marshall's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting is ended. We have 191 in favor, 38 opposed. The motion carries. That is more than a majority vote. Article 19, dealing with 231 Turnpike Road, the former Regal Cinema. Mr. Keough.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sean Keough, 5 Yorkshire Circle. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $100,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Keough, remarks?
On January 6, 2022, the town obtained ownership of the former Regal Cinema at 231 Turnpike Road by tax lien foreclosure judgment. That judgment has been challenged in court, and this article seeks to fund costs associated with continuing to manage and maintain the property while the town works with town council to resolve various lawsuits in order to return this property to a productive use. Costs would include insurance, legal fees, and other ongoing maintenance expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Seeing nothing, our action comes on Mr. Keough's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $100,000 for the purposes in the article. When the green light goes on, as always, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 191 in favor, and 39 opposed. The motion carries. That is more than a majority vote. Article 20, to rescind borrowing. Mr. Silverberg, when you're ready.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I move that the town vote to rescind prior year's unused borrowing authorizations for the following projects. Forbes Municipal Building, rescind borrowing authorization of $250,000 under Article 12 of the March 17, 2012 annual town meeting. Fire Station, rescind borrowing authorization of $27,000 under Article 2 of the October 15, 2012 special town meeting.
Mr. Silverberg.
At the annual town meeting in 2012, the town meeting authorized the town to borrow money for the fire station building project. And at the special town meeting in 2012, the town meeting originally authorized the town to borrow money for the Forbes Municipal Building project. Both of these projects are complete and the funds were not borrowed. Approval of this article will rescind the borrowing authorization as it is no longer needed.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Seeing no discussion, our action comes on Mr. Silverberg's motion to rescind prior year's unused borrowing. When the green light by me goes on, voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 221 in favor, 4 opposed. The motion carries. That is more than a majority. Article 21, related to a transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive, Chair of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I move to see if the town will vote to transfer the sum of $201,194.34. I think it's 14 cents. From stabilization fund or mitigation fund to the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust, or take any other action thereon.
Mr. Bain, before you continue, I'm not sure I heard, is the number you read $201,836.14?
That's what's printed.
Is that what you said? I thought you
Yeah,
said something
can we
different.
get it?
I just want
We
to make,
have two different things. We have a 14 and a 34. It's spelled 34 and it's 14. and-
okay.
I'll go with the higher, 34
Okay,
cents.
so you want the 34 cents?
I want the 34.
Okay, so, all right.
I can buy an egg.
But the 200, so Mr. Bain is saying that his motion, as he read it, was supposed to be $201,836.34.
Yes.
Hang on, hang on just a second. I know this seems like inside baseball. Just give me one, this won't be long, don't worry.
100.
Yeah, hang on. So the warrant says transfer the sum of $201,836.14. Yes, so the warrant itself actually does say the 14 cents. So I think the typo is in there. So the 14 cents?
Yeah.
No extra 20 cents for you. Okay, so it's back to the, okay, so.
It's still wrong, John.
Okay, so so tell you what, I just looked at the warrant. The number that's in the motion is, are the numerals, 201,000. Mark is going to fix it.
We're getting up the motion from.
Okay, all right, we're getting there, yeah, so.
From town manager.
Okay, we're getting it now. While we wait, Mr. Welch, did you want to give any indication of if we're planning a dinner break?
No, I'm going to.
Mr. Welch, did you want to update the voters on any plans for a dinner break while we wait for this to get fixed? You're thinking about it. Let's think about it. Yeah, no, I know we're going to keep going. Just think about if you want to propose that or not. Mr. Bain, is it all fixed? Oh, so close.
Okay, we'll use this motion.
So close.
I move that the town transfer the sum of $201,836.14 from the stabilization fund or mitigation fund to the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. Now your remarks. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
Want to bring up, yeah, we're coming back. I have one other slide.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, so basically this explains, we've done this before at a number of town meetings. There was a mitigation payment agreed to by Del Webb, Chauncey Lake Builders, or Pulte Homes, to pay $1.4 million in lieu of building 25 affordable housing units elsewhere in town. Because they could not build them where they were, otherwise it would undercut their ability to do a 55-plus set of units, which is what they really wanted. All right, this money can only be used to create new affordable housing. We received $600,000 as our initial payment in 2022. We transferred at 2023 ATM another $200,000, and we get $200,000 annually. So we are asking, and we got $200,000 in the 2024. Some of those other numbers, the difference is interest money, because we get a check, it goes into our accounts, the town accounts, and those accounts are invested, and we get a little bit more money from the $200,000. Is
that it?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Caprioli.
I'd like to ask a question first. I'd like to ask Ms. Marshall, this $1.4 million that this transfer will be the balance of, the final payment of, is this the total amount of money that's in the mitigation fund from Pulte Homes?
Hang on while we try to get an answer. What's the total amount in the mitigation fund that's being transferred from, I believe?
So there were two negotiations with Pulte. The original 10% reduction, so the zoning required 20%, but we could negotiate it down to 10%. That 10% was agreed they would pay the 1.4 million in lieu of the first 10%. Then there was a problem with the state over those affordable units would not qualify for inclusion on the subsidized housing index. And so the town entered into agreement with Pulte and with the approval of ZBA to allow them not to do the affordable units. And there was a $9 million payment. That $9 million payment is not related to this transfer. This is just for that first 1.4 million. The 9 million, some of that has gone into the Affordable Housing Trust, and some of that, I believe, is being held in reserve. It has to be used for either it has to either benefit seniors or affordable housing, and that was the terms that ZBA put on that settlement.
Okay, my inquiry is to track the, my inquiry is to track the money that was suggested would go to senior projects, i.e. the senior center renovation or move, from the Pulte money, that this does not, in fact, this transfer does not, in fact, deplete the Pulte money and provide no opportunity for money to go to the senior center development or move. So I understand that's not a problem. Why don't you just address it in detail?
Yeah, so the $1.4 million settlement for the first 10% came before the Affordable Housing Trust was created.
Yeah, okay.
So we couldn't just instruct it to be automatically put into a trust that we didn't actually have established yet. Once the trust was created, now the town meeting has to vote, and we agreed on a payment schedule of 3 payments for that 1.4 million. And this is, I'm sorry, is this the last one? No. No. It's a second?
Yeah.
Oh, Alan, thank you.
So the original special permit.
Oh, wait a second.
I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Caprioli, are you done?
I can
For
answer
now?
your question.
Oh, you are. Okay, Mr. Edinburgh, you may answer the question.
Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. So the special permit in 2018 created the $1.4 million in payment. $600,000 of that was due at the 3rd anniversary of the issuance of the permit. $200,000 is due on each subsequent anniversary. So at this point, there would be initial $600,000 payment and then 4 $200,000 payments. We're now on the second of the 4 $200,000 payments. So this is the 2024 payment. There'll be one in 2025 and one in 2026. This money is entirely separate from the $9 million through the ZBA decision. That was for affordable housing or projects for seniors. The Affordable Housing Trust has used 1.8 million of that 9. There's more in the bank, there's more coming in. That money gets deposited on a per building basis before they can get their certificate of occupancy as they're built.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Follow up, Mr. Caprioli?
I just wanted to make sure they weren't losing track of the money that is designated or designed or I love that word, intended to go to senior activities, and it goes somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Seeing nothing else, our action will come on Mr. Bain's motion. Again, remember the number we finally got settled on was $201,836.14. When the green light goes on, voting 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Bain's motion. Voting 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting is ended. We have 204 in favor and 15 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. We now go to Article 22, amending the general bylaws, Article 53, about sewer cost apportionment. Mr. Pand.
Hopefully the last time you have to see me tonight, or today. I move the article is printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Pand. Presentation, I assume?
Yes. going up, 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 further. 48.
Mr. Pan.
Great, so this is an update to a bylaw that exists that governs how we apportion or how you pay to connect to our sewer system, basically. You being a resident or a commercial business. You've seen the map on the left already. It's the sewer pipes that exist all around the town. All the wastewater that's collected in those pipes goes to the center picture, which is our wastewater treatment plant. After it goes through that process, that picture on the far right is where all that effluent, which is the water that's been treated, gets put into the Assabet River through those pipes. So that amount of water that goes out those pipes is regulated, and this table here shows the limits for each town. So the wastewater treatment plant as a whole has a limit of 7.68 million gallons per day, and Westborough has a limit of 2.89, so a portion of that 7.68. So 20 years ago, in the early 2000s, the town went through a process to develop a comprehensive wastewater management plan that looked at the needs for sewer across the town and identified some needs. And over the subsequent years, so in the past 10 to 15 years, many of you have experienced probably in your neighborhoods where sewer was extended to your neighborhood. So the town came through and installed sewer pipes, and then you could connect to the town. So that occurred over the past 10 to 15 years or so. And obviously things happened prior to that, but that's been the recent past. So this system expanded. Now it's 20 years have gone by since we did an assessment, this comprehensive wastewater management plan, which is a plan that's approved by the Department of Environmental Protection at the state level. So we go through the process to get that done. So now we're 20 years later. We've expanded our system. We need to take a look at our system now to make sure we're not going to exceed the requirements of our permit, which is that 2.89, which is shown on the top left. So we recommended to the select board that we institute a moratorium, which we did last May. That moratorium put a pause on any new connections to our sewer system while we completed this assessment. So what that assessment revealed was the town was overcommitted on wastewater flow to the treatment plant. And what I mean by that is we weren't sent, so there's flow that we estimate so we can know how much wastewater we expect to come from a house or from a business, and then we can count that number up and get to 2.89 or less. And the number, so on the left side of this slide, that bar chart, the blue, the 4.27, when we did our assessment of our existing commitments to the wastewater treatment plant, we came up with the number 4.27 million gallons. And 2.89 is our limit. So that's obviously not something we want, because that means we've committed more than what we're allowed to send to the treatment plant. So we identified that the primary reason for that overage is because we were using planning factors so that the numbers we're using to formulate that estimate were not what we should be using. So Title V is a state regulation that's used to develop septic systems, and it's what predominantly towns use to determine how to identify how much wastewater a certain use would require, how much a restaurant needs, how much a barber shop needs, how much a doctor's office needs, how much a single-family home needs. Title V is what provides those planning factors. And what we've identified, because now we spent the last year, actually 2 years, looking at Westborough specifically, and we know, based on our data, what we're sending, or what we use. And so the planning factors from Title V are more conservative, which means we're over-committing to that 4.27. And if we make an adjustment to those planning factors and use something slightly different, then that number that 4.27 becomes 3.08, which is closer to where we want it to be, which is the 2.89. So the issue for this overcommitment is this is all paperwork, essentially. This is an overcommitment reflected by that blue bar, and that overcommitment is due to the planning factors that we've historically used and are dictated in our bylaw to use. We're proposing to use a different factor, and it's a math problem, but it's using Title V and some percentage of Title V. And so the solution is, if you look to the right, third bullet down, we changed a unit. A unit of sewerage is 1 bedroom, and we reduce our Title V planning factors by about 30%. So all of this is just math and how we calculate our estimates. And so making these adjustments brings us more in line with where we want to be in terms of staying within our requirements for wastewater flow to the treatment plant. So this is a lot of information, and most of you, just about all of you are looking at it for the first time. This is an oversimplification probably of the problem, but at the end of the day, we've committed more than we want to. If we make some adjustments to how we make our estimates, we can bring that number to a range where we're comfortable with it. An example related to fees, because it was brought up earlier in the bottom right. So currently, and if you read the bylaw, it says 1 unit is a 4-bedroom, single-family home. And if you connected to the sewer system, you paid $10,000 as a single-family home to connect your house to the system, and that's what it says in the bylaw currently. What we're proposing is the second bullet, which is let's make 1 unit, 1 bedroom. And it was mentioned earlier about a change in fee. So there's no change in fee. It's 10,000 was 4 bedrooms. Divide that by 4. Now 1 bedroom is 2,500, right? So the adjustment is 1 bedroom is 1 unit. It's $2,500. We're not adjusting the fee up or down. It's just a ratio of what the existing fee is. And I'm gonna jump to the next slide. I can see probably some confusion out there, and I'm sure there'll be some questions. But at the end of the day, this is the existing bylaw, the bylaw that is currently that we operate off of. And the yellow highlights are what we're changing. So each single-family building, looking at Section A, shall be assessed as 1 unit. And what we're changing that, or recommending that be changed to, is 1 bedroom is 1 unit for residential. And then for Part B, it says shall be based on Title V flow rate. And what we're suggesting is it will be a portion of Title V flow. So if a barber shop uses 100 gallons a day per Title V, we're going to estimate that barber shop at 70 gallons per day. And so we're not giving up that 30-gallon delta and committing it on paper when we know we're never going to use it. So the reason I'm standing here is because we have this moratorium in place. It's identified that the study that we did while we have the moratorium in place identified we have an overcommitment. That overcommitment is due to the planning factors we use. Our bylaw dictates the planning factors we're supposed to use. We want to adjust those planning factors so that we can then adjust what we say we're committed to in terms of what goes to the treatment plant. So this is a rough summary of the bylaw. There's 13 sections. Section 1, purpose, no major changes. You basically have to pay to connect to the sewer system. Section 2 defines what a privilege fee is. It's a type of fee. Section 3 is new. We're adding language that says we can institute regulations. We have regulations now. We want to codify that in this bylaw. Section 4 is some clarity of language. Section 5 is the language that refers to what I just said. We want to strike through the language about the 4-bedroom home and the use of Title V, and we want to replace that with a uniform unit method, which is The one bedroom equals 1 unit. Section 6 is clarity, Section 7 is clarity. If you read the existing bylaw, Section 8, no change, Section 9, no change, and then the last 4 are new. So Section 10 just codifies that we can, at times, impose a moratorium through the select board. Section 11 talks about extension of public sewer mains, and so it allows the potential for someone to extend the sewer main at their own cost, and then there's some potential trade-off in terms of fees. Section 12 is standard language for enforcement, and Section 13 is standard language for severability, which means that if one part of the bylaw is determined to be not legally sufficient, it doesn't mean the whole bylaw is not legally sufficient. So there's a lot of detail behind this, and I'm happy to talk about anything anybody wants to get into, but the point of this is about how we account for wastewater, and I'm talking about how we estimate flows, not actual uses. We're not exceeding our limit to the wastewater plant. We don't have an issue with the State Department of Environmental Protection. This is about how we track our flows and how we estimate when new people want to connect to our system, some new business comes to town, we have to project what we think they're going to contribute to our system, and we want to use planning factors that give us a real reflection of what we think that use is going to be, and this change allows us to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. The woman who just raised her hand. Yes, go to the microphone, name, address, and your questions or comments, please.
Kim Barton, 12 Park Street. You have a measurement of 1 unit, 1 bedroom. Does this also, and I think you just mentioned it, pertain to businesses as well?
So there's 2 components. So for residential, it will be measured by bedroom. For commercial, there's very specific calculations that go along with whatever your use is. So depending on your use, whether it's a gymnasium or a shopping center or a restaurant, there's different factors that we use, and those come from that Title V document I mentioned. We're just going to adjust those by a factor, but so commercial would be handled separately, or it's handled differently than bedrooms for houses.
But if you're lifting the moratorium, are you just on housing or on both, on businesses?
So if we make this change to the bylaw, then it would likely be so that in terms of the moratorium, the next step is to get this bylaw approved so we can make these changes to how we calculate flow. And then we would go to the select board and present to them the regulations that are going to be that are associated with this. And it's not regulations just for this bylaw, that's entire sewer regulations that need to be updated. Those are updated and approved by the select board. Once that happens, we have basically all of our administrative documents in place, our bylaw and our regulations that would allow us to then recommend to the select board to lift the moratorium. If we lift the moratorium, that would lift it for everybody, not just homeowners.
So a yes vote doesn't lift the moratorium right now, today?
This vote does not lift the moratorium, correct.
I'll go to the microphone over here, the person standing at the microphone in the checked shirt. Name, address, and your comments or questions, please.
Mark Stoidle, 35B Warren
Could you just
Street.
aim the mic up and speak right into it, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Mark Stoidle, 35B Warren Street. So this may be a similar question, but just an expectation on the moratorium. My house is 800 feet from the road, so before we were allowed to have septic, then we were mandatory to connect, and now we have a moratorium. If and when you lift the moratorium, will it be optional so that we can continue using septic, or are we going to be forced to go and connect to the sewer line?
This is not requiring anybody to connect. So you are connected or you're not connected?
Not connected.
So this does not require you to connect.
So you don't think we're going to force people to connect in the future?
No, the moratorium was put in place so we could, because we didn't know our numbers. And we didn't want to keep adding to our system before we understood what our numbers were. Now we know our numbers, we know what our issue was, and I think we've resolved it partly through this bylaw. There were positive results in terms of our analysis, so we were concerned about being up against our limit for flow to the plant, and we have some remaining flexibility to allow people to connect, but there's no requirement to connect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, were you going to ask a question? Okay, Scouts, can you give Ms. Anderson the microphone, then I'll go back over to this microphone.
Janet Anderson, 7 Chauncey Street. A few of us in this row were sort of whispering to each other. We would like to hear from the minority of the, I guess it's the Finance Committee, who opposed this, because the minority opinion is a little bit concerning, saying that it's transferring powers that had been held by the town meeting over to the, I don't know if my glasses on. Huh? The select board, and we were just a little concerned, and we wanted to hear more details about that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anderson. So as again, I will let the Advisory Finance Committee, I'll let the majority and the minority give their rationale. So I don't know if anybody from the majority would like to speak first. Anything to say for the majority? No,
Go
okay,
second.
in that case, we'll let the minority go.
So,
Mr. Brandt.
Josh Brandt, 52 West Main. I will be speaking for the minority position. The original bylaw stipulates a specific fee for the connection of $10,000. It is expressly written that it has to be approved by town meeting, any change. Additionally, the new bylaw as well as the old bylaw do not specify anything to do with a flow calculation. As I understand it, everybody pays based on their metered water usage as a proxy for how much they're using the sewer. So that's already captured. Now we're talking about taking all the fee setting, moving it to the select board, and transferring it away from the people. I don't see why we need to change the entire bylaw to introduce an exception to deal with just flow rate calculation.
Thank you.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. The majority of us felt that we're very much in favor of eliminating the sewer moratorium as soon as possible. We felt that passing this bylaw would accomplish that, and we were not so concerned with the issues brought up on the authority. And I think it was basically that kind of preference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. I said I'd go back over to Mr. Caprioli.
Yeah, I'd like to, Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. I'd like to talk about, move away from the mathematics of commitment to the legality of commitment. If a neighborhood, let's say a street, had sewer installed a number of years ago, let's say 10 years as an example, and everyone on that street had the opportunity to connect, is that considered a commitment? That's a question.
In terms of what I just described, a commitment is only if you're connected to the system.
Wait a minute, if you're not connected, then how could you have a commitment if you're, so there is no commitment to people that haven't connected that could have connected?
When I say commitment, I'm saying if a house connects to the public sewer,
Yeah,
there's a number that we have to estimate that house is going to contribute to our system.
okay, let's move on from that, that's not what I want to know. If a house hasn't connected, but they could have connected, do they have an opportunity to connect by default, by grandfathered in? What is their status vis-a-vis a desire to connect?
Once the moratorium is removed, if you're not connected to the system, then you can apply to connect to the system and connect.
So you have no priority if you had the opportunity to connect years ago and you didn't?
I'm not sure what you're saying for priority.
Okay. It's really very simple.
If you're not connected to the system now and you want to, once the moratorium's connected or removed, you can connect to the system.
But does people, do people, the neighborhoods, the residents have the opportunity to connect if they passed on that opportunity in the past, and they want to exercise it now?
Yes, they can.
They
Once-
can.
Once the moratorium's lifted, yes.
But they don't have a priority, they don't have a priority because they had the opportunity years ago?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
nobody has a priority.
Oh, that's interesting. Thank you.
Okay, I'll pop over here. The person standing at the microphone, name, address, and questions, comments, please.
Hi, Suzanne Parr, 79 South Street. I have a question. You keep.
Can you just tilt the microphone down a little and speak right into it? Thank you.
Hi, Suzanne Parr. Better?
Yep.
79 South Street. So you mentioned all this math. I'm an engineer, so I imagine now that you've had all these estimates made, you've all gone back to what you've done in the past to see how accurate the estimates are. Can you pop up a slide that shows how accurate your estimates are now, so we're not here like 5 years from now figuring out that the estimates really were wrong? I mean, I'd like to go back and see some real values. I mean, I've been connected in the town for 30 years, so I'm assuming you could go back and tell me, you know, what the flows were and how accurate there were, the assessments. So there's a lot of building that's been happening in the last 10, 20 years. So I'm assuming you could pick a building and go back and see how accurate your estimates are that you're coming up with now and seeing if they match reality. And have you done that?
Well, to a degree, that's what we did. So wastewater is not metered except for when it gets to the wastewater treatment plant. So the only number we know
Is the total.
is the total. So your sewer bill is based off of your water bill. So we looked at everybody's water bills. We did an estimate for residential, and then we looked at individual properties by use and their water bills, and we correlated that to an estimated sewer use. And those were, but that's actual flow versus estimated flow.
Right, so you have nothing monitoring the flow going back to the wastewater treatment center except at the wastewater treatment center?
Yes, which is normal. Like that's how a wastewater collection system operates, yes.
Okay. In Boston, they do it a little different, so they actually keep track of that so they know where their overflows are gonna happen. So if they get a big rainstorm, they know what's gonna pop up different places, so you might wanna consider it.
But that's because they have a different system. So we have a separate system. Some communities have a sewer and stormwater system where the sewer and stormwater are combined, and so you would actually see overflows. Our systems are separate, so it's not connected to, thankfully, it's not connected to the stormwater system. So if we have a significant rain event, we don't see that overflow because they're unrelated.
Okay. Gentleman at the microphone back here to my left, yes.
Dana Perry, 16 Crown Ridge Road. Question for you. Sewer was put into our street about 8 years ago, and at that time, we had the opportunity to pay the fee for the ability to connect, which was a lower price than waiting to pay later, and you would pay $10,000 at a later date if you waited. I paid that fee up front, so does that mean that the fee that I paid is now going to be higher when I do eventually connect, because I have not connected yet, or will it remain the same, you know, through the application that I did at that time?
Yep, that's a good question. So there's many people that paid a fee in the past but haven't actually done the physical connection yet, and your fee that you paid is your connection. When you decide to connect, you've paid your fee.
Thank you.
This is applying to new connections or unpaid connections. I would like to just follow up on the Finance Committee comment. It is correct that the current bylaw specifically states $10,000 is the connection fee, and that's not listed in the bylaw we're proposing. We're proposing that assignment of fee is approved through the regulations, which will be approved by, or will be identified in the regulations, which will be approved by the Select Board. And that's consistent with several other bylaws that we've passed, and not just from the Department of Public Works, but other departments where we've delineated between a bylaw and regulations, where bylaws provide the kind of the framework, overarching guidance for how we're going to do business, and the regulations really dive into the specifics. The regulations we're talking about are dozens and dozens of pages, not, a 3-page bylaw, and they're covering all kinds of things related to the sewer system.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Okay, our action comes on Mr. Payne's motion, which was to move the article as printed in the warrant. When the light by me turns green, voting will begin. Voting is begun. Since this is a town bylaw and not a zoning bylaw, it requires a majority vote. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 179 in favor, 35 opposed. That is more than a majority vote. The motion carries. Mr. Welch, I noted that in my basic guide to town meeting, I said we sometimes consider a dinner break and typically I look to the select board to see what their point of view is. So Mr. Welch, would you like to? Okay, so Mr. Welch is proposing one more article, and then we'll see where we are. So that's before I called for the motion, so we don't have to interrupt them. All right, one more. Ms. Nurse.
Hazel Nurse, 80 Nurse Street, Chairman of the Planning Board. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Ms. Nurse, do you also have the report of the hearings to read?
Yes, I do. On Tuesday, February 25, 2025, after a public hearing, the Planning Board unanimously voted 5 in favor and none opposed to recommend that the town meeting approve Article 23 to amend the zoning bylaw to replace in its entirety the existing Section 7.1 of the Westborough zoning bylaw entitled Accessory Dwelling Units with a revised bylaw. One of the reasons for this is because there's a new state law which has been passed, and this will bring us in conformity with that, and it also will provide a more expedited way for people in our community to build or turn existing dwellings into accessory units. I'm going to turn this over to our town planner. He'll give you a very short presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Nurse. Ms. Gingras.
My name is Jenny Gingras. I'm the Director of Planning. And this is going to be a short presentation. So as Ms. Nurse mentioned, there were state legislation changes that required that accessory dwelling units, or ADUs as I'll refer them to, are now a protected use under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, similar to religious and educational uses. So I just wanted to quickly go over the benefits of ADUs. There's many property owner benefits. It can be a budget-friendly option for housing for adult children or relatives. It's an option for seniors to stay nearby or downsize and can offer additional rental income. And then for occupants, it can offer a smaller home that fits a range of budgets, and then longtime residents can stay in their neighborhood. So for the requirements in Westborough, we currently allow accessory dwelling units by right up to 1,000 square feet if they're attached. The state law requires us to allow them attached or detached. We kept most of the requirements in this proposal the same as they currently are in the bylaw, but we had to change a couple due to the changes in the state law. So up here you can see the new requirements. 1 additional parking space will be required unless you're half a mile from a commuter rail station, and then there's no requirement. The setbacks must comply with the same as they would for single-family structures, and then the size restriction would be 1,000 square feet or half of the gross floor area of the principal dwelling, whichever is smaller. And consistent with state law, a special permit will not be required. As long as you comply with these items, it would just be a building permit. And that's it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I will entertain questions or comments. Ms. Google, did you want to speak on this?
Ellen Google, 84 Fisher Street. I have a couple questions on section C, number 5. No accessory dwelling unit an accessory dwelling unit shall not be used as a short-term rental as defined in MGL Chapter 64. Can you define what short-term is? What's the length of time that's short-term?
A short-term rental is less than 30 days.
Less than 30 days. That's good. Is this section C, number 5, is that required by the new state legislation?
The state legislation gives the municipality an option to require them or not.
Well, I'd kind of like to just put this out there, that that may limit homeowners from realizing income on an accessory dwelling unit. And let me tell you, I mean, we've had a lot of talk about taxes here today, since this morning. And one of the things my husband and I have been able to stay in town is because we have an Airbnb unit in our house, short-term rentals. I don't want to be in the landlord business. It's in my house. I want to be able to kick somebody out if they're smoking or doing something, and we've had to do that. So I'm kind of concerned about this, and I'm on the edge of making an amendment to strike section C, number 5. Yeah, I'll make that amendment.
So, Ms. Gould, just before we carry on, you're proposing an amendment to strike C5 that says an accessory dwelling unit shall not be used as a short-term rental as defined in MGL Chapter 64G, Section 1, but leaving the rest of the as is. Okay.
If I could explain just a little bit more. My
Okay,
Airbnb unit.
yeah, okay, yeah, just try to keep it brief, thank you.
My Airbnb unit does comply right now. We don't have a kitchen back there, but if I wanted to do a little bit higher income, I might want to, in the future, install that kitchen with the way the taxes are going in this town. Let me be clear, this is the only way, running the Airbnb, just one unit in the back end of my house, that we have been able to pay our taxes in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Googles. So I will now, we can discuss pros and cons of the whole thing in general, as well as Ms. Google's amendment. When we come to the main motion, we'll vote on the amendment first, and then whatever. I saw someone with their hand up in the back row. Scout, microphone to the woman center back row, please.
I've looked into this. Lorinda Kavanaugh, 9 Smith Street.
Sorry, the acoustics are bad. Could you say it one more time, please?
Lorinda Kavanaugh, 9 Smith.
Thank you.
I believe that the governor signed into law about the accessory dwelling units that could not be used as an Airbnb. It's clearly stated if you look up under the what the governor signed. So they can't be used as short-term rentals or Airbnbs.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gingrich, would you like to respond?
Yes, the new regulations give the municipality the option to either prohibit them or allow them through the local bylaw.
All right, thank you. Mr. Caprioli?
Yes, I have a question. Does this change, these accessory dwelling units, does it allow me to build a unit and rent it to a family with 8 children and have them attend a Westborough school system? Could you actually put this in front of the town voters without any idea of how much of an impact it could have on the school system?
Well, I will say that we cannot regulate who is living in one. Similarly to, we couldn't regulate who is living in a single-family home because of the Fair Housing Act.
So you have no idea whether this would maybe increase the school population by 25, 35, 50%?
So
Can I respond to that?
Name and address and you can respond.
John Gelsich, Church Street, member of the planning board. So this is just to get our local bylaws in conformance with a law that the state already passed. If we don't pass this at all, the state law still controls. So people can still do an ADU by right. We're just changing our local laws to conform to the state laws.
And to
So
change,
this was not a Westborough choice. This was a Massachusetts choice that we are now having Westborough laws reflect the Massachusetts law.
I'm talking about the projection of outcome. Is it
We
the
did not create this bylaw.
Okay.
Say it again?
We did not create the law that is
I know,
affecting
you've
this
said that
bylaw.
3 times already. I'm talking about the projection of outcome. What's the possibility that these accessory dwelling units will produce a significant increase in the school-age population?
That's not something that we evaluated because we didn't create the law that allowed ADUs by right.
That is something that will have an impact whether or not you evaluate it, and it should be taken into account. And there are laws passed by the state that some communities see as a deterrent to the survivability of the residents in that community, and they don't accept the state laws willingly.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Mr. Bain?
Yes, Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive. Just to be clear, the size, unless it's a special permit, the size of an ADU is limited to 1,000 square feet. Is that correct, Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that the state would allow 8 children to live in a house that size? I think it would be.
I mean, typically,
I
we
don't
would
know.
not see that.
Going back to the point is, I think by definition, the size of these ADUs are limiting the size of a family if they, that would be able to live in them. So as far as the schools, I doubt that this is going to have any impact at all, or very little impact, if at all. I think apartments have a much higher impact on the schools than these would. Thank you.
May I respond to that?
Wait a second. You've spoken once, so is that Mr. Flynn?
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Flynn.
Moderator. Peter Flynn, 3 Crown Ridge Road. I'd like to address the amendment that was offered. Because as I understand the amendment, if we strike that section, then homeowners would, by right, be allowed to have accessory dwelling units that are Airbnb for short-term rentals. And that's a concern to me. As proposed, as originally proposed, I understood it would not affect Ellen's Airbnb. She could continue to do exactly what she's doing. The issue is whether, as I'm understanding the amendment, people as of right would be able to put up accessory dwelling units with the purpose of having them as Airbnbs. And to me, that's a very significant change in town, one that I'm not sure I'd be comfortable with, allowing anyone to have a short-term Airbnb as an accessory dwelling unit and without any idea of what the potential impact might be on the town and the number of people that might want to do that. So I'm speaking in opposed to the amendment. I support the original article as proposed, but I speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Caprioli, now Mr. Caprioli.
Mr. Bain obviously didn't grow up in Lawrence. My grandfather had 9 children in a less than 1,000 square foot unit. Maybe he hasn't also been to Haiti and seen the crowding conditions. People are able, willing, and will take advantage of the opportunity to put a large family in as, let's say, a financially appropriate circumstance. Don't put past people, don't believe that the rest of the people in the world view themselves as Westborough residents. They view themselves as survivors, and they'll do what's necessary to survive, even if they have 8 kids.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. I see nothing else. Oh, yes, in the second row, Scout down here. Sorry, you were behind Ms. Gingers. I didn't see you. Here's the microphone.
I don't quite understand this, but it sounds like I can...
Name and address, please. No, it's on. It was your name and address, please.
Oh, Karen Grigor, 15 Belknap Street.
Thank you.
Can I just make my one-family house a 2-family house now? I mean, would this allow me to make it a 2-family house? And I would only have to get a permit to have a kitchen, say, on the 2nd floor, have a different, I could have a separate entrance and put a kitchen on my 2nd floor and have then I don't know, does it? It sounds like I can convert into a two-family house without anything but getting a building permit.
So the definition of the accessory unit would be that it has to be accessory to the principal dwelling. So it's limited by size. So you have an option, well, it's an or. So it's 50% of the gross floor area or 1,000 square feet, whichever is smaller. So if you had an existing 1,000 square foot home, then you would be limited to 500 square feet for your accessory dwelling unit. And then it would have to meet those requirements. So it's not considered a two-family home. It's accessory to the principal dwelling.
What if a person has 36,000 square feet?
You would be limited to the 1,000 square feet. That is the most that you could build.
For yourself?
For the accessory unit.
Oh, what if you didn't have to add anything? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying this seems to, you're changing zoning or you're eliminating zoning, right?
No, this is a state law that was put into place.
No,
Yep,
I'm just
Westborough-
trying to understand.
Yeah,
Is this
hang
what
on,
the
hang on.
law says, that we now have to eliminate zoning?
No,
No, we still have zoning.
we still have zoning.
So anybody who has a large house in Westborough cannot necessarily just say, I want mine to be now a two-family house.
But it's not a two-family house. It's an accessory dwelling unit. So it needs to be accessory to your main house.
Okay.
We currently allow this in Westborough up to 1,000 square feet or half of the gross floor area of the house. So this is currently allowed, but this just puts us in the whole bylaw into compliance with the state law.
Okay, all right. Not that I'm doing it. Don't worry, anybody, I'm not doing it.
Thank you. Let's see, I'll go, Ms. Google.
I just wanted to make a quick point. Mr. Flynn kept alluding to these accessory dwelling units. Let's be clear, it's only one per property. You can have one at most.
Thank you. I'll go over here to the person at this microphone. Name, address, and your comments, please.
Joseph Allegretta, 13 Church Street. I move the question.
Okay. Moving the question. Thank you. Before we move the question, all right. Well, this is to decide whether we want to stop debate on both the amendment and the article in general. If you think you've heard enough, there are still a few people who wanted to speak, but when the green light goes on, voting will begin. It takes a 2/3 vote. This is a vote strictly to terminate debate. It's not a vote on either the amendment or the main motion. We'll deal with those after we see what happens here. Voting is ended. We have 164 in favor and 46 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. Debate has ended. It is my obligation, since their role is to provide recommendations to town meeting, I'm going to ask the Finance Committee if they wanted to report a recommendation on the amendment.
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. The Advisory Finance Committee is voting to recommend the town defeat the amendment by a vote of 5 to 4.
5 to 4. So you can factor that into your own thinking. Okay, the way it works is when there's an, yes, Ms. Marshall? Oh, do you want, oh, sorry, would the select board like to report? Let's give them a second. They'd like to report theirs too. While we wait for that, I'll just tell you the way it works is we will vote on the amendment first, then we find out if the main motion was or wasn't an amendment, and then we vote on the main motion in whatever state it's in, and I'll explain that once we see how the amendment vote goes. And amendments only take a majority vote, not a 2/3. The overall bylaw, whether it's amended or not, because it's zoning, is 2/3, but amendments just take a majority vote. Yeah, point of order. Name, address, and your point while we wait for the select.
John Gelsich, 50 Church Street. Just on the amendment,
Oh, does the planning board want to report out?
No, sorry,
Oh.
we don't have a quorum, so we can't do
Okay,
that. But
okay.
the amendment was to strike number 5 and then keep everything as is.
Yes.
I would prefer to have it strike number 5 and then renumber the remaining ones so that they're not out of order.
Okay, I will leave that as saying it's a Scrivener's or what the, calls a Scrivener's, and then I will let the people interpret if that's the way that the town council and ever think is okay. I don't think we need to get into that minutia right now. Okay? But thanks for pointing that out. Select board's working on it. Back to your point, I would say that if the town council or whatever doesn't allow you renumbering 6 or 7 to 5 if the amendment passes, there are places I think where you can just put boilerplate that essentially says, you know, defeated by town meeting or something like that. So I think there's a way to make it that it'll be less confusing in the future. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Moderator, Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. The Select Board has voted unanimously not to support the amendment.
Okay, so you're recommending defeat of the amendment 5
We
to
wanted
0.
some further information as well.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Can I just make a comment on that recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. So I think short-term rentals are pretty silent. We don't have any language in our zoning on single-family short-term rentals, ADU short-term rentals. So I think what the best thing to do, rather than snap to judgment on allowing short-term rentals, we should ask the planning board to consider some type of zoning amendment or not. I mean, let's send it back to the zoning subcommittee for consideration as to whether we should develop something regarding short-term rentals. So that's why we're voting against that amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've terminated debate. We've heard the report, the recommendations of the Advisory Finance Committee Select Board. So as I said, right now our vote comes on Ms. Google's amendment, which is to strike C5. So, so this would essentially eliminate it, it would remove it, and then if we go on to the main motion, if the amendment passes, we vote on the main motion without C5. If the amendment fails, we continue to vote on the article as it was printed in the warrant. So when the green light goes on, this is a vote in favor, this is a vote, pressing 1 is in favor of Ms. Google's amendment, which is to remove C5. In opposition to the amendment is to leave the proposed zoning as is in the warrant. As I said, amendments require a majority vote. Even on main motions that require a 2/3 vote. Voting is ended on the amendment. We have a vote of 61 in favor and 161 opposed. The amendment is defeated. So we now turn our attention to the original main motion, unchanged from the motion that Ms. Nurse made, which is to move the article as printed in the warrant, which is with C5. At this point, this main motion does require a 2/3 vote. It does include C5. So a vote in favor is a vote of the language as was printed in the warrant. If you don't like that language, then your choice is to vote against it. As I said, it requires a 2/3 vote. We're voting on the language as printed in the warrant and as presented by Ms. Nurse, unchanged. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 173 in favor and 55 opposed. That is more than a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. Mr. Welch, you said I should check in after this article about recess. Is it?
Yeah, why don't we pull the,
What?
can we get it, can we?
Okay, Mr. Welch would like to do a quick unofficial poll of whether people would prefer to just keep working or whether they would prefer a dinner break. So we're going to, this isn't an official motion. This is essentially as a point of personal privilege. I'm going to allow Mr. Welch to ask us whether we want to stay and keep working or whether we want to take a dinner break. I'm assuming if we vote to take a dinner break, he will propose a time when we come back to finish the warrant. And if it fails, I assume he is not going to make a motion, but somebody else could. So let's just say that this is a point of personal privilege vote. Press 1 if you would like to take a dinner break. Press 2 if you would like to stay and keep working. This is an unofficial vote. This is not a motion to recess. This is getting a sense of the meeting. Okay, let's see what the results are. We have 78 in favor of a dinner break and 127 in favor of keeping going. In that case, we'll keep going. All right, Article 24 is another zoning bylaw related to the revisions of Section 5.3, 5.4, and Table of Uses. Mr. Gelchich, again, if you must leave, it's okay. If you stay in the building, you don't have to turn your voting device in. But if you leave the building, turn your voting device. But I do hope after you take a quick break, you return. And please be quiet so we can continue working as quickly as we can. Mr. Gelchich.
John Gelchich, 50 Church Street. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Gelchich. Presentation?
Recommendation first.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, the hearing information. Thank you.
On Tuesday, February 25th, 2025, after one public hearing, the Planning Board unanimously voted 5 in favor and none opposed to recommend that town meeting approve Article 24 to amend the zoning bylaw to amend inconsistencies within sections 5.3, 5.4, and the table of uses in the Westborough zoning bylaw. And Jenny Gingras, the town planner, is going to have a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gelchich. Ms. Gingras.
Thank you. Okay. I promise this is another short one. Okay, so for this article, it's to, again, amend some inconsistencies and update some information in sections 5.3, 5.4, and the table of uses. These changes are outlined here. So one of the changes is to update a requirement that mandates new municipal projects in an M1 zone seek town meeting approval for dimensional standards, so setting the setbacks. Instead, it would require new municipal projects in an M1 zoning district to go through site plan review with the planning board, which would include a butter notice. It also establishes dimensional standards for the districts. And then it also updates the table of uses to allow for sale of Christmas trees and indoor recreation on parcels zoned M1. And just to give you an example on that, the Hastings School is zoned as M1, okay. And I know the Civic Club sells Christmas trees there every year and a very successful fundraiser. So this would just update the table of uses to officially allow for that under zoning. In regards to the dimensional standards for new structures that would be located in the M1 zoning districts, this would be the new process. So they would go to the planning board for a site plan application, as would most new structures. Notification would be sent to the abutters within 300 feet as required in our planning board regulations. The select board would also review the project and the dimensional requirements at a public meeting, as is required currently in our bylaw. And then, of course, the planning board would have that public meeting with an opportunity to have the public comment. These changes will allow for a more efficient process, which, like I said, would include notification to the abutters prior to the planning board meeting and allow for input from the public on what the dimensional standards could be and the effect of them. Right now, there isn't a requirement prior to town meeting. It would also set dimensional requirements. All zoning districts in town have dimensional requirements except for this zone. So these parameters will guide the planning board in their site plan review while allowing for flexibility for the location of structures depending on what it is. And it also proposes to restrict the height and number of stories to be consistent with what's allowed in the surrounding zoning district. So there would be less of an impact to residential areas. And that's it.
That it? Questions or comments? My mic still working? I got a battery change while we were doing it. All right. Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Gelchich's motion to move the article as printed in the warrant. This is a zoning bylaw, so it does take a 2/3 vote. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 141 in favor, 141 and 25 opposed. That is more than a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. Moving to Article 25, the acceptance of 190 to 212-212 Oak Street. Ms. Nurse.
Hazel Nurse, 80 Nurse Street, Planning Board Chairman. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Nurse. No zoning change this time, so there's no need for a report. Remarks, Ms. Nurse? Or Ms. Gingras?
Yeah. This parcel was given to the town as a sending parcel as part of the Village Commons special permit decision for a multifamily development in exchange for a density increase. If you have any questions, I think our town planner can answer that, but it's just really an acceptance by the town of this property. The property, for people's reference, is located behind the court on Oak Street. And it is reached by a driveway that runs by the courthouse, and it's essentially, it has some frontage on Route 9, but it's pretty much a very difficult development parcel. And it was exchanged with the development for a developer on Danica Drive for a density permit there to allow more density for the development on Danica Drive.
Thank you, Ms. Nurse. Seeing nothing, we will take vote on Ms. Nurse's motion to accept Article 25 as printed in the warrant. It requires a majority vote. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting is ended. We have 165 in favor and 15 opposed. The motion carries. Article 26, a sidewalk easement. Ms. Nurse.
Hazel Nurse, 80 Nurse Street, Chair of the Planning Board. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Nurse. Any remarks?
Yes, this is a sidewalk easement for 2 Bridle Lane, which is where the new Boston Lawnmower Department is, in North Star Sports, I guess, is on Bridle Lane. And it is this would authorize the Select Board to obtain a sidewalk easement on behalf of the town along Oak Street in front of the property located at 2 Bridle Lane. The easement was included as a condition of a planning board site plan approval. There are no current plans to construct a sidewalk along Oak Street. However, the easement would give the town the ability to do so in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Nurse. Questions, comments? Seeing none, our action comes on Ms. Nurse's motion to move the article as printed in the warrant. Again, this is essentially a sidewalk easement and requires a majority vote. When the green light goes on, voting will begin, which it now has. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 173 in favor, 173, and 10 opposed. The motion carries. I am now going to invoke my own motion for personal privilege, and I'm going to ask you to indulge me for a couple of minutes for a statement I was going to read after the dinner break, which we are apparently not going to make. So again, these are remarks about the fact that 4 weeks from today, 4 weeks from last Wednesday, April 19th, 2025 marks the 250th anniversary of the battles of Lexington and Concord, the first battles of the Revolutionary War. I and other moderators around Massachusetts are recognizing this anniversary. Mark, if you could put the slide up if you can get it. Are recognizing this anniversary with reminders of how town meetings just like this one played a vital role on the road to American independence. In our current practice of local participatory democracy, we maintain and renew a tradition of self-governance, practiced for 400 years. By gathering together today, we honor and embrace the town meetings of 250 years ago. They were the local democracies that by their nature taught Americans the virtues and responsibilities of self-government. It was through the conduct of the town meetings that the colonial American public embraced the inalienable right of self-determination, independent of the British Empire's control, which in turn sparked a revolt and fueled a revolution. The voices then raised, the actions taken, the financial support committed, and lives and liberties pledged at many town meetings like this in the Commonwealth remain our worthy heritage. In Westborough, we honor our town's legacy and contribution to this moment in history in these two markers at Minuteman Park on the shores of Sandra Pond. One of these markers reminds us 3 companies of Westborough militia, a total of 101 men, marched on April 19th, 1775, in response to the British Army's advances on Lexington and Concord. Many of them also served at other times during the Revolutionary War. These are their names and ranks for their service on the April 19th alarm. These are their names and ranks as set out in the muster rolls from which they were paid for their service on the April 19th alarm. As our nation remembers the events of 1775 and next year the events of 1776, the signing of the Declaration of Independence, over the coming years, I'd encourage you to visit these Minuteman Park monuments and see the markers for yourselves. Thank you. Hang on. All right. So we're now going, thank you for that. We are now going to address 6 articles that are non-binding resolutions which petitioners have asked the town meeting to support. I want to remind you that there are 3 differences between these petitioned articles and the other articles we had acted upon at this town meeting. First, I want to note that whether we vote in favor or against these resolutions, because they are non-binding resolutions, the outcome of the vote does not compel or constrain any action by the town meeting or any other town body. These motions, in essence, give us a sense of the meeting to inform possible future votes and actions if these topics come up in the future. Second, I want to remind you, in case you weren't here this morning, earlier in this meeting, we voted to limit debate on these non-binding resolutions to 15 minutes total. So as a reminder for these articles, the following rules apply. There'll be 2 7.5-minute blocks of time. 1 block will be for those who wish to speak in favor, and 1 block will those who wish to speak in opposition. I'm actually setting up my timers now. And for each of these 7.5-minute blocks, there's a choice of having the main petitioner give a 3.5-minute presentation, followed by up to 2-minute presentations until the 7.5 is done. Or if there's no main presentation more than the 2 minutes, we can have as many people out on that side speaking until that 7.5 minutes is done. In terms of using these 7.5 minutes, I'm going to alternate between pros and cons, those in favor and those against, and I will let people speak in those 2-minute limits until our 15-minute limit has been met. I also want to point out that there's no need to fill the 15 minutes. It is an upper bound where deliberation would stop and we would proceed to vote. Finally, I want to mention that the text, including the article information that was placed in the warrant for these articles and appears in the AFC report and recommendations, has not been developed similarly to the article information you may have read for the non-petitioned articles, for the articles we've dealt with earlier today. For the non-petitioned articles, those articles that we dealt with 1 through 26, there's a process where all parties strive to provide a neutral description of the expected outcome of the task or the money authorized by the main motion. There is a give and take as the draft warrant evolves to try to remove any advocacy for or against the article's intention and to confirm the accuracy of statements that are made. For the petitioned articles, the text that is printed reflects the text that was on the petitions that the petitioner signed. It may not be written to reflect the same kind of neutral position, and it may not have been through a process through which consensus or to reach consensus or confirm its accuracy. And as always, it is up to you, the voters, to listen to the arguments, think about them yourselves, and vote for what you feel is right. So with that said, Article 27, the first of our non-binding resolutions, Mr. Savoy. You can speak up here, yes. Thank you, Mr. Savoy.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I move that the town supports a non-binding resolution to limit the annual revenue increase from real estate and personal property taxes to 2.5% plus new growth.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Your remarks, please.
The intent of this non-binding petition is to provide an opportunity for town meeting to voice their opinion on limiting the increases in the annual revenues raised from property taxes. And this would be to address the burdens that we've all been feeling with regards to inflationary costs of living, significant tax increases, and the town spending beyond its means. I have data on all of these assertions, and I would be happy to provide that to you if you let me know your email address. I've also provided many of this information to the Select Board and the Finance Committee. In 1980, the state passed a petition, Proposition 2.5, which provided a limit on the amount of property taxes to be raised. Also, it put a limit on the increase, the annual increase in property taxes to 2.5% plus new growth. The significant change that took place as a result of that petition was that the budget process in every municipality changed. Instead of raising your budget or coming up with an amount to spend and then raising your appropriations to match that, it was simply reversed. The towns had to determine how much revenue they would be receiving or would be generating and then build a budget to match that. That process was intended to limit property increases in property taxes. Now, Westborough, over the last several years, has gone well beyond that 2.5%, 6.21%, 5.6%, 5.4%. We were looking at potentially an 8% increase for next year. Now, why does Westborough able to exceed the 2.5%? It is because of new growth. There is a provision in the law that allows the 2.5 to go beyond it because of new growth. This would be adding an addition to your home, putting a new home, or also inventory in a business could be furniture, anything that is movable would add to the 2.5%. Westborough is in a unique position where these increases have accumulated over the last 20 to 25 years. There is a paper on a website written by Ed Bean regarding this process of how we arrived at this. This time is going pretty quick here, so I want to just mention that the town has reached a $13 million excess, which means that the town can raise taxes beyond the 2.5%, up to $13 million beyond, without the approval of the townspeople. So my proposal here would put a limit on that to 2.5%. Anything going over that would require the townspeople to vote on it. That is an override. So we are in a unique position. The $13 million is only about 55 communities that have anywhere near that type of dollars. So I would consider that you would look at this resolution, vote in favor of it, and then we could take the next step in limiting the amount of taxes raised, increases raised year over year.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. All right, as I said, I'm going to alternate. Anybody who would like to speak, sorry, what? You want to speak against? Okay. Let's just see. What, are you giving a presentation or just remarks? Okay. If you go under 3.5, we'll leave the time there. All right, since this is addressing a select board issue, I will let the select board go, then I will come to people standing there. So, Mr. Johnson, are you going to speak on behalf of the select board? All right.
I got 3 minutes, so I'll talk quick here. Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. Mr. Savoy, thank you very much for presenting to us and to coming to the town meeting with this petition, although, as you can see, the select board voted against supporting it, but I think, as you heard earlier, we hear you loud and clear, and we support controlling taxes. There's a lot of inaccuracies and inconsistencies. First of all, in the motion, revenue is not the right term. It should be levy, but I will talk to that in a minute. So again, just really to be clear, what Proposition 2.5 is it is a constraint on the amount of the levy raised by a city or town from year to year. It's a restriction on the amount of property taxes. There's 2 considerations there. Basically, a community's levy may not increase by greater than 2.5% of the prior year's levy limit, underlying the levy limit plus new growth from the year, as Mr. Savoy said. There's also a concept of a levy ceiling, where a community cannot levy more than 2.5% of the total full and fair cash value of all taxable real and personal property in the community. To be clear, though, Proposition 2.5 does not limit what an individual's taxes can increase in a year, and Proposition 2.5 does not calculate using the prior year's budget. So what is the levy? The tax levy is the amount raised annually through property taxes. It's in the Finance Committee booklet every year. This is a total amount to be raised each year to fund municipal services, less receipts from all other revenue sources. This remaining amount needed is the tax levy. It is what basically constitutes the tax bill we all receive. And in most communities like Westborough, it is the largest source of revenue. Mr. Savoy mentioned excess levy capacity. Excess levy capacity is basically the levy limit is the total amount that a town can be raised in taxes each year. Excess levy capacity is created when a community does not tax to its limit, which is a good thing when you don't tax to your limit. One thing Mr. Savoy said was that the town could basically, with 13 million, and I'll go through those numbers real quickly in a minute, that we could just charge you taxes. Absolutely not. You control the taxes. We don't control the taxes. Legislative body votes like you did today as to what the increases are. And as he said, as you can see here through a calculation, I won't go through it, but fiscal 2025 excess levy capacity is a little over $13 million. When I talked about our levy ceiling before, which is the total amount that basically the second part of Prop 2.5, we don't really worry about that right now. That's about $165 million in this town. This year, what we're looking to spend is $106 million. Our levy capacity is closer to $120 million, so we're 13 million underneath that. What this slide shows really quickly is the percent that could have been raised over the prior year levy, and the actual increase over the prior year is in orange. As you can see, since 2010, with the exception of 2019, last year and proposed this year, we have always spent under the percent that could be raised by 2.5% in new growth. And I'd argue that was really through the development of strong fiscal management policies and adherence to these policies by your boards and committees, but also as you, the voters.
Please conclude your remarks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Real quickly, because there's a lot of talk that people had with this that were talking about limiting increase to every person's property tax bill 2.5%. Prop 2.5 doesn't do that. We can't do that. If you look here, last year, fiscal 25, the average single-family tax increase was 5.43%. As you can look through here, it varies based on different properties in town. And actually last year, close to 50%, 48% of taxpayers in this town's tax bill increase was less than 2.5%. So again, it's math in this. We do support fiscal policies. We have been strong supporters of fiscal policy. Once again, you, as the voters in this town meeting, decide what that tax bill will be by your votes on those raise and appropriate articles. Nobody else, Finance Committee, School Committee, Select Board can make that decision. You all make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I will now look for a speaker, someone in favor. You're in favor? Yes, name, address, and your remarks, please. You have 2 minutes.
Yep. My name is Brad Avergon. I live at 21 Hundreds Road. I am in favor of the Proposition 2.5. I think, every day, every month, every year, we all have to make decisions between needs and wants in our households. That's what we have to do. We have to manage our budget. Proposition 2.5 was put in place partly because a lot of the costs, a lot of the taxes were going up, and it was making it impossible for people to stay in their communities. I think we've heard a lot of that today from the members of the town. I think Proposition 2.5 provides clarity. It sets a guide for the town to be able to expect certain budget that they can live within and make changes and make plans for that. I also think that it doesn't open up the door for possible wants by certain areas, certain members of the town, to bring that up for debate, and lets it really make it much more of a clearer guide. That's why I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Someone opposed? Anyone like, Mr. Caprioli?
Yes.
You're really going to speak up opposition, right? Okay.
What was the question again? Please don't take
You're
off my
speaking in
time.
opposition of Mr. Savoy's motion?
Yes, and you'll understand why when I
Okay.
finish speaking.
All right. You're on.
Caprioli, 9 Crown Ridge Road. In case the audience hasn't been paying attention, not one penny of spending proposed in this warrant was voted against. Not one line of legislation was voted against. Everything was voted for up to this point. Now, going forward, everything will be voted against. Because you know why? We've entered the SNL portion of town meeting. That's Saturday Night Live. Thank you very much for the audience.
Okay.
There's no reason to believe that this is going to work, that anybody it's going to occur. The town does not think this stuff through. It is dictated to by this document. So why go to the facade that someone is really going to figure it out when no one figures this out except maybe me? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Back to, anyone want to speak in favor? Okay. Mr. Considine.
This is Joe Considine, 10 Smith Street. This is just inconsistent with my presentation about the school budget, that I believe that the middle class are being squeezed out very, very badly in this town. We need to do something to limit the growth of government. You've heard from our government presenters. They don't want to limit it. This may give them some incentive to stop the runaway growth in Westborough. So I am in favor of this.
Thank you, Mr. Considine. Hang on just a second.
Saroja Hansoge.
Hang on. Mr. Welch, what did you want? You wanted to speak if there's time? Okay, you're going to speak, you want to speak in favor? Or, sorry, we're now speaking against. You want to speak against?
Correct, I'm speaking against. A couple of points here.
Name and address, please.
Saroja Hansoge and 105 West Main Street. So, number one, this requires prognostication of the type that even Warren Buffett has repeatedly said he is not capable of. What do I mean by that? We do not know what the future holds, and the current state cannot predict the future, but that is in effect what we're trying to do by imposing this limitation. And the prior speaker's remarks about runaway spending by the government conflates the national mayhem and chaos with the clarity of execution and decision-making we need to do today. And as a result, it is the opinion of some of the members that have attended today that the budget and all the other articles that were being considered are in fact needs rather than wants. And now that obviously is open to debate, hence this town meeting. But I think we are implicitly and explicitly imposing a restriction upon members that may not be in agreement on what those needs and wants are by imposing this Proposition 2.5%, whatever it happens to be called, and ultimately requires us to forecast cost of living adjustments, inflation rates, how the market is doing, and all kinds of other economic drivers that I really dare anybody to tell me what they think is going to be happening 5 years down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're looking for someone speaking in favor. There's only about 2 minutes left. Seeing no one who wants to speak in favor, Mr. Welch had asked to speak opposed before I saw either of you. So Mr. Welch?
Patrick Welch, 15
You also have about 2 minutes. You have about a minute, by the way.
I just want to quickly point out that the town of Westborough adheres to law. Proposition 2.5 is a state law, and we adhere to it, and we follow it. So I just want to clear that up, as there was an implication that we do not adhere to it. We do.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. I just handed a note. Last call for Women's Club food and water. So if you need that before you head home, go now. Go now. This is also last call for a speaker in favor.
Sorry, may I just make a quick clarification?
Let me just see. Yes, you just have about a minute of time left, and
that's
since
all
no
I
one
want.
else wants to speak in favor,
I just want to be clear. It was not that I was suggesting that we
yeah.
are not.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. Wait a second. You were speaking against, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on. Let's let Mr. Savoy wanted to use his last minute or so.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. As we look at this proposal, it will not be as detrimental as some people may think it would be. In other words, if you limit the revenue generated from taxation, that puts a limit on what the town is taking in. But that can be exceeded by an override, meaning that the voters would actually vote on particular issues. In addition to that, there is available additional revenue that's available in terms of estimating the receipts that the town takes in every year. It's a very conservative estimate, and so therefore we're missing out on several $1 million, which goes into free cash, which we spend pretty quickly here at town meeting. There's also opportunities for savings. We have the school department and the town departments performing duplicate functions like the finance, duplicate functions like technology. There's a number of different ones. And I know the select board is looking at that possibility of combining those. That's a cost savings, and a net result would be less increases in property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can make your clarification remarks. You have 21 seconds, by the way.
Sounds good. I did not mean to imply that the town of Westborough is in contradiction to any prevailing state laws. I'm simply stating that we cannot prognosticate the future. That's why I'm in opposition to this article. And I think that it is premature to place a limit on the annual increase of property taxes. That's all.
Thank you. Our time has run out. My apologies, Mr. Engberg and Mr. Bain. As I said, we had put in a 15-minute time limit. We've now spent 15 minutes on the debate. And again, these are non-binding. So when the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Savoy's motion on the screen, which is a non-binding resolution. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 87 in favor and 141 opposed. Mr. Savoy's motion is defeated. We now turn our attention to Article 28. Essentially to support a resolution regarding a Townie Baby Award. Mr. Gilbert, are you here? You are. Okay. Okay. So.
All right.
Name and address,
Ted
and then make your
Gilbert,
motion, and then the timer will
26
start.
Charles Street. I speak on behalf of the citizens petition, Article 28, the nickname the Townie Baby or Welcome Home article. Sorry, I do have a cold, so.
Could you, before you start your discussion, could you just read the motion, please? So then we'll start.
Actually, you know what? I don't have it in front of me, John.
It's right there on the screen.
I move that the town supports a non-binding resolution to establish a taxpayer-funded award of $1,000 per child given to families with at least one parent who was either born in Westborough or spent the majority, first residence, or spent the majority of their school years prior to high school graduation in Westborough.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Now your time will begin.
Okay, awesome. Thank you to the Westborough town leadership. Nice to see you. Thank you to all the stalwart Westboroughians here to vote. Always nice to see such a large and diverse group of people. We will now have a moment of silence to see if Jeff Spofford wants to call me any names. In 2006, the bankers at Lehman Brothers and other banks used the bait and switch sales method to sell their mortgage-backed securities. They would regularly refer to the AAA credit rating of the bonds, even though they were not AAA. The same method is being used here in town and other municipalities. We are told that as long as we maintain our AAA credit rating, that we can borrow and borrow. Sure, that's true now, but only because the town has the taxing authority to raise taxes. But eventually this game ends, just like at Lehman Brothers. It's all well and good as long as we're getting something in return for our money and our indebtedness. Are we? Are we getting a good return? I speak as a citizen of Westborough who's been here for 6 years. The evidence of the effectiveness of the executive leadership of the town of Westborough, both elected and unelected, has been accumulating. Number one, I was excited to move to town with a movie theater. The movie theater has not reopened. I was excited to move to a town with its own golf club and golf club restaurant, the Civic Kitchen, a really nice place. It has not reopened in 6 years. I was excited to move to a town with a library with a nice adult reading room. I thought of myself going in there reading and wearing like a corduroy blazer or something. It is now exclusively the teen space. I was excited to move to a town that honored its past heroes with national standing, the only one I could think of, Eli Whitney, but Eli Whitney's cotton gin was expunged from the town seal. I was excited to see all the nice, vacant, beautiful fields along Otis Street, including a former landing field. It is now all covered with commercial buildings and parking lots. I was excited to see the large open green fields by Chauncey Lake, now covered up with a second cricket pitch in town, some strange monument-looking thing, and an ugly city-looking dog park. I was excited to be able to park wherever I wanted and avoid traffic. Now traffic on East Main Street around rush hour is terrible. I was excited to learn about the history of the Westborough Speedway and the fact that both Andre the Giant and Aerosmith visited it. There's rarely ever mention of that long history here in Westborough. It used to be the cultural heart of the town, which now we say is the library, but I don't see that. Just another bit of history to expunge, I guess. But the track record is not all bad. During the same period of time, 6 years, the salaries of town employees have gone up, property taxes have gone up, the number of illegals has gone up.
Mr. Gilbert, can you wrap up your remarks, please? Your 3.5 minutes are up.
Well, I haven't even gotten to the article yet.
That's all right, your time's up. If no one else wants to speak in favor, we'll get there. I told you before when we were sitting here, we have 3.5 minutes for the first speaker at the tops. Yes. What's your point? Name and address, please. Can you speak at this mic since the scouts have gone, I believe? Yes, you may use that mic.
Jonathan Rappaport, 7 Brady Road. I, for one, strenuously object to calling any human being an illegal. And I ask, that is a pejorative term. It is used for very specific reasons, and I ask the town moderator to please make a ruling to forbid the use of that term. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, Mr. Gilbert's time is up. I always ask everyone to speak respectfully, and that includes things like that. So now we've had our first speaker with regard to being in favor. Is there anyone who would like to speak against? We'll go, Mr. Batchelor, is it?
Yes.
What? That was a point of order, so he was sort of admonishing me and you at the same time, so. Is that Mr. Batchelor?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Batchelor.
Stephen
Are
Batchelor.
you planning to speak for like 3.5 minutes or 2?
2.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen Batchelor, 31 Blake Street. I come to speak against Article 28. It is both legislatively flawed and morally reprehensible. First, its legislative flaws. I'd like to point out just one. Last year, opponents of this article pointed out how Westborough has no hospital and thus very few people are actually born here. Article drafters have since revised the language to extend the award to those who spent the majority of their school years prior to high school graduation in Westborough. What of those who attended private schools outside of Westborough? Private schools are under no obligation to share enrollment records, nor does this article account for private schools that have since closed. Second, and more importantly, the article's moral reprehensibility. The article's language closely resembles the ideas advanced by the Nazi regime. I quote from Adolf Hitler's infamous autobiography, Mein Kampf. Every people has its own specific cultural heritage, its own cultural values.
Hang on. What was your point of order? Okay, all right. He wasn't talking. All right.
this article's language.
Mr. Batchelor, hang on for a second. Mr. Batchelor, hang on for a second. Mr. Batchelor, please, both of you. All right. Let's not have it come to this. I didn't hear.
Point of order.
I'm already dealing with one point. You can speak in a minute. Don't worry. So, I don't exercise prior restraint on what people say. We don't talk about a town meeting. We don't talk about other personalities. I will admit I didn't hear the use of the word that the previous gentleman said. And although I'm not sure that there was a direct intent to say that anyone here was a Nazi. Mr. Batchelor was talking about referring to some words he was going to say. I will ask us to try to tone it down and to just make our points so we can get through our deliberation and see how people feel. I think we all know and understand that this is a charged topic, and I'm going to ask us to go back to our principles of town meeting, which is to talk about the motion and the problem at hand and not talk about each other. So with that said, Mr. Batchelor, you can continue. I'd like to ask you, everyone, to just talk about your ideas and your thoughts without implying or having others easily infer that they're being directed at them. So with that said, Mr. Batchelor, you may continue.
To clarify, I am merely pointing out the resemblance in language. I quote from Adolf Hitler's infamous autobiography, Mein Kampf, quote, "Every people has its own specific cultural heritage," language used in this warrant article, "its own cultural values that must be protected from contamination and degeneration." Or let's look at a 1933 speech he gave at Nuremberg. Quote, "We will take care that our cultural heritage remains uncorrupted and flourishes anew in the Reich." Or Joseph Goebbels, "Our task is to maintain, cultivate, and safeguard our cultural heritage handed down to us, defending against any form of degeneration or corruption." I call on you to reject this Nazi-like and eugenicist article that, in violation of the 14th Amendment, encourages, its wording, a particular class of people to start families in Westborough. Shame on the 10 people who signed this petition.
Mr. Batchelor, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go back. Anyone want to speak in favor of the article? Wait a second. Does anyone other than Mr. Gilbert want to speak in favor of the article? Seeing none, Mr. Gilbert, I'll give you the next 2-minute slot, okay?
2 minutes, okay, great. Yeah, so I would say here, let me just I suggest that in the name of community and kindness and town pride, that we ask the town voters at the annual town meeting whether or not they will support my citizens petition that asks the town to show appreciation for the minority of young people who, having been born or raised in Westborough, public school, private school, choose to come back to Westborough to start their families. I suggest that if you were born in Westborough and have lived here for the majority of the 1st through 12th grades, not exclusively at public schools, private schools, you can come back to Westborough. You come back to Westborough, you're awarded the $1,000 per child. American Life already presents us with powerful centrifugal forces that move us away from where we were raised. Vast choices regarding careers, career locations, relationship changes, etc. We in Westborough already provide abundant resources to the new Americans in our community. We welcome everyone to Westborough, but it is the mixing of all the diverse groups in town that make Westborough strong, including the locals. I suggest that we offer this one modest but meaningful token of appreciation to those Westboroughians who make the effort to come home and to share their local knowledge and lived truth. As Robert Frost tells us, home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. We now go over to next person who wanted to speak against. I think you were next in line. Sir, name, address in your remarks, and remember, try to keep it. You can sit right there if you'd like.
Dan Jacobs, 9 Brook Way. We tend to do this every 6 months. We let these two hold the town hostage to spew nonsense and hate. Last time we did Townie Baby, the vote was 373 to 10. I am confident nothing has changed, and it's just as ridiculous now as it was then. Giving airtime to debate this farce is exactly what they want and a waste of all of our times. I would love to hear more thoughtful rebuttal on this matter, but the sense of it is this is a waste of everyone's time, and I would move to an immediate vote, but I'll let everyone else have their time.
All right, thank you very much. It is against the rules of town meeting to let someone who made a speech move the question, and we don't have that much time left. I will now ask if Mr. Gilbert has now spoken twice, so that our bylaws say nobody can speak twice without permission of the meeting. Is there anyone who here wants to speak in favor of Mr. Gilbert's motion? Is that you, Mr. Caprioli?
Yes, but I'd like to modify it a little bit.
Well, no, just tell me, do you want to speak in favor or not?
in favor of a modified
In
version
favor
this.
of Mr. Gilbert's motion.
Can I modify it just a little bit?
Okay, remember, it's non-binding, and there's nothing you can really do to make it binding because of the warning, but, okay, Mr. Caprioli, I will give you the 2-minute slot that's remaining there.
How much time do I have?
2 minutes.
Okay. In light of the debate over the school department budget, I'd like to suggest a modification to this article. I'd like to suggest paying people $1,000 a year not to have children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. I'm going to rule that that was frivolous and we're not going to act on it.
No, it's not.
Also, it's beyond the scope because I don't think the public was warned that we might talk about it. This is talking about rewarding children, not children. So I'm going to rule that it's out of scope.
It's not frivolous. It's reflective.
All
It's
right.
called, thought process. Thank you.
I think we got the point. Okay, there's about 2 minutes left if anyone would like to speak against. I'll go with you. Try to keep it calm and whatever. Name and address, please.
Lee Petrie, 18 Wheeler Road. Move to vote.
Okay. Mr. Petrie has actually moved the question. I didn't see anyone else who wanted to speak in favor, and I know there's people who want to speak opposed, but let's do it the legit way. We have spoken enough, I believe, especially if there's no one else who wants to speak in favor. So let's have a vote to move the question, so that will be a 2/3 vote to see if we want to terminate debate. So when the light goes on, voting yes in this case is to terminate debate. Then we'll figure out what happens from there. Voting is ended. We have 212 in favor and 11 opposed. Debate is terminated. We now go to Mr. Gilbert's motion, which was on the screen. Again, it's a non-binding resolution to inform just how people are feeling. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 15 in favor, 1-5, and 214 opposed. The motion is defeated. We now turn our attention to Article 29, related to a petition about the denial of sanctuary city status. Mr. Conklin.
I move that the town support a non-binding.
Name and address, please. Thank
Lloyd
you.
Conklin, 8 Water Street. I move that the town support a non-binding resolution that the town supports assisting ICE with the deportation of local illegal aliens and to follow through with resources as printed in the warrant, and that the town supports denying the local hotels currently housing illegals the proper licensing and certifications to do so.
Okay, Mr. Conklin, before your remarks, I just want to know, are you intending to use the 3.5-minute presentation block or a 2-minute block?
3.5.
Okay, just wanted to know how to time it, so the timers know 3.5, okay? All right, Mr. Conklin. No, I'll start the time.
We have
when the
a presentation
up.
here?
Okay, we'll start the time when the presentation is up.
Keep going? Or forward? Or
Is
do
that
I
it,
have
Mr.
that
Conklin?
here?
Are we all set?
There we go.
Okay.
All right. So the current federal government no longer is paying for illegals. The state still wants to keep all the illegals here, although more.
Okay, okay, hang on. Just to keep things calm, Mr. Conklin, will you just use the term illegal aliens instead of illegals so it's not quite as loaded? I understand that you're using the synonyms, but if you could. Undocumented, I'm sorry.
Point of order.
So, okay, who's calling for the point of order? Yes, Mr. Batchelor.
Steve Batchelor, 31 Blake Street. To enter this country without documentation is a civil, not criminal matter. To call a person an illegal alien is to deny them due process. I object to this term.
Okay, thank you. We all learned some, thank you. So, Mr. Conklin, we're trying to use neutral language. Just, you may not.
Are you
lose
saying
any
I can't say illegal alien?
Well, you said illegal somewhere, which caught my attention, so. Okay, I get paid nothing. I'm trying to sort this out now. Thank you. All right, Mr. Conklin.
So, like I said, the feds are not paying for this, and Maura Healy thinks she is going to. So we've got the candy, the prescriptions, tobacco, nicotine, all these other raising taxes things. We've got Mass General Brigham, 1,500 positions that are laying off. And then when we look locally here in Westborough at our police and fire and ambulance, how often they're running up and down Main Street, and what the, since the last 3 or 4 years, since this has been going on, since the last administration opened the borders up, all the costs to the town. So anyways, that'll do it for my end here.
Okay, thank you. We'll now entertain someone who wants to speak against Mr. Conklin's motion. Yes, name, address, and your remarks, please.
Brendan Broder, 26 Church Street. If it's allowed by the rules, I'd like to move to pass over the question. And the reason is that it lacks a lot of context for what may happen in the future. And we really don't know what the situation is where the town is being asked to assist ICE. Is it a situation where federal agents are here looking for a genuinely dangerous criminal? In which case I believe many of my neighbors would support cooperation by local law enforcement to catch and remove any truly dangerous individual who's here? Or are we talking about an unconstitutional roundup of people without due process who may be here legally, who may be citizens, to be deported to maximum security prisons in other countries with no recourse? That is something that I would not support, and I would hope that many of you would not support, and would not want our town resources to be given freely to assisting. The reason I would move to, and if forced to vote on the article, I would vote no. But I do not want to foreclose or to be seen as instructing the town not to cooperate with legitimate law enforcement activity. So I move to pass over the question.
All right, thank you very much. I will make a note. Typically, we have used passing over to say it's the same as defeating, but I think you made points that say in some ways passing over is sufficiently different from defeating that I'll allow the motion to pass over. And again, going back to the rules we talked about with an earlier change, our bylaws have a motion to pass over, which is to take no action, would take precedence over the main motion. So when it comes time to vote, when our time is all up, we'll take a vote on passing over, and then if that fails, we'll go to the main motion. So that was the speaker against. Do we have anyone who would like to speak in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion?
I would actually like to address that most recent proposal to pass over. I don't know if that's for or against the main motion.
Let me see if I can get anybody definitely in for, and then we'll see how it goes. Anyone like to speak in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion? Okay, Mr. Conklin, since you have not spoken, sorry. Oh, Mr. Gilbert, do you want to speak in favor? Sorry, I didn't see you raise your hand.
Testing, testing.
Yep.
Ted Gilbert, 26 Charles Street. I am a supporter of this motion. I think that these citizens' petitions are important because we're kind of taking the temperature of the town. I know we do have a small group here, really relatively. I guess it's just the way it is. But, you know, I think the tenor of the town is such, but I think that, oh, sorry, I should turn this way, I guess. But, you know, the nation spoke in November. And I think that we are better off kind of jibing a little bit with the nation and not resisting, you know, wholeheartedly. I just think it makes sense to kind of think through these issues a little bit more thoughtfully. We've always followed the national tenor and the national attitude with the previous administration, national administration. Maybe we should consider doing the same thing to some extent, and this would be in keeping with that, right? ICE wants to do their job, we should support it.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Now, sir, I'm going to count this as sort of speaking against, because it sounds like you're either in favor of passing over or opposing, but just make your name, address, and remarks, please.
Yes, Robert Gilmore, 35 Water Street. Yeah, Mr. Moderator, I'm sorry, no offense, but I disagree strongly with your, sounds like assumption that us not, boy, there were so many negatives in there.
Yeah.
About us passing this over is not the same as us rejecting it. This is an absolute affirmative support of ICE and the government policy, the federal government policies, and I do not see us passing this over as equivalent to, or I see us passing this over as basically equivalent to us voting no. I don't see this as a three-part solution. Oh, we don't care, or yes, or no. The motion was made to approve this. Either we did or we didn't. And I don't see us passing this over as an ambivalent third option. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it. Hang on. Got to check my timer here. Okay. Let's see. Anyone in favor? In favor of Mr. Conklin's motion? All right, and apparently not that. Mr. Conklin, would you like to have the remaining 2 minutes of your time?
No, I'd just like to say that what I'm proposing is following the federal law.
Okay.
Here in Westborough, we have, in our current state government, we have people, the governor and the Boston city mayor that are trying to, and various other coastal states and cities, and perhaps Chicago or something, some of the blues, that don't want to follow it. So we're going to see, you know, I mean, that's what we're working through right now, is we're going to see how this is implemented or not. But certainly it is the current federal administration's wish. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. Mr. McManus, did I see you raise your hand? Scout, if there's still a scout with a microphone here, could we have it down here, please? Is that you, Mr. McManus? Name and address, please.
My name is Joe McManus, 8 Isaac Miller Road. I'd like to speak in opposition to this article. I truly do understand the perspective of removing actual criminals who happen to be undocumented people in our country from the country. No problem with that. I am very much opposed to us using our tax-funded resources, and if you look at the article, all resources to track down and assist ICE with removing people who are undocumented in this country. I feel like definitely we need new immigration laws that focus on legal immigration, but right now there's a persecution cabal out to try and really hurt good people who are just looking for a better life, and I would like us to not participate in that unless the people are actually criminals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Back to looking in people in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion. Seeing none, we've got a little time left. We'll go to the gentleman here. Name, address, and your remarks, please.
Jonathan Rappaport, 7 Brady Road. These are some of the actions that have occurred recently, and if anybody can tell me these are legal, I will be quite surprised. Recently in Boston Logan Airport, a green card holder was returning from a home trip to Germany. He was obtained by ICE. He was grilled for days, denied water, denied food. He passed out and had to be hospitalized. They were trying to force him to give up his green card. Another family of the parents who were here undocumented but had 4 children born in the United States. They are American citizens in spite of our president's illegal order trying to deny birthright citizenship. The entire family was deported, and the youngest daughter of that family was undergoing treatment for brain cancer and now is being denied treatment of that cancer. A third example is a highly skilled surgeon at Brown University doing kidney transplants and saving American lives and had a green card to work here in the United States, was deported. Why? She's wearing a head covering and obviously was Muslim. These are just 3 examples of what we know are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of illegal deportations of people without due process. So I, for one, do not support this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give one more chance for people in favor. There's about a minute left for people in opposition. Mr. Koenigsberg, you've been waiting. Would you like to speak?
Andrew Koenigsberg, 3 Smith Street. As you have stated at the beginning of this of town meeting, we are the legislature for this town. We make the decisions about this town. We are under no obligation to follow the quote-unquote zeitgeist of what's going on at the national level. This is our hometown, this is our democracy, and we're under no obligation to follow what is going on in Washington. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone in favor? I think our time is up, so I know there's somebody standing there, so but I believe, according to my timer, our time is up. So now, I understand that there's debate about the motion to pass over. I'm going to rule that we don't have a formal rule that they're equivalent. I think the person who made the motion to pass over made at least an argument that some may believe that it may be in the town's best interest to pass over, which is to take no action. So I will let us take a vote on that. However, I will also tell people that if you wish to have this town meeting take a yes or no vote directly on the question, the way to accomplish that is to vote no on the motion to pass over. So I'm going to recognize that there's a difference of how each of us may feel about the motion to pass over, but I think it was an allowable motion.
Excuse
So
me,
with
Mr. Moderator, I raise a point.
Mr. Caprioli,
Point of order.
I think we've run out of time. What is your point?
Shouldn't we have the opportunity to debate the motion to pass over?
That was included in the 15 minutes of debate that we've used up, and I heard one person say they would like it voted down, and we heard one person say that they would like it. So by our rules that we adopted, debate has ended.
Okay.
So with that said, yes, question, yes. Can you just scout down here, please?
Anouk Van Opsel, 11 Central Street. Just to be clear, what you're proposing right now doesn't give the citizen opinion on this proposition, right? It's just to pass it over. Passing it over does not clearly tell if we're for or against it. Am I right?
Right. A motion to pass over, if it succeeds, mean that this town meeting is taking no action.
It's just
and
the
we
status
just go
quo.
to the next article.
It's the status quo.
Yes, if the voters want to have a specific up and down vote, then I would suggest that you defeat the motion to pass over.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
sorry, that's what I was trying to make clear. Thank you. So now we are acting on the gentleman's motion to pass over. As I said, go ahead, voting has begun. Voting 1 to pass over means we just move on to the next. Voting 2 means we defeat it and we go for a distinct yes or no vote on Mr. Conklin's motion. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 37 in favor and 190 opposed. The motion to pass over is defeated. We now go to action on the main motion made by Mr. Conklin that is printed up on the screen there. So once the system resets, so here, voting yes is in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion and voting no is voting against Mr. Conklin's motion. So as soon as they're ready, voting is started. Voting is ended. We have 30 in favor and 198 opposed. Mr. Conklin's motion is defeated. As we turn our attention to Article 30, I just want to make a few comments. I just want to make it clear that my apologies for not recognizing that some of the language used was quite so volatile. I'll take that as a learning opportunity for me. I will continue to encourage us all to try to not use volatile language now and in the future, and I will take with it an obligation to learn more about what the offensive words are so I can try to guide our discussions in a little more balanced format in the future. So my apologies for that, and I will try to learn from it. With that said, we now turn to Article 30. Mr. Conklin.
I move, Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. I move that the town supports a non-binding resolution to terminate the position of sustainability coordinator from the town staffing.
Mr. Conklin, 2 minutes or 3.5 minutes? Which do you want?
3.5.
Okay.
So once again, we have the feds doing something completely different than the state, and the state's running out of money, and so's the town. So this position is started a year or two ago, and $76,000, and supposedly there's a grant for $30,000. I assume that that will be ending soon because Maura Healy's out of money, and the feds are not supporting this anymore. So, do I have my thing here?
No, just somebody dropped something. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so anyways, there's a job description here. Here's some of the climate stuff. We're looking at going into the glacial age here in 200 to 400 years. Probably going to look at it. Anyways, the guys, here's a picture of the guys at the inauguration there. We've got Bezos and Zuckerberg and Sanjay there from Google. We got Bezos and Zuckerberg wearing the Trump red ties. So, anyways, they're playing like they're on the Trump team now. I'm sure when things change over, they'll be on whatever boat is afloat at the time. But, anyways, and also Bill Gates, he's closing down his
Mr. Conklin, let's try to focus on the sustainability coordinator, please.
Well, this is what the sustainability coordinator does here in Westborough, is they're trying to make a zero carbon dioxide Westborough, much like Fales School, which is, it's all electric, solar, geothermal. So figure after financing maybe $80 million, the price tag was maybe 40. And so that's why you have these taxes right now, is because you're getting into these projects. This library thing you just passed for the 12 million, once again, it's got heat pumps on the roof. That's like $2 million to put those things up there, I think is what the breakdown was on that thing. But anyways, so here's the, yes, I think that the crowd is probably still into the zero carbon, but the feds are really into, you know, taking down your gas and electricity prices right now, and maybe getting a pipeline here into Massachusetts, so we're not, like last month you had your delivery for your natural gas doubled kind of thing. So, you know, you've got to decide on which way, you know, whether you want to pay for all this stuff, pay the, you know, the virtue signaling prices for it, or whether you want to, you know, do some good things to make, you know, lower gas prices and a cheaper
Conclude your
living.
remarks, please.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Time's up. All right. Thank you. Who would like to speak against this motion? Mr. Dunbeck, would you? Okay. Please clear it, make some way for Mr. Dunbeck. Thank you. Mr. Dunbeck, would you like 2 minutes or 3.5? Okay, thank you. Mr. Dunbeck, name and address, and then we'll start the timer.
Yes, Pete Dunbeck, 8 Wayside Road. I'm here speaking, recommending a no vote on this article. We hired
Mr. Conklin, please move from in front of the projector. You're blocking the projector. Thanks. Thank you.
We hired our first sustainability coordinator, Ben Bowers, in August of 2023. And in less than 2 years, he's done an impressive job of building a network, a broad and productive network of colleagues, including relationships with all the department heads and the key co-workers across town government, liaisons to key interfaces in state government, and DOER in particular. He's got critical contacts, new contacts for the town in National Grid and Eversource, and he's joined a group of over two dozen sustainability coordinators across the greater Boston area to share best practices and leverage the good work going on in other towns. As we were developing our climate action plan in 2020, one of the key recommendations many other towns highlighted for us was to hire a sustainability coordinator, because they will bring in, they said, 6 to 10 times the cost of the position in energy efficiency savings and grants. In the last year, through Ben's work and others, he brought in just under $900,000 in grants and incentives, covering about 70% of the cost of the projects he was working on, including part of his salary, as Mr. Conklin alluded to. These projects will save, in addition to the elimination of the investment cost, these projects will save over $42,000 a year in utility bills and energy savings. We expect this benefit to continue to accrue in the future. Ben is clearly covering the cost of his position many times over, while he has also been very instrumental in making progress to achieving our climate action plan. It'd be economically and environmentally foolish to stop this progress. If you would like the chance to meet with Ben, please come to our Environmental Action Fair next Saturday in the high school on Saturday afternoon. I encourage you to vote no on this article.
Thank you very much. Anyone like to speak in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion? Mr. Considine?
Yes, this is Joe Considine, 10 Smith Street. Last year, I asked Mr. Durrett to prepare an analysis, an ROI analysis of the $7 million that we spent a few years ago on the solar panels and geothermal heating as an option to the Fales facility. The net of it was He said that it will make the town money after 50 years. That's what he said at town meeting last year. What he neglected to tell you was that it loses money using his money, his analysis, his numbers. I have the chart right here, for 40 years. So it will lose, that project will lose money for 40 years.
Can we focus on the sustainability coordinator and not
well,
about
this is
last year's? Okay, if you're going to get to the point.
No, this is very
Okay.
germane.
Okay.
I understand the trying to get climate initiatives, but we have to do a better job of the financial analysis of it, because this one will cost us for 40 years, and he's saying he can guess the price of electricity 40 and 50 years on this analysis. So I'm saying is, don't get rose-colored glasses on this. Have a realistic view on these climate projects and say, do they make financial sense? This one did not make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Considine. Anyone else speaking in opposition? Mr. Baldwin?
Ed Baldwin, 25 Mount Pleasant Street. I'm the chair of the Library Building Committee. Mr. Conklin mentioned earlier that the library was spending about $2 million on heat pumps. That is incorrect. The total cost of the HVAC system is estimated at $1.2 million. Actual is probably a little less than that because the bid came in substantially under our estimate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I am
Baldwin.
speaking against. I forget whether I mentioned that.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Anyone else wants to speak in favor of the motion? Mr. Gilbert? Name, address, and your comments, please. Try to keep them focused on sustainability coordinator.
Yeah, I just have 4 points to make. First, Mr. Dunbeck sounds like a watermelon, green on the outside, red
We
on-
don't speak about personalities.
Red on the inside.
I got it.
Oh,
we don't
sorry.
speak about personalities,
You're
Mr.
right.
Gilbert.
You're
please.
right, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Let's go, come on.
It's good, we shouldn't do prognostications, just like the young lady there said, prognostications about what we can achieve with climate, what have you. We are suffering from a pandemic in this town, a new virus, and it seems to only attack the town employees and the leadership. I call it the Amazon shopper virus. It's the sit on your butt in town hall and spend taxpayer money on stuff you don't need. This is yet another town position.
Mr. Gilbert, we don't make attacks on people. Just talk about the problem at hand and why you're in favor of Mr. Conklin's.
I think it's just another example of the fat that we need to cut in this town.
Thank you. Anyone speaking in opposition? Okay, hang on. We got one person. Hang on. Hey. Mr. Flynn, is that you? Mr.
Yes,
Flynn?
Mr. Moderator.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is Ms. Anderson, did you have your hand up? Okay, all right, there is a procedure. If somebody's being disruptive, let me know. Thank you for letting me know. So if people are being disruptive, please stop, okay? Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for letting me know. Mr. Flynn.
Peter Flynn, 3 Crown Ridge Road. I'm also Vice Chair of Sustainable Westborough. Coming back to the particular article, the Sustainability Coordinator. What does the Sustainability Coordinator do? He helps ensure that when issues arise that relate to the town's climate action plan, that those issues are raised for consideration. It doesn't dictate a particular decision. It doesn't prevent the town from committing to things that don't make economic sense. It does allow the town administration to take note of the environmental impacts of decisions and to consider those in making the decisions that are made. He also has the job of looking for grants that are available from the state, because regardless of what the federal government is doing, the state has an environmental agenda to address the climate action plan. And he helps to look for the town to the extent that dollars are available. So I think it would be very short-sighted to eliminate the position of someone who, helps ensure that when there are environmental issues that arise, that the town and staff has an opportunity to consider them. And second, to eliminate the position of someone who has the opportunity to look for money that's available to help pay for projects that may make financial sense to the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Got a little less than 2 minutes if anyone wants to speak in favor. Mr. Conklin, yes, you've only spoken once. Mr. Conklin.
Yeah, so Lee Zeldin, the new EPA administrator, they're putting forward repealing, saying that carbon dioxide is a toxic atmospheric gas. And we'll be moving towards, it's a atmospheric necessity to have it in there. And so this is the new EPA, not the old one of Obama that made it a toxic substance. And once again, these federal grants that have been going into this that Pete is talking about here, they're not coming in from the federal guys anymore, and the state, Maura Healey, is out of money for all the things that she's doing. So, you know, we'll see over the next couple of years what actually happens here. But certainly, it's not the rosy picture that we've been living through the last 4 years. Now, if they're able to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, the $4 trillion worth of zero carbon dioxide that's been put forward that's causes, you know, the Inflation Production Act, you know, we'll see how these things develop, and, you know, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. We have a little bit of time left. We've had 4 in favor and 3 against. Anyone else want to speak against? Mr. Batchelor.
Steve Batchelor, 31 Blake Street. I have yet to hear a coherent argument in favor of terminating this position. I've heard nothing but ideological meanderings and ad hominem attacks. I urge you to vote against this article.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelor. Want to speak in favor? No. Got about 30 seconds to speak opposed. Do you want to just?
Ronnie Duncan, 28 Maynard Street. I think that the federal government movement on this issue makes it even more important that we make sure as a town we make the right decisions. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. With that said, I believe...
Mr. Moderator?
Yes. Yeah.
Can I move the question?
Ms. Spring?
Carolyn Spring, Deerslayer Lane, I'd like to call the question.
Well, I mean, I think we were done with debate anyway. I was looking at my timer, so yeah. Thank you, Ms. Spring. So there's no need for that. So our motion, our action now comes on Mr. Conklin's motion, which was to support the non-binding resolution to terminate the position of sustainability coordinator. When the light goes green, a vote of pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition of Mr. Conklin's motion. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 26 in favor, 26, and 184 opposed. The motion fails. We now go to Article 31, dealing with placing Westborough City Hall employees in a 401k style investment. Mr. Conklin.
I move that the town supports a non-binding resolution to place all Westborough Town Hall employees in 401k style investment accounts, also known as defined contribution plans instead of pension plans. And once again, I guess this is not showing up here, but we're already contracted with the current employees that they're on plans, pension plans. So this is for new hires only as a cost savings.
Any further remarks?
Yeah.
Okay. Your time has started.
Can I have the presentation, please?
Okay, I'll pause the timer for a second while he gets the presentation up. Remember, let's keep it focused on the 401k style investment accounts.
So there are some other cities and states that do this. San Diego did it back in June 2012. Approved one 2-to-1. They were having pension funding liabilities problems, and so they did it. They kept the police force on a pension plan, but the rest of the employees, they took them off of them. And we've also got some state governments too that have pulled this. Louisiana, Alaska, Michigan, Rhode Island have done it on a state level. And as more cities around the country have problems meeting their the money that they owe, we're going to see more and more things tighten up. But here's this was from the schools, how it keeps increasing at the schools, and then once again we have the 80% is the salaries at the school. That's not the HOOLs, it's the schools. So 4/5 of the school budget is this pension and salaries. And so from 95, there's a site there where this comes from, the different numbers than the school boards. But every 12 and a half years, we're having a doubling of the cost for the school, what it costs to put us for per student for the year at Westborough schools, which is you can see the trend is pretty much a straight line up. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Now looking for someone speaking in opposition. Mr. Keogh on behalf of the Select Board.
Two minutes should be fine, thank you. Employees of all town, Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. Employees of all town departments, including police, fire, public works, library, community development, senior center, and several employees, non-teachers, of the school department are on the same retirement plan. It is unclear what the benefit would be of moving the employees of one building, the town hall, into a different retirement system. Additionally, of note, state and local governments are not eligible to maintain 401k plans under federal law. Westborough municipal employees, non-teachers, participate in...
Wait a second, that's the question. We don't prejudge. Well, excuse me. Let him say what he wants, and then if there's questions, you can get in line and ask. What's your point?
My point of order is the question that we're taking out of order if it's illegal for the employees of the town to be on 401k.
This is a well, first of all, Mr. Keogh is stating his beliefs. Mr. Conkle is stating his beliefs. I don't know, and I don't have the knowledge to be a fact checker for what of these things are true. Our job here is to vote whether we support or not support this non-binding referendum. So if there are questions, let's just see where Mr. Keogh's going, and then we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Okay, so where was I? Westborough municipal employees, non-teachers, participate in the Worcester Regional Retirement System under the state's Public Employee Retirement Administration Commission. Employees hired on or after July 1st of 1996 pay 9% of their salary into the current retirement system, an additional 2% of any earnings over 30%. So they are already contributing to their retirement. Municipalities must participate in a contributory retirement system either through a regional multi-unit system, as we do, or a local city or town system. In order to administer public employee pensions in accordance with Massachusetts general laws and regulations promulgated by the Public Employees Retirement Administration Commission. Additionally, just one further note, following town meeting and in our future meetings, Currently, the rule is annual town meeting requires 10 votes for a citizen's petition, and special town meetings require 100 votes, such as fall town meeting. We will be considering this at future select board meetings. Please reach out if you have thoughts either way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Anyone wish to speak in favor? Mr. Conklin, sorry.
I have questions.
Okay, name, address, and then tell me your question.
Lauren Murphy, 2 Wachusett View Drive.
Yeah.
I guess I have several questions, and you might have answered one, but are we still providing pensions to all new town employees and teachers? That's my first question, I guess. And then, when is this negotiated? And is this going to be addressed, is, I guess, my next question. And then, are there estimates available about the future impact of this on the Worcester Regional Retirement Association to the budget? Because this year, that increased 9%. It's a larger portion of our budget, and I don't understand why we're providing pensions. I mean, I was shocked when I saw this, that
Okay.
we're still providing pensions.
All right.
So I just would, and that you don't have to provide it now if you don't have those answers. I think that those are very important questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure people heard that question. If somebody would like to address that in one of our future statements, we can. Right now, we're doing our limited form of debate, and I was at the point where I was looking for someone who would like to speak in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion. Mr. Gilbert.
First of all, I want to just thank Mr. Arnold for giving that little talk about the 250th anniversary. I think that's really important to recognize. What this individual just said, her question regarding pensions, 401k, that's precisely why, okay, we should have an easy way to have these kinds of petitions, to have this kind of conversation politely, okay, politely, yes, absolutely, I agree. But that's exactly why, so that we have those kinds of comments and questions so that we can talk about these things, because after 6 years, it's very difficult to have a conversation with the people who really manage this town. All I want to say is quality of life versus, what we're getting for what we're spending, and it's same with the pension. It's better, okay? Better than 401k. 401k, to be a little bit more thoughtful about who you're hiring, and the individual themselves have to be a little bit more thoughtful about what they're doing, maybe a little bit more at risk at their job. Maybe they don't want to blow all the cash that's they're able to for taxpayer funds. So, and again, we can't tell the future. This prognostication word, wonderful, wonderful. The young lady that brought that up, we can't tell the future. I think that's wonderful. We can't tell the future about the environment. We can't tell the future about, hey, how are we going to be able to afford these pensions in the future?
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Hang on just a second. Would anyone want to, there were questions raised there was the question from the woman over here and questions in the back. Does anyone want to try to answer those
I
questions?
have a point of information,
Point of information, yes, Ms.
which is pertinent to this.
Sure, go ahead.
So,
Wait a second. Are you going to try to answer some of those questions?
well, I'm going to say that the
Well,
Massachusetts...
no, because I want to know
Yes.
whether to allocate you as speaking in favor or not.
I'm not in
Are you in
favor.
favor or against?
I'm not in favor.
All right, in that case, you may speak as somebody in opposition, and you can address that information.
I will
now.
address the question.
Thank you.
The
Name and address, please.
Carolyn Spring, Deerslayer Lane. The
Thank you.
Massachusetts Public Employee Retirement System is governed by Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 32, which is not a defined contribution plan, but a defined benefit plan. Therefore, you can vote however you want to on this one, but the law is the law, and that's not the law.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Spring. So now we'll hop back to anyone want to speak in favor? Mr. Shore, you want to speak in favor?
Yes, Daniel Shore, 26 Haskell Street. I think we should give the town employees the option. A lot of towns in Massachusetts, do have a 403B, which is very similar to a 401K. And there are several towns in Massachusetts that already have this, and I think it should be looked at and studied by the Board of Selectmen and the school department on whether or not to offer this. This gives the portability for people that are going to move outside of different districts, and a much more easier thing, similar to what industry found with a 401K. So I think I think Boyd does have some value in this, in that this should at least be studied.
Okay, thank you very much, Hank. So now, Ms. Williams, Ms. Williams is going to try to address some of the questions.
Just to answer the question that was just asked, we do offer a 403B option as well as a 457 option. Those are supplemental. They're not in lieu of pension plans.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Yes.
Sorry, just to add,
okay,
those are
Okay.
funded by the employee. The
Okay.
403B and 457.
Okay, thank you. Hang on, I'm just looking at how we line up here. Anyone like to speak in favor?
No. Against.
Against. We got a couple minutes left for against. Yes, name, address, and your mention, please.
Jonathan Rappaport, 7 Brady Road. I just really want to make it extremely clear. For example, teachers completely 100% fund their own retirement system. Every teacher contributes 11% of their salary towards the Massachusetts Teachers Retirement Board. The town does not pay a penny for that, and because they are contributing to a pension fund, they do not pay into Social Security. So therefore, the town saves millions of dollars a year by not having to contribute Social Security to any of the teachers. Now, I don't know if the other retirement systems work that way, but it is erroneous to think that there is an option for teachers to have any other pension system. That is by state law, and I, as a retired teacher, know this extremely well. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Thank you very much. Ms. Williams, yes.
Just wanted to add that that is true for teachers as well as all other municipal employees. The 11% that Mr. Keogh spoke of in the beginning is also true for other employees hired after 1996.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Anyone in favor? All right. In that case, let's vote. We have before us Mr. Conklin's main motion to support the non-binding resolution. It's up on the screen. When the green light goes on, voting has begun. A vote pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Conklin's main motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. As I said, voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 22 in favor and 189 opposed. The motion fails. We now turn to Article 32, related to town meeting warrant articles and how they are voted upon. Mr. Conklin.
I move that the town supports a non-binding resolution to allow each voter to choose to vote on all annual town meeting articles, either in person at the town meeting or by ballot, but not both.
Remarks, Mr. Conklin, and do you want 2 minutes or 3.5?
3.5.
Okay.
So the idea here is so that we don't have to spend 12 hours or 16 hours here at town meeting. For this Springtown meeting, for every time we have a Springtown meeting, we have a election about 2 weeks ahead of time. And so during that time, we could actually vote in 5 minutes on all these articles and not have to suffer through the town meeting process for those that still want to have a voice in the process. Now, if the articles change or there's resolutions or something like that, then that vote can be thrown out so that the town meeting vote, in whatever form that is, drives the what is decided on. So it's more like offering up all these articles as referendums when we're voting for our select board, our school committee members, and this kind of thing in our local town election. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. Anyone like to speak against? Ms. Marshall?
I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, oh, sorry, I'll let you go first. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to let the select board go first, yeah.
Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. The town is not permitted to place anything on the ballot that is not authorized by law. Massachusetts laws only permit a very narrow category of items to be placed on the ballot, such as election of positions, Proposition 2.5 overrides, debt exclusions, etc. Towns conduct their business through town meeting and a democratic process to provide explanations and allow civic debate. I'll leave it at that. We can elaborate if needed.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Anyone wish to speak in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion? Okay, I'll let the gentleman back here. You're in opposition, I assume, right?
This is not in I am in opposition, but this is more of a point of order. And this is for the moderator.
Name and address if it's a point of order.
Robert Gilmore, 35 Water Street.
All right, yeah, quickly, please. I think we're all itching to go.
Yeah, we are, I know. But I was just wondering about this motion because, right, the entire point of this motion was to ask the town to make this change, which this would require a change to the town bylaws, at least Article 2, Section 19, which would require a 2/3 vote.
Can I just ask what your point of order is, just to get to the chase?
Is this, sorry, why are we talking about this? Because this is asking this body to make a recommendation to itself in 6 months or a year from now with a quantum of majority to think about how we want to have a 2/3 vote 6 months or a year from now. It's like asking me to take the temperature.
I understand.
Yeah.
I've got your point. So I'm going to reiterate my part, and then I'll let Mr. Keogh reiterate his part. The reason we're talking about this is that petitioners signed petitions to put this on the warrant. Now, the select board, by state law, is directed to put topics that are brought by petition on, whether they're legal or not legal. So that's why this is written as non-binding. I don't take a position. If I wanted to take a position, I would ask Ben Gold to come up here. I will tell you that the reason that this is a non-binding resolution is there are many, many legal hurdles that would have to be overcome before this could take effect. However, this particular motion that's been made is to ask us essentially for a sense of the meeting, is this something the town would be interested in, understanding that there's lots of hurdles. So I think many of us are just going to interpret it as a what do people think, and whether it's practical or not. And so that's why we're talking about it, and that's why I've emphasized the point that even if we vote in favor of it, this can't happen very easily.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion?
I might be.
Mr. Caprioli.
I'd like to say something. I worked at the town election there. I was...
Name and address, please, and then we'll get going. I'll stop the clock for you.
Crown Ridge Road. I was at the town election. I saw the people that voted. I have a sense of the crowd the same way I have a sense of the crowd at town meeting. Mr. Conklin shot himself in the foot when he said, you might not realize this, when he said that if it's amended at town meeting, the vote at the election would be thrown out. Then someone would just make a small amendment and the vote would be thrown out. You know, there's a couple of words you used that really I think are relevant here. You said you're obligated to present this whether it's legal or not legal, correct?
That's my interpretation of what town council told the select board last year.
But
yes.
I answer to a higher power, and I think the problem is it's not whether it's logical or not logical. I don't believe this is logical, because although we've spent years and years and years trying to get more people to come to town meeting and to participate in town government, this is really not logical, because it doesn't have the discussion and the back and forth and the awareness and the intellectual involvement in consequences. So although it's an interesting idea, I don't think it will work. And I don't think the outcome will be any different, because I know who's voting there and I know who's voting here, and they're the same. It's going to be the same outcome. I'm sure of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Everyone just want to vote, or do more people want to talk? Mr. Savoy, are you want to speak in favor or opposed? Yes, point of order, Mr. Savoy. Scout, if you could bring the mic down, please.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I would just add to the list that Shelby Marshall recited a little earlier in terms of what can be on the ballot. I would like to add one additional item, that would be an underride. And this is what I was speaking to earlier. Underrides can be put on the ballot by the select board or by individual petition.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. All right, so Ms. Marshall.
Yeah, I just want to, that was not a complete list. You are correct. Thank you for bringing that up. And I would also say that the board is interested in exploring a revisiting of our charter. We've heard that, and we've heard that from the public as to whether or not alternate forms of government would be better fit for Westborough where we're at today. So this board is already contemplating that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Are we ready for the question? Do you speak for or against?
Against. I just want to, just as all the other
Okay,
articles.
wait a second. I said I would alternate. I said I would alternate. Anyone want to speak in favor? Okay, name and address, please.
Tom Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond. Against this, as I was all the other, I don't know, articles or whatever you want to call them. I just hope that the vast minority here who keeps bringing these things to town meeting gets the mandate that we don't want to hear them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're ready for the question? All right. Seeing no other debate, we now move to vote on Mr. Conklin's motion to support the non-binding resolution that was on the screen, to allow each voter to choose to vote. There we go. So it's down there. When the light goes on, voting begins, and it has begun. Voting, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Conklin's motion. Voting 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. While we're waiting, I'll say I tried to stay out of this conversation. If people want to talk to me about the difficulties in alternate forms of government, I'm willing to talk any place, anytime. Thank you. Okay, voting is ended. We have a vote of 23 in favor and 181 opposed. The motion fails. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we dissolve the March 2022-2025 annual town meeting.
We have a motion to dissolve the annual town meeting. On your way out, make sure you drop off your voting devices when the light goes on. Press 1 is a vote to dissolve. Pressing 2 is a vote to continue staying here for reasons I don't understand. Thank you for participating in today's town meeting. We appreciate it. My apologies for the mistakes I made, but thank you for, as usual, the voters do what they can to get it right. Thank you.